chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
करी जाए लून वोल्फ आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। टीम ट्रोनर की स्क्वाड काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में फंसती हुई। हेल गॉड आप देखें पांच फिनिशर्स उनके पास है। लॉस्ट बॉय अपनी एचपी फुल करेंगे, बट एक और प्लेयर है यश नॉक है। रिवाइवल की उनको इस वक्त सख्त जरूरत।
बिल्कुल टीम ट्रोनर्स जो है वो देखते हैं अब यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अभी के लिए एक प्लेयर उनका नॉकड आउट है जिनको रिवाइवल मिल चुका है। टीम हेलगॉड की बात करें तो जरूर से उनके सामने एक बढ़िया चुनौती यहाँ पर पेश की जाएगी। पर अगर हम बात करें स्पेसिंग की, अगर हम बात करें अभी के लिए टैक्टिकल पोजिशनिंग की, तो मेरे ख्याल से टीम हेलगॉड अभी के लिए काफी बेहतर पोजीशन में जरूर से नजर आ रहा है। एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड जाएगा और वहां पर एक खिलाड़ी जो कि स्नूप डॉग है उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया है। यही वो अब मौका है जब टीम हेलगॉड जो है वो थोड़ा सा चार्ज इन करने की कोशिश करेंगे। यहाँ पर एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया। मुश्किल स्थिति में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है अभी के लिए टीम ट्रोनर्स के खिलाड़ी, क्योंकि अब मात्र 2 ही प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। ब्रोकन वॉल का कवर जरूर से उनके पास रहने वाला एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा। लोन वुल्फ बीइंग द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, और अभी के लिए टीम हेलगॉड जो है वो गॉड मोड अपना ऑन कर चुके हैं। क्या लून वुल्फ को यहाँ पर स्पॉट करने में कामयाब रहेंगे, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी। लेकिन 3 इजी फिनिशर्स उनके पास जरूर से जाने वाले हैं। लोन वुल्फ की अगर हम बात करें, जोन इनसे थोड़ा सा दूर जाता हुआ और अब इनको अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। जो इनके फुटस्टेप्स है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर सुनाई दे गए होंगे। एंड मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक इजी फिनिश आएगा, एक और स्क्वाड वाइप टीम ट्रोनर्स के रूप में।
जी बिल्कुल। तो देखे वो किस तरीके से सरवाइव कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने स्मोक डाला और वहीं पे वो जिंदा बैठे हुए। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट अगर वो दूसरे पायदान तक भी अपनी टीम को लेके आते हैं तो 12 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनको मिलने वाले। बट लास्ट विश जिस तरीके से उन्होंने ये वाला मैच निकाला है, नो डाउट उनके पास फिनिशर्स आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर आपको यहाँ पे मिलता हुआ दिखाई देगा। उन्होंने एक प्लेयर छोड़ रखा है जो मुझे लगता है हील बैटल के लिए ऑलरेडी वो जा चुके हैं। बट एप्पल की बात करें, उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम। ऑरा वर्सेस हैशटैग वर्सेस लास्ट विश वर्सेस आइनक्स की जो फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाले। फ्लैश बर्स्ट, बट वो एंटीडोट जो वहां पे हील बैटल कर रहे थे वो प्ले जोन के बाहर यहाँ पे डाउन हो गए। एप्पल आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। इसके बाद आखिरी सर्कल आने वाला है, बट नहीं, आइनक्स के प्लेयर इसी के साथ खत्म हो गए। मात्र 3 टीमें 5 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। मुझे लगता है एप्पल की जो पोजीशन थी वो भी यहाँ पे स्पॉटेड थी और अब होने वाला है 2v2 का प्रॉपर फाइट। फायर फ्रॉस्ट उनके एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, एक ठिकाने पे अगर वो ग्रेनेड गिरा मुझे लगता है ये मॉली जरूर हिट होने वाली। प्रोटोटाइप यस बिल्कुल, फायर फ्रॉस्ट वहां पे डाउन हो गए। एक और मॉली
और यहाँ पर टीम बीस्ट जो है वो मुश्किल में आ जाएंगे। मुझे याद है मेजी कि आपने नेजा का जो नाम है उसको काफी प्यारा बताया था और ये जो कर्स है वो मेरे ख्याल से अब यहाँ पर लग चुका है। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी 7 की बात करें तो उनके यहाँ पर इकलौते ये खिलाड़ी हैं, जो बाकी के 2 खिलाड़ी उनके पास व्हीकल जरूर से रहने वाले हैं। बात करें टीम ट्रोनर्स की, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जो है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर पुल ऑफ किया गया है एंड कनेक्शन अभी के लिए बनाने में कामयाब नहीं होगा, लेकिन कुछ मॉलोटॉव जो है वो भी आएंगे। 1v4 का सिनेरियो रहने वाला है। एक अर्ली पुश मेरे ख्याल से जितनी जल्दी दे वो बेहतर रहेगा। लेकिन टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी 7 की जो स्क्वाड है वो आ जाएगी यहाँ पे कवर फायर देने के लिए। एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। क्या रिवाइवल मिल पाएगा? मेरे ख्याल से इजी रिवाइवल जरूर से रहने वाला, लेकिन बढ़िया स्प्रे जाएगा वहां पे। एकेएम से डाउन करा है एंड अब एक पुश आएगा टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी की साइड से।
टीम ट्रोनर्स बहुत बड़ी गलती उन्होंने कर दी। अगर उनको पता है कि ऊपर मात्र एक प्लेयर है, उन्होंने वहां पे फुटस्टेप सुनी जरूर थी। नोआ भी इसी के साथ डाउन किए गए। स्नूप डॉग उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, पर आप लून वॉल्फ को देखें, एक को नॉक ऑन सीधा फिनिश उन्होंने किया जरूर। मुझे लगता है टीएनएन का एक आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेगा। देखते हैं वो कितने देर तक यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर सकते हैं। डॉक ने वहां पे एक और नॉक निकाला। ट्रेड अंदर की साइड पे मौजूद है, एक जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे और इसी के साथ बीस्ट की जो स्क्वाड थी आएंगी सबसे पहले यहाँ पे। वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके, बट एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड यहाँ पे जाता हुआ मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली अंश वो भी आपको फटते हुए नजर आएंगे, बट नहीं, थोड़ा सा चूक गए। बट फिलहाल के लिए अपने आप को बचाने की उनको जरूरत पड़ेगी। एंटीडोट पीछे साइड पे मौजूद है। फेयरलेस ओपी यहाँ पे नॉक पड़े हुए थे, बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव किए जाएंगे, दिक्कतें होने नहीं वाली। बट मुझे लगता है पीछे से कोई और एक प्लेयर है एप्पल, एक अच्छा रोटेशन उनके द्वारा हमें देखने को मिलता है। और ये ग्रेनेड शॉकवे का उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी सोचा नहीं होगा कि रास्ते में उनको ग्रेनेड मिलने वाला है और इसी के साथ वो डाउन किएगा। बट एप्पल जो अपनी टीम से बहुत ज्यादा दूर गए थे, अब उनके लिए मुश्किलें हो सकती है क्योंकि वो वहां पे अकेले फंस जरूर गए। बट चलिए कम से कम उन्होंने अपने आप को स्मोक के अंदर ढका है। बट सबसे बड़ी बात इस वक्त सर्कल के बाहर
वो जो एक प्लेयर थे वो बीकन लेकर के आगे जा रहे थे और वहां पर जो ग्रेनेड है वो उनके ऊपर फटा। अभी के लिए टीम आइनॉक्स की बात करें, एक बढ़िया कमबैक, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा मुश्किल स्थिति में जरूर से नजर है। एप्पल जो कि पीछे से आते उनको यहाँ पर नॉक जरूर से किया गया। टीम आइनॉक्स के अब सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग यहाँ पर बचते हैं, जो कि आगे की तरफ जरूर से जा रहे हैं स्पॉट के एक पैर को, लेकिन सामने से एक बढ़िया ऑन पॉइंट स्प्रे आएगा, डाउन किए जाएंगे। टीम आइनॉक्स यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट होते हुए 11वें की अगर हम बात करें, एक नॉक उन्होंने निकाला और अब एक ओपन पुश अब उनकी साइड से जरूर से देखने को मिल रहा है। टीम एस के जो खिलाड़ी हैं उनके लिए ये ओपन बेट जरूर से रह सकता है, लेकिन वो अभी के लिए अपनी जो पोजीशन है वो रिवील करने के लिए नहीं जाएंगे। टीम ब्रूटल की अगर हम बात करें तो जो स्मोक उन्होंने क्रिएट करा था अब उसके अंदर आ चुके हैं। टीम पेस स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर एक बड़ा खतरा मंडराता हुआ, लेकिन अभी भी जो थोड़ा हाइट वाला एरिया वो उनके पास जरूर से रहने वाला है। पहला खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर नॉकआउट हुआ, टीम ब्रूटल का किट जो वो डाउन हो जाएंगे, मैक्सन जो है वो भी यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। टीम पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाते हुए और काफी अच्छे तरीके से हैंडल कर रहे हैं सिचुएशन को। हाइट का जो एडवांटेज है वो यहाँ पर कैप्टन करते हुए लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, लेकिन वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे। एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया, सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग बचते हैं यहाँ पे स्पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स के। रिवाइवल टीम ब्रूटल ई स्पोर्ट्स देंगे और देखते ही देखते ह्यूमनॉइड जो है वो लास्ट मैन को यहाँ पर फिनिश करेंगे। एक 3v1 का सिनेरियो और अभी भी टीम ब्रूटल सरवाइव करते हुए।
बट आप देखें 2v1 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन, उन्होंने फुल स्टेप छोड़ा, वो जो रिवाइव कर रहे थे वो
बाद में अच्छी लूट ना मिलना और लंबा रोटेट करके जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश मेरे ख्याल से एक गलती साबित हुई यहाँ पे एसके की तरफ से। वही अगर VR1 की बात की जाए, ऑलरेडी जोन के अंदर एक अच्छी पोजीशन वो यहाँ पे ले चुके हैं। अच्छी क्यों कह रहा हूँ मैं इनकी पोजीशन को, क्योंकि गेट कीप करने का एक सुनहरा मौका इनके पास आ चुका है। एक अच्छा नेड यहाँ पे ड्यूस के ऊपर आता हुआ, क्या यहाँ पे डैमेज देगा? जी हाँ, थोड़ा चिप डैमेज जरूर दिया बट नॉक नहीं कर पाएंगे। दूसरी सब आधी यहाँ पे नॉक हो चुके हैं। अब जीरो को वहाँ पे रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया को शुरू करना पड़ेगा, बट ये जो नेड परेड है ये अभी रुकने का नाम नहीं लेगी मेजी।
जी बिल्कुल, फिलहाल के लिए जो एसके की स्क्वाड थी वो 15वें स्थान पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, बट दोनों साइड से रिवाइवल आएगा, मुश्किलें नहीं होने वाली। दूसरे साइड पे एफजी विशियस की बात करी जाए, उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया, एक अच्छा मॉली जरूर गया। दूसरे साइड पे बात करी जाए अगर शैडो की, वी हाई के प्लेयर वहां पे डाउन होते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड आदि के द्वारा गया जरूर है, देखते हैं कनेक्शन बना सकता है या फिर नहीं, बट चलिए काफी ज्यादा दूर था। जीजीएल के प्लेयर इस चीज का फायदा जरूर उठा सकते हैं। दूसरी साइड पे गॉड्स रेन के प्लेयर की जो फाइट है वो भी आपको चलती हुई नजर आएगी। गॉड्स रेन वर्सेस वी हाई की जो फाइट थी वो भी चलती हुई नजर आ रही है। सेक्शन भी बात करें, पूरी तरह से उनको खत्म करा गया, बट साइको उनके बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज, साइक की बात करी जाए उनके बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज एक ग्रेनेड गिरा जरूर था, बट अपने आप को बचाने में वो कामयाब रहे। बट अभी भी आप देखें ग्रेनेड्स यहाँ पे खत्म नहीं हो रहे, दोनों में से कोई भी टीम के पास ग्रेनेड्स की कमी आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगी। एक और ग्रेनेड आया, ब्लेज के काफी ज्यादा करीब था तो जरूर, बड़ा आधी 1v1 की सिचुएशन के पास ही, बट साइक के जस्ट बगल में एक ग्रेनेड गिरा, उन्होंने उस चीज को देखा नहीं, खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। एक आखिरी प्लेयर मुझे लगता है सर्वाइव करेगा, नया नवेला ई स्पोर्ट से आखिरी प्लेयर बचे जरूर, आगे जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए थी, स्मोक करते रिवाइव करने की एक बार कोशिश कर सकते थे, बट इसी के साथ नया नवेला ई स्पोर्ट्स 14वें स्थान पे एकमात्र 3 फिनिशर्स के साथ वो एलिमिनेट कर और फिनिश वो अपने नाम निकालते हुए डेमी गॉड की बात करें उनको भी बड़े आसानी से डाउन किया जाएगा। 2v2 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन होता हुआ, शैडो की बात करी जाए वो यहाँ पे डाउन हो गया। अब 1v1 का सिचुएशन होता हुआ, शार्क पीछे से आने की कोशिश करेंगे। केस की बात की बहुत ज्यादा कम अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से 1v1 का सिचुएशन। बट शार्क की अगर बात करें, उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव नहीं कर पाए, बट जो प्लेयर उन्होंने नॉक करा था उसको फिनिश करने के लिए जो अंदर प्लेयर था उसको छोड़ दिया और अब शायद ये मुश्किल उनके लिए हो सकती है। शार्क अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जरूर आया, बट चलिए इससे पहले वो वहां से निकल गए, बट केस वैसे शार्क होता हुआ, शार्क ये गलती भारी पड़ेगी और अपनी टीम को 15वें पायदान पे वो एलिमिनेट करा बैठे स्पीरो। एक बार फिर से गॉड रेन के हमें खेलते हुए दिखाई देंगे, बट फेक की स्क्वाड की जितनी तारीफ करी जाए उतनी कम स्पीरो, किसी से उन्होंने फाइट नहीं ली और अभी भी ये चारों प्लेयर आपको सुरक्षित दिखाई देंगे। बट यहाँ पे अंदर एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी एसके का मौजूद है, एक अच्छा स्प्रे एकेएम का आता हुआ, बट जो प्लेयर वहां पे मौजूद था जिसको वो देख नहीं पाए थे, क्षति पहुंचाता हुआ, और इसी के साथ वीआर का एक प्लेयर डाउन, सत्या डाउन, बट एक और ग्रेनेड अंदर की साइड पे गया जरूर था और उस ग्रेनेड से एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ जरूर। बट साइक की बात करें वो पीछे आपको मौजूद दिखाई देंगे, एक आखिरी प्लेयर साइक अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए 1v2 का सिचुएशन, इसी के साथ VR1 की स्क्वाड इस मैच से आई गेस 10वें स्थान पे बाहर हुई जरूर है, बट क्या उनके लिए ये इनफ होगा?
बिल्कुल, सेट को वहां पे स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। फिनिश को सिक्योर करना पड़ेगा, हर फिनिश के साथ आपको 1 पॉइंट मिलेगा, एक अनमोल अंक, और देखते हैं कि यहाँ पे क्या फिनिश सिक्योर हो पाएगा। अभी भी हमें एक स्प्लिट ड्रॉप जो है वो देखने को मिलता हुआ टीम वॉर की साइड से, ग्रेनेड आया जरूर से था लेकिन वहां पे कनेक्शन बनाएगा नहीं। आप देखिए हैरी जो है वो खुद .HP सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, मात्र 1 बुलेट का जो कनेक्शन है वो यहाँ पर 2 प्लेयर्स की जो जिंदगी है वो खतरे में डाल सकता है इस वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। काफी ज्यादा ओपन में स्पॉट करने मेरे ख्याल से शायद कामयाब हो चुके हैं, ब्रेस भी देंगे, लेकिन अभी के लिए शायद वो जो कनेक्शन है वो आएगा नहीं। 2000 मीटर का फासला इनको भी तय करना है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक बढ़िया ऑफ गार्ड एंगल जो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। वॉर ई स्पोर्ट्स काफी बढ़िया तरीके से इस वॉर में शामिल होते हुए 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर जरूर से नॉकआउट है। जो फिनिश है वो इजीली हो जाएगा सिक्योर। अब बाकी की जो 2 खिलाड़ी है उनका यहाँ से आगे की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है वो देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी। मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरीके से अभी के लिए नूब जो है वो देख रहे हैं अभी टीम नंबर 16 की तरफ, ऑब्वियसली उनको एक आइडिया है कि वहां पर प्लेयर्स हैं, एक ओपन स्लैम इन यहाँ से एक्सपेक्ट किया जा सकता है।
देखिए पूरी देर तक यहाँ पे जो जितने भी प्लेयर्स को नॉक किया था उनको फिनिश नहीं करा गया। वो यही चाहते थे कि कोई ना कोई आए उनको बचाने के लिए, पर टीम बैन के प्लेयर्स को भी पता है कि 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे खत्म हो चुके हैं, 2 ही प्लेयर्स बचे हैं और यहाँ पे टीम वॉर के पास एक इतनी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है रश करके फिनिश करके 4 अमूल्य अंक हासिल करने के लिए, जिसमें से 2 तो वो कर ही चुके हैं। टीम बैन क्या यहाँ पे कुछ मैजिक कर पाएंगे? हमें वेजेटा उनके पास है, सीएसके वहाँ पे आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। वो करके एक अच्छी चीज उन्होंने ये कर दी कि एक डायरेक्ट जो विजुअल होता है वो ब्लॉक कर दिया। अब इनको रश करना पड़ेगा तो थोड़ा सा रिस्क लेना पड़ेगा, बट मेरे ख्याल से अगर वॉर के पास कोई भी नेड्स हैं और उसका अगर अच्छा इस्तेमाल करा जाए तो यहाँ पे काफी अच्छी वैल्यू उसको देखने को मिल सकती है। वैल्यू की बात करें, यहाँ लेवल 2 का हेलमेट है, लेवल 1 की वेस्ट है, एक एम्पोर्ट देखने को मिल रही है जिसके साथ वो काफी अच्छी वैल्यू निकाल सकते हैं यहाँ पे।
वहीं अगर हम बात करें टीम बैन के खिलाड़ियों की, वेजिटा के पास हेलमेट ही नहीं है, 2 ही खिलाड़ी है। बहुत ज्यादा वक्त यहाँ पे लगाया जा रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक पुश आ जाना चाहिए अभी तक, लेकिन वो आया नहीं है। एंड लीजिए फाइनली उन्होंने मेरी बात सुनी। वॉर के जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा क्लोज इन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। आप एंगल्स देखिए इनके पास कितने अच्छे हैं। एक जो डार्क नूब है उनके पास एक अच्छा हाइट का एडवांटेज है, पीछे की तरफ 2 प्लेयर्स मौजूद है एंड स्पूकी बॉय जो है वो यहाँ पर क्लोज इन करेंगे। ग्रेनेड जाएगा, कनेक्शन बनाया, लेकिन नॉक अभी तक निकालने में वो जो कामयाबी है वो मिलेगी नहीं। और अब यहाँ पे वेजिटा की जो पोजीशन है वो भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो चुकी है, तो ये ग्रेनेड अगर जाता है सही जगह पे तो नॉक आएगा और आ भी चुका है। वेजिटा डाउन हो जाएंगे, एक सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग बचते। टीम वॉर यहाँ पर पहला जो स्क्वाड वाइप है वो करने के बहुत ही ज्यादा करीब, लेकिन सीएसके वहां पर मौजूद थे, एक खिलाड़ी को नॉक जरूर से करेंगे पर पीछे से
के द्वारा। और अब आपके सामने 2 टीमें 7 प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल रही हैं। पीआरटी के स्नेक एज अ स्नेक इज जस्ट रोलिंग राइट नाउ ट्राइंग टू फाइंड हिज अपोनेंट्स। वही फहद के पास एक अच्छा मोलेटोव है, नाइट को नॉक करा गया और मोलेटोव के साथ नाइट को खत्म करने की कोशिश भी यहाँ पे करी जा रही है। नंबर्स गेम अगर बात की जाए तो 2 ही प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं मुझे यहाँ पे। प्रेडेटर्स और हंट की बात की जाए उनके पास 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, एसपीए के पास यहाँ पे 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, तो अभी नंबर्स गेम का एडवांटेज है और रिवाइव भी यहाँ पे चल रहा है यहाँ की।
बिल्कुल एक 4v3 में कन्वर्ट होता हुआ सिनेरियो नजर आ सकता है, लेकिन रिवाइवल अगर मिलेगा तो मेरे ख्याल से पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पे ड्राइविंग सीट पे आ चुके हैं प्रेडेटर्स ऑन हंट। ऑलरेडी 13 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं। टीम वॉर को इन्होंने एलिमिनेट किया जिनके पास 15 फिनिशेस थे। अब मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपना जो विनर चिकन डिनर का एक परफेक्ट स्टोरी है वो ऑलरेडी लिख चुके हैं। क्या यहाँ पर कोई और टर्न आने वाला है, क्या कोई और ट्विस्ट आने वाला है, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली है। अगर हम बात करें स्नेक की, वो ऑलरेडी स्नेक यहाँ पर बन चुके हैं और थोड़ा आगे की तरफ जाएंगे। एक और अच्छी चीज जो हमें देखने को मिलती है कि टीम प्रेडेटर्स और हंट के जो एक खिलाड़ी हैं, आप देखिए साइबर, वो एक बहुत अच्छे हाइट के एडवांटेज पे, वहां से स्पॉटिंग इट माइट बी पॉसिबल थोड़ी इजी हो। एक 4v2 अभी के लिए प्रेडेटर्स आर रियली ऑन अ हंट।
मेरे ख्याल से यही कहते हैं कि जो नाम रखा है वो काम भी करा है। टाइगर को देखिए 7 फिनिशेस वो खिलाड़ी निकाल चुका है। साइबर के पास आपको 3 फिनिशेस देखने को मिल जाएंगे और नेड परेड के साथ टीम एसबीआई स्पोर्ट्स का खात्मा करने की कोशिश में टीम प्रेडेटर्स और हंट आपको देखने को मिल रही है। एंड लुक एट दैट, व्हाट
करी जाए। लून वॉल्फ आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। टीम ट्रोनर की स्क्वाड काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में फंसती हुई। हेल गॉड आप देखें 5 फिनिशर्स उनके पास है। लॉस्ट बॉय अपनी एचपी फुल करेंगे, बट एक और प्लेयर है यश नॉक है। रिवाइवल की उनको इस वक्त सख्त जरूरत।
बिल्कुल टीम ट्रोनर्स जो है वो देखते हैं यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अभी के लिए एक प्लेयर उनका नॉकड आउट है जिनको रिवाइवल मिल चुका है। टीम हेलगॉड की बात करें तो जरूर से उनके सामने एक बढ़िया चुनौती यहाँ पर पेश की जाएगी, पर अगर हम बात करें स्पेसिंग की, अगर हम बात करें अभी के लिए टैक्टिकल पोजीशनिंग की, तो मेरे ख्याल से टीम हेलगॉड अभी के लिए काफी बेहतर पोजीशन में जरूर से नजर आ रहा है। एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड जाएगा और वहां पर एक खिलाड़ी जो कि स्नूप डॉग है उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया है। यही वो अब मौका है जब टीम हेलगॉड जो है वो थोड़ा सा चार्ज इन करने की कोशिश करेंगे। यहाँ पर एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया। मुश्किल स्थिति में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है अभी के लिए टीम ट्रोनर्स के खिलाड़ी, क्योंकि अब मात्र 2 ही प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। ब्रोकन वॉल का कवर जरूर उनके पास रहने वाला एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा। लोन वुल्फ बीइंग द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग और अभी बंद कर चुके हैं। क्या लून वुल्फ को यहाँ पर स्पॉट करने में कामयाब रहेंगे, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी, लेकिन 3 इजी फिनिशेस उनके पास जरूर से जाने वाले हैं। लोन वुल्फ की अगर हम बात करें, जोन इनसे थोड़ा सा दूर जाता हुआ और अब इनको अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। जो उनके फुटस्टेप है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर सुनाई दे गए होंगे एंड मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक इजी फिनिश आएगा। एक और स्क्वाड वाइप टीम ट्रॉनर्स के रूप में।
जी बिल्कुल। तो देखे वो किस तरीके से सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने स्मोक डाला और वहीं पे वो जिंदा बैठे हुए। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट अगर वो दूसरे पायदान तक भी अपनी टीम को लेके आते हैं तो 12 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनको मिलने वाले। बट लास्ट विश जिस तरीके से उन्होंने ये वाला मैच निकाला है, नो डाउट उनके पास फिनिशर्स आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर आपको यहाँ पे मिलता हुआ दिखाई देगा। उन्होंने एक प्लेयर छोड़ रखा है जो मुझे लगता है हील बैटल के लिए ऑलरेडी वो जा चुके हैं, बट एप्पल की बात करें उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम। और वर्सेस हैशटैग वर्सेस लास्ट विश वर्सेस आइनॉक्स की जो फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाले फ्रैश फर्स्ट। बट वो एंटीडोट जो वहां पे हील बैटल कर रहे थे वो प्ले जोन के बाहर यहाँ पे डाउन हो गए। एप्पल आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे, इसके बाद आखिरी सर्कल आने वाला है, बट नहीं, आइनॉक्स के प्लेयर इसी के साथ खत्म हो गए। मात्र 3 टीमें 5 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। मुझे लगता है एप्पल की जो पोजीशन थी वो भी यहाँ पे स्पॉटेड थी और अब होने वाला है 2v2 का प्रॉपर फाइट। फायर फ्रॉस्ट उनके एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, एक ठिकाने पे अगर वो ग्रेनेड गिरा मुझे लगता है ये मॉली जरूर हिट होने वाले। प्रोटोटाइप यस बिल्कुल, फायर फ्रॉस्ट वहां पे डाउन हो गए, एक और मॉली।
और यहाँ पर टीम बीस्ट जो है वो मुश्किल में आ जाएंगे। मुझे याद है मेजी कि आपने नेजा का जो नाम है उसको काफी प्यारा बताया था और ये जो कर्स है वो मेरे ख्याल से अब यहाँ पर लग चुका है। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी 7 की बात करें तो उनके यहाँ पर इकलौते ये खिलाड़ी हैं जो बाकी के 2 खिलाड़ी हैं उनके पास व्हीकल जरूर से रहने वाले हैं। बात करें टीम ट्रॉनर्स की, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जो है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर पुल ऑफ किया गया है एंड कनेक्शन अभी के लिए बनाने में कामयाब नहीं होगा, लेकिन कुछ मोलोटॉव जो है वो भी आएंगे। 1v4 का सिनेरियो रहने वाला है, एक अर्ली पुश मेरे ख्याल से जितनी जल्दी दे वो बेहतर रहेगा। लेकिन टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी 7 की जो स्क्वाड है वो आ जाएगी यहाँ पे कवर फायर देने के लिए। एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। क्या रिवाइवल मिल पाएगा? मेरे ख्याल से इजी रिवाइवल जरूर से रहने वाला, लेकिन बढ़िया स्प्रे जाएगा वहां पे, एकेएम से डाउन करा है एंड अब एक पुश आएगा टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी की साइड से।
टीम ट्रोनर्स बहुत बड़ी गलती उन्होंने कर दी। अगर उनको पता है कि ऊपर मात्र एक प्लेयर, उन्होंने वहां पे फुटस्टेप सुनी जरूर थी। नोआ भी इसी के साथ डाउन किए गए। स्नूज डॉग उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, पर आप लून वॉल्फ को देखे, एक को नॉक ऑन सीधा फिनिश उन्होंने किया जरूर। मुझे लगता है टीएनएन का एक आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेगा, देखते हैं वो कितने देर तक यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर सकते हैं। डॉक ने वहां पे एक और नॉक निकाला, ट्रेड अंदर की साइड पे मौजूद है, एक जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे और इसी के साथ बीस्ट की जो स्क्वाड थी आएंगी सबसे पहले यहाँ पे। वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके, बट एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड यहाँ पे जाता हुआ मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अंश वो भी आपको फटते हुए नजर आएंगे, बट नहीं, थोड़ा सा चूक गए। बट फिलहाल के लिए अपने आप को बचाने की उनको जरूरत पड़ेगी। एंटीडोट पीछे साइड पे मौजूद है, फेयरलेस ओपी यहाँ पे नॉक पड़े हुए थे, बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव किए जाएंगे, दिक्कतें होने नहीं वाली। बट मुझे लगता है पीछे से कोई और एक प्लेयर है एप्पल, एक अच्छा रोटेशन उनके द्वारा हमें देखने को मिलता है। और ये ग्रेनेड शॉकवे का उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी सोचा नहीं होगा कि रास्ते में उनको ग्रेनेड मिलने वाला है और इसी के साथ वो डाउन किए गए। बट एप्पल जो अपनी टीम से बहुत ज्यादा दूर गए थे, अब उनके लिए मुश्किलें हो सकती है क्योंकि वो वहां पे अकेले फंस जरूर गए। बट चलिए कम से कम उन्होंने अपने आप को स्मोक के अंदर ढका है। बट सबसे बड़ी बात इस वक्त सर्कल के बाहर
प्लेयर थे वो व्हीकल लेकर के आगे जा रहे थे और वहां पर जो ग्रेनेड है वो उनके ऊपर फटा। अभी के लिए टीम आइनॉक्स की बात करें, एक बढ़िया कमबैक, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा मुश्किल चीज में जरूर से नजर है। एप्पल जो कि पीछे से आए थे उनको यहाँ पर नॉक जरूर से किया गया। टीम आइनॉक्स के अब सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग यहाँ पर बचते जो कि आगे की तरफ जरूर से जा रहे हैं स्पॉट के एक पैर को, लेकिन सामने से एक बढ़िया ऑन पॉइंट स्प्रे आएगा, डाउन किए जाएंगे। टीम आइनॉक्स यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट होते हुए 11वें की अगर हम बात करें, एक नॉक उन्होंने निकाला और अब एक ओपन पुश अब उनकी साइड से जरूर से देखने को मिल रहा है। टीम एस के जो खिलाड़ी हैं उनके लिए ये ओपन बेट जरूर से रह सकता है, लेकिन वो अभी के लिए अपनी जो पोजीशन है वो रिवील करने के लिए नहीं जाएंगे। टीम ब्रूटल की अगर हम बात करें तो जो स्मोक उन्होंने क्रिएट करा था अब उसके अंदर आ चुके हैं। टीम पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर एक बड़ा खतरा मंडराता हुआ, लेकिन अभी भी जो थोड़ा हाइट वाला एरिया वो उनके पास जरूर से रहने वाला है। पहला खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर नॉक आउट हुआ, टीम ब्रूटल का किट जो है वो डाउन हो जाएंगे, मैक्सन जो है वो भी यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। टीम पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाते हुए और काफी अच्छे तरीके से हैंडल कर रहा है सिचुएशन को। हाइट का जो एडवांटेज है वो यहाँ पर कैप्टन करते हुए लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, लेकिन वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे। एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया, सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग बचते हैं यहाँ पे स्पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स के। रिवाइवल टीम ब्रूटल ई स्पोर्ट्स देंगे और देखते ही देखते ह्यूमनॉइड जो है वो लास्ट मैन को यहाँ पर फिनिश करेंगे। एक 3v1 का सिनेरियो और अभी भी टीम ब्रूटल सर्वाइव करते हुए।
बट आप देखें 2v1 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन, उन्होंने फुल स्टेप छोड़ा, वो जो रिवाइव कर रहे थे वो
बाद में अच्छी लूट ना मिलना और लंबा रोटेट करके जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश मेरे ख्याल से एक गलती साबित हुई यहाँ पे एसके की तरफ से। वहीं अगर VR1 की बात की जाए, ऑलरेडी जोन के अंदर एक अच्छी पोजीशन वो यहाँ पे ले चुके हैं। अच्छी क्यों कह रहा हूँ मैं इनकी पोजीशन को, क्योंकि गेट कीप करने का एक सुनहरा मौका इनके पास आ चुका है। एक अच्छा नेड यहाँ पे ड्यूस के ऊपर आता हुआ, क्या यहाँ पे डैमेज देगा? जी हाँ, थोड़ा चिप डैमेज जरूर दिया बट नॉक नहीं कर पाएंगे। उसके बाद ही यहाँ पे नॉक हो चुके हैं। अब जीरो को वहाँ पे रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया को शुरू करना पड़ेगा, बट ये जो नेड परेड है ये अभी रुकने का नाम नहीं लेगी मेजी।
जी बिल्कुल। फिलहाल के लिए जो एसके की स्क्वाड थी वो 15वें स्थान पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, बट दोनों साइड से रिवाइवल आएगा। मुश्किलें नहीं होने वाली। दूसरे साइड पे एफजी विशियस की बात करी जाए, उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया, एक अच्छा मॉली जरूर गया। दूसरे साइड पे बात करी जाए अगर शैडो की, वी हाई के प्लेयर वहां पे डाउन होते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड आदि के द्वारा गया जरूर है, देखते हैं कनेक्शन बना सकता है या फिर नहीं, बट चलिए काफी ज्यादा दूर था। जीजीएल के प्लेयर इस चीज का फायदा जरूर उठा सकते हैं। दूसरी साइड पे गॉड्स रेन के प्लेयर की जो फाइट है वो भी आपको चलती हुई नजर आएगी। गॉड्स रेन वर्सेस वी हाई की जो फाइट थी वो भी चलती हुई नजर आ रही है। सेक्शन भी बात करें, पूरी तरह से उनको खत्म करा गया, बट साइको उनके बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज, साइक की बात करी जाए उनके बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज एक ग्रेनेड गिरा जरूर था, बट अपने आप को बचाने में वो कामयाब रहे। बट अभी भी आप देखें ग्रेनेड्स यहाँ पे खत्म नहीं हो रहे, दोनों में से कोई भी टीम के पास ग्रेनेड्स की कमी आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगी। एक और ग्रेनेड आया, ब्लेज के काफी ज्यादा करीब था तो जरूर, बट आधी 1v1 की सिचुएशन के पास के चंद बगल में एक ग्रेनेड गिरा, उन्होंने उस चीज को देखा नहीं, खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। एक आखिरी प्लेयर मुझे लगता है सरवाइव करेगा। नया नवेला ई स्पोर्ट से आखिरी प्लेयर बचे जरूर, आगे जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए थी, स्मोक करते रिवाइव करने की एक बार कोशिश कर सकते थे, बट इसी के साथ नया नवेला ई स्पोर्ट्स 14वें स्थान पे एकमात्र 3 फिनिशर्स के साथ वो एलिमिनेट और फिनिश वो अपने नाम निकालते हुए डेमी गॉड की बात करें उनको भी बड़े आसानी से डाउन किया जाएगा। 2v2 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन होता हुआ, शैडो की बात करी जाए वो यहाँ पे डाउन हो गया। अब 1v1 का सिचुएशन होता हुआ, शार्क पीछे से आने की कोशिश करेंगे। केस की बात कैच बहुत ज्यादा कम अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से 1v1 का सिचुएशन। बट शार्क की अगर बात करें, उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव नहीं कर पाए, बट जो प्लेयर उन्होंने नॉक करा था उसको फिनिश करने के लिए जो अंदर प्लेयर था उसको छोड़ दिया, और अब शायद ये मुश्किल उनके लिए हो सकती है। शार्क अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जरूर आया, बट चलिए इससे पहले वो वहां से निकल गए। बट केस वैसे शार्क होता हुआ, शार्क की ये गलती भारी पड़ेगी और अपनी टीम को 15वें पायदान पे वो एलिमिनेट करा बैठे स्पीरो। एक बार फिर से गॉड ट्रेन के हमें खेलते हुए दिखाई देंगे, बट फेक की स्क्वाड की जितनी तारीफ करी जाए उतनी कम स्पीरो। किसी से उन्होंने फाइट नहीं ली और अभी भी ये चारों प्लेयर आपको सुरक्षित दिखाई देंगे। बट यहाँ पे अंदर एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी एसके का मौजूद है, एक अच्छा स्प्रे एकेएम का आता हुआ, बट जो प्लेयर वहां पे मौजूद था जिसको वो देख नहीं पाए थे, क्षति पहुंचाता हुआ। उसी के साथ वीआर का एक प्लेयर डाउन, सत्या डाउन, बट एक और ग्रेनेड अंदर के साइड पे गया जरूर था और उस ग्रेनेड से एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ जरूर। बट साइक की बात करें वो पीछे आपको मौजूद दिखाई देंगे। एक आखिरी प्लेयर साइक अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए 1v2 का सिचुएशन, उसी के साथ VR1 की स्क्वाड इस मैच से आई गेस 10वें स्थान पे बाहर हुई जरूर है, बट क्या उनके लिए ये इनफ होगा?
बिल्कुल, सेट को वहां पे स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। फिनिश को सिक्योर करना पड़ेगा, हर फिनिश के साथ आपको 1 पॉइंट मिलेगा, एक अनमोल अंक, और देखते हैं कि यहाँ पे क्या फिनिश सिक्योर हो पाएगा। अभी भी हमें एक स्प्लिट ड्रॉप जो है वो देखने को मिलता हुआ टीम वॉर की साइड से। ग्रेनेड आया जरूर से था, लेकिन वहां पे कनेक्शन बनाएगा नहीं। आप देखिए हैरी जो है वो खुद .HP सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, मात्र 1 बुलेट का जो कनेक्शन है वो यहाँ पर 2 प्लेयर्स की जो जिंदगी है वो खतरे में डाल सकता है इस वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। काफी ज्यादा ओपन में स्पॉट करने मेरे ख्याल से शायद कामयाब हो चुके हैं, ब्रेव भी देंगे, लेकिन अभी के लिए शायद वो जो कनेक्शन है वो आएगा नहीं। 2000 मीटर का फासला इनको भी तय करना है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक बढ़िया ऑफ गार्ड एंगल जो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। वॉर ई स्पोर्ट्स काफी बढ़िया तरीके से इस वॉर में शामिल होते हुए 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर जरूर से नॉकड आउट है। यहाँ से आगे की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है वो देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी। मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरीके से अभी के लिए नूब जो है वो देख रहे हैं अभी टीम नंबर 16 की तरफ
हैं और उसका अगर अच्छा इस्तेमाल करा जाए तो यहाँ पे काफी अच्छी वैल्यू उनको देखने को मिल सकती है। वैल्यू की बात करें, है लेवल 2 का हेलमेट है, लेवल 1 की वेस्ट है, एक एम्पोर्ट देखने को मिल रही है जिसके साथ वो काफी अच्छी वैल्यू निकाल सकते हैं यहाँ पे।
वहीं अगर हम बात करें टीम बैन के खिलाड़ियों की, वेटा के पास हेलमेट ही नहीं है, 2 ही खिलाड़ी है, बहुत ज्यादा वक्त यहाँ पे लगाया जा रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक पुश आ जाना चाहिए अभी तक, लेकिन वो आया नहीं है। एंड लीजिए फाइनली उन्होंने मेरी बात सुनी। वॉर के जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा क्लोज इन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। आप एंगल्स देखिए इनके पास कितने अच्छे हैं। एक जो डार्क नूब है, उनके पास एक अच्छा हाइट का एडवांटेज है, पीछे की तरफ 2 प्लेयर्स मौजूद है एंड स्पूकी बॉय जो है वो यहाँ पर क्लोजिंग करेंगे। ग्रेनेड जाएगा, कनेक्शन बनाया, लेकिन नॉक अभी तक निकालने में वो जो कामयाबी है वो मिलेगी नहीं। और अब यहाँ पे वेजिटा की जो पोजीशन है वो भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो चुकी है, तो ये ग्रेनेड अगर जाता है सही जगह पे तो नॉक आएगा और आ भी चुका है। वेजिटा डाउन हो जाएंगे, एक सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग बचते। टीम वॉर यहाँ पर पहला जो स्क्वाड वाइप है वो करने के बहुत ही ज्यादा करीब, लेकिन सीएसके वहां पर मौजूद थे, खिलाड़ी को नॉक जरूर से करेंगे पर पीछे से
के द्वारा। और अब आपके सामने 2 टीमें 7 प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल रही हैं। पीआरटी के स्नेक एज अ स्नेक इज जस्ट रोलिंग राइट नाउ ट्राइंग टू फाइंड हिज अपोनेंट्स। वही फहद के पास एक अच्छा मोलेटोव है, नाइट को नॉक करा गया और मोलेटोव के साथ नाइट को खत्म करने की कोशिश भी यहाँ पे करी जा रही है। नंबर्स गेम अगर बात की जाए तो 2 ही प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं मुझे यहाँ पे। प्रेडेटर्स और हंट की बात की जाए उनके पास 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, एसपीए के पास यहाँ पे 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, तो अभी नंबर्स गेम का एडवांटेज है और रिवाइव भी यहाँ पे चल रहा है यहाँ की।
बिल्कुल एक 4v3 में कन्वर्ट होता हुआ सिनेरियो नजर आ सकता है, लेकिन रिवाइवल अगर मिलेगा तो मेरे ख्याल से पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पे ड्राइविंग सीट पे आ चुके हैं प्रेडेटर्स ऑन हंट। ऑलरेडी 13 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं, टीम वॉर को इन्होंने एलिमिनेट किया जिनके पास 15 फिनिशेस थे। अब मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपना जो विनर चिकन डिनर का एक परफेक्ट स्टोरी है वो ऑलरेडी लिख चुके हैं। क्या यहाँ पर कोई और टर्न आने वाला है, क्या कोई और ट्विस्ट आने वाला है, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली है। अगर हम बात करें स्नेक की, वो ऑलरेडी स्नेक यहाँ पर बन चुके हैं और थोड़ा आगे की तरफ जाएंगे। एक और अच्छी चीज जो हमें देखने को मिलती है कि टीम प्रेडेटर्स और हंट के जो एक खिलाड़ी हैं, आप देखिए साइबर, वो एक बहुत अच्छे हाइट के एडवांटेज पे, वहां से स्पॉटिंग इट माइट बी पॉसिबल थोड़ी इजी हो। एक 4v2 अभी के लिए प्रेडेटर्स आर रियली ऑन अ हंट।
मेरे ख्याल से यही कहते हैं कि जो नाम रखा है वो काम भी करा है। टाइगर को देखिए 7 फिनिशेस वो खिलाड़ी निकाल चुका है, साइबर के पास आपको 3 फिनिशेस देखने को मिल जाएंगे और नेड परेड के साथ टीम एसबीआई स्पोर्ट्स का खात्मा करने की कोशिश में टीम प्रेडेटर्स और हंट आपको देखने को मिल रही है। एंड लुक एट दैट, व्हाट
करी जाए। लून वॉल्फ आपको देखने को मिलेंगे, टीम ट्रोनर की स्क्वाड काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में फंसती हुई। हेल गॉड आप देखें 5 फिनिशर्स उनके पास है। लॉस्ट बॉय अपनी एचपी फुल करेंगे, बट एक और प्लेयर है यश, नॉक है, रिवाइवल की उनको इस वक्त सख्त जरूरत।
बिल्कुल टीम ट्रोनर्स जो है वो देखते हैं अब यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अभी के लिए एक प्लेयर उनका नॉकड आउट है जिनको रिवाइवल मिल चुका है। टीम हेलगॉड की बात करें तो जरूर से उनके सामने एक बढ़िया चुनौती यहाँ पर पेश की जाएगी, पर अगर हम बात करें स्पेसिंग की, अगर हम बात करें अभी के लिए टैक्टिकल पोजीशनिंग की, तो मेरे ख्याल से टीम हेलगॉड अभी के लिए काफी बेहतर पोजीशन में जरूर से नजर आ रहा है। एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड जाएगा और वहां पर एक खिलाड़ी जो कि स्नूप डॉग है उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया है। यही वो अब मौका है जब टीम हेलगॉड जो है वो थोड़ा सा चार्ज इन करने की कोशिश करेंगे। यहाँ पर एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया। मुश्किल स्थिति में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है अभी के लिए टीम ट्रोनर्स के खिलाड़ी, क्योंकि अब मात्र 2 ही प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। ब्रोकन वॉल का कवर जरूर उनके पास रहने वाला एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा। लोन वुल्फ बीइंग द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, और अभी के लिए टीम हेलगॉड जो है वो गॉड मोड अपना ऑन कर चुके हैं। क्या लून वुल्फ को यहाँ पर स्पॉट करने में कामयाब रहेंगे, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी, लेकिन 3 इजी फिनिशेस उनके पास जरूर से जाने वाले हैं। लोन वुल्फ की अगर हम बात करें, जोन इनसे थोड़ा सा दूर जाता हुआ और अब इनको अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। जो उनके फुटस्टेप्स है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर सुनाई दे गए होंगे एंड मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक इजी फिनिश आएगा, एक और स्क्वाड वाइप टीम ट्रोनर्स के रूप में।
जी बिल्कुल। तो देखे वो किस तरीके से सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने स्मोक डाला और वहीं पे वो जिंदा बैठे हुए। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट अगर वो दूसरे पायदान तक भी अपनी टीम को लेके आते हैं तो 12 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनको मिलने वाले। बट लास्ट विश जिस तरीके से उन्होंने ये वाला मैच निकाला है, नो डाउट उनके पास फिनिशर्स आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर आपको यहाँ पे मिलता हुआ दिखाई देगा। उन्होंने एक प्लेयर छोड़ रखा है जो मुझे लगता है हील बैटल के लिए ऑलरेडी वो जा चुके हैं, बट एप्पल की बात करें उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम। और वर्सेस हैशटैग वर्सेस लास्ट विश वर्सेस आइनक्स की जो फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाले। फ्लैश बर्स्ट, बट वो एंटीडोट जो वहां पे हील बैटल कर रहे थे वो प्ले जोन के बाहर यहाँ पे डाउन हो गए। एप्पल आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे, इसके बाद आखिरी सर्कल आने वाला है, बट नहीं, आइनक्स के प्लेयर इसी के साथ खत्म हो गए। मात्र 3 टीमें 5 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। मुझे लगता है एप्पल की जो पोजीशन थी वो भी यहाँ पे स्पॉटेड थी और अब होने वाला है 2v2 का प्रॉपर फाइट। फायर फ्रॉस्ट उनके एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, एक ठिकाने पे अगर वो ग्रेनेड गिरा मुझे लगता है ये मॉली जरूर हिट होने वाली। प्रोटोटाइप, यस बिल्कुल, फायर फ्रॉस्ट वहां पे डाउन हो गए। एक और मॉली,
और यहाँ पर टीम बीस्ट जो है वो मुश्किल में आ जाएंगे। मुझे याद है मेजी कि आपने नेजा का जो नाम है उसको काफी प्यारा बताया था, और ये जो कर्स है वो मेरे ख्याल से अब यहाँ पर लग चुका है। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। टीम 20 अकेडमी 7 की बात करें तो उनके यहाँ पर इकलौते ये खिलाड़ी हैं, जो बाकी के 2 खिलाड़ी उनके पास व्हीकल जरूर से रहने वाले हैं। बात करें टीम ट्रॉनर्स की, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जो है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर पुल ऑफ किया गया है, एंड कनेक्शन अभी के लिए बनाने में कामयाब नहीं होगा, लेकिन कुछ मोलोटॉव जो है वो भी आएंगे। 1v4 का सिनेरियो रहने वाला है, एक अर्ली पुश मेरे ख्याल से जितनी जल्दी दे वो बेहतर रहेगा। लेकिन टीम 20 अकेडमी 7 की जो स्क्वाड है वो आ जाएगी यहाँ पे कवर फायर देने के लिए। एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। क्या रिवाइवल मिल पाएगा? मेरे ख्याल से इजी रिवाइवल जरूर से रहने वाला, लेकिन बढ़िया स्प्रे जाएगा वहां पे, AKM से डाउन करा है। एंड अब एक पुश आएगा टीम 20 अकेडमी की साइड से।
टीम थ्रोनर्स बहुत बड़ी गलती उन्होंने कर दी। अगर उनको पता है कि ऊपर मात्र एक प्लेयर, उन्होंने वहां पे फुटस्टेप सुनी जरूर थी। नोआ भी इसी के साथ डाउन किए गए। स्नूज डॉग, उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम पड़ा। अब लून वॉल्फ को देखे, एक को नॉक ऑन सीधा फिनिश उन्होंने किया जरूर। मुझे लगता है TNN का एक आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेगा। देखते हैं वो कितने देर तक यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर सकते हैं। डॉग ने वहां पे एक और नॉक निकाला। ट्रेड अंदर की साइड पर मौजूद है, एक जंप शॉट देने की कोशिश, कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे। और इसी के साथ बीस्ट की जो स्क्वाड थी आएंगी सबसे पहले यहाँ पे। पीओबी यहाँ पे डाउन हो चुके हैं, बट एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड यहाँ पे जाता हुआ मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अंश, वो भी आपको फटते हुए नजर आएंगे, बट नहीं, थोड़ा सा चूक गए। बट फिलहाल के लिए अपने आप को बचाने की उनको जरूरत पड़ेगी। एंटीडोट पीछे साइड पे इस वक्त मौजूद है। फेयरलेस ओपी यहाँ पे नॉक पड़े हुए थे, बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव किए जाएंगे, दिक्कतें होने नहीं वाली। बट मुझे लगता है पीछे से कोई और एक प्लेयर है एप्पल, एक अच्छा रोटेशन उनके द्वारा हमें देखने को मिलता है। और ये ग्रेनेड शॉकवे का उन्होंने बिल्कुल भी सोचा नहीं होगा कि रास्ते में उनको ग्रेनेड मिलने वाला है, और इसी के साथ वो डाउन किए गए। बट एप्पल जो अपनी टीम से बहुत ज्यादा दूर गए थे, अब उनके लिए मुश्किलें हो सकती है, क्योंकि वो वहां पे अकेले फंस जरूर गए। बट चलिए, कम से कम उन्होंने अपने आप को स्मोक के अंदर ढका है। बट सबसे बड़ी बात, इस वक्त सर्कल के बाहर
वो जो एक प्लेयर थे वो व्हीकल लेकर के आगे जा रहे थे, और वहां पर जो ग्रेनेड है वो उनके ऊपर फटा। अभी के लिए टीम आइनॉक्स की बात करें, एक बढ़िया कमबैक, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा मुश्किल स्थिति में जरूर से नजर है। एप्पल जो कि पीछे से आते हैं, उनको यहाँ पर नॉक जरूर से किया गया। टीम आइनॉक्स के अब सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग यहाँ पर बचते हैं, जो कि आगे की तरफ जरूर से जा रहे हैं स्पॉट के एक प्लेयर को, लेकिन सामने से एक बढ़िया ऑन पॉइंट स्प्रे आएगा, डाउन किए जाएंगे। टीम आइनॉक्स यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट होते हुए 11वें की अगर हम बात करें, एक नॉक उन्होंने निकाला, और अब एक ओपन पुश अब उनकी साइड से जरूर से देखने को मिल रहा है। टीम एस के जो खिलाड़ी हैं उनके लिए ओपन बेट जरूर से रह सकता है, लेकिन वो अभी के लिए अपनी जो पोजीशन है वो रिवील करने के लिए नहीं जाएंगे। टीम ब्रूटल की अगर हम बात करें तो जो स्मोक उन्होंने क्रिएट करा था, अब उसके अंदर आ चुके हैं। टीम पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर एक बड़ा खतरा मंडराता हुआ, लेकिन अभी भी जो थोड़ा हाइट वाला एरिया वो उनके पास जरूर से रहने वाला है। पहला खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर नॉक आउट हुआ। टीम ब्रूटल का किट जो है वो डाउन हो जाएंगे, मैक्सन जो है वो भी यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। टीम पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाते हुए और काफी अच्छे तरीके से हैंडल कर रहा है सिचुएशन को। हाइट का जो एडवांटेज है वो यहाँ पर कैप्टन के लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, लेकिन वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे। एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया, सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग बचते यहाँ पे। स्पेस ई स्पोर्ट्स के रिवाइवल टीम ब्रूटल ई स्पोर्ट्स देंगे, और देखते ही देखते ह्यूमनॉइड जो है वो लास्ट मैन को यहाँ पर फिनिश करेंगे। एक 3v1 का सिनेरियो, और अभी भी टीम ब्रूटल सर्वाइव करते हुए।
बट आप देखें 2v1 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन, उन्होंने फुल स्टेप छोड़ा, वो जो रिवाइव कर रहे थे वो
बाद में अच्छी लूट ना मिलना और लंबा रोटेट करके जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश मेरे ख्याल से एक गलती साबित हुई यहाँ पे एसके की तरफ से। वहीं अगर VR1 की बात की जाए, ऑलरेडी जोन के अंदर एक अच्छी पोजीशन वो यहाँ पे ले चुके हैं। अच्छी क्यों कह रहा हूँ मैं इनकी पोजीशन को, क्योंकि गेट कीप करने का एक सुनहरा मौका इनके पास आ चुका है। एक अच्छा नेड यहाँ पे ड्यूस के ऊपर आता हुआ, क्या यहाँ पे डैमेज देगा? जी हाँ, थोड़ा चिप डैमेज जरूर दिया, बट नॉक नहीं कर पाएंगे। दूसरी तरफ आधी यहाँ पे नॉक हो चुके हैं। अब जीरो को वहाँ पे रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया को शुरू करना पड़ेगा, बट ये जो नेड परेड है ये अभी रुकने का नाम नहीं लेगी। मेजी
जी बिल्कुल, फिलहाल के लिए जो एसके की स्क्वाड थी वो 15वें स्थान पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, बट दोनों साइड से रिवाइवल आएगा, मुश्किलें नहीं होने वाली। दूसरे साइड पे एफजी विशियस की बात करी जाए, उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया, एक अच्छा मॉली जरूर गया। दूसरे साइड पे बात करी जाए अगर शैडो की, वी हाई के प्लेयर वहां पे डाउन होते हुए आपको नजर आएंगे। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड आदि के द्वारा गया जरूर है, देखते हैं कनेक्शन बना सकता है या फिर नहीं, बट चलिए काफी ज्यादा दूर था। जीजीएल के प्लेयर इस चीज का फायदा जरूर उठा सकते हैं। दूसरी साइड पे गॉड्स रेन के प्लेयर की जो फाइट है वो भी आपको चलती हुई नजर आएगी। गॉड्स रेन वर्सेस बिहाई की जो फाइट थी वो भी चलती हुई नजर आ रही है। सेक्शन की बात करें, पूरी तरह से उनको खत्म करा गया, बट साइको उनके बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज, साइक की बात करी जाए उनके बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज एक ग्रेनेड गिरा जरूर था, बट अपने आप को बचाने में वो कामयाब रहे। बट अभी भी आप देखें ग्रेनेड्स यहाँ पे खत्म नहीं हो रहे, दोनों में से कोई भी टीम के पास ग्रेनेड्स की कमी आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगी। एक और ग्रेनेड आया, ब्लेज के काफी ज्यादा करीब था तो जरूर, बड़ा आधी 1v1 की सिचुएशन के पास ही, बट साइक के जस्ट बगल में एक ग्रेनेड गिरा, उन्होंने उस चीज को देखा नहीं, खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। एक आखिरी प्लेयर मुझे लगता है सर्वाइव करेगा। नया नवेला ई स्पोर्ट से आखिरी प्लेयर बचे जरूर, आगे जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए थी, स्मोक करते रिवाइव करने की एक बार कोशिश कर सकते थे, बट इसी के साथ नया नवेला ई स्पोर्ट्स 14वें स्थान पे एकमात्र 3 फिनिशर्स के साथ वो एलिमिनेट और फिनिश वो अपने नाम निकालते हुए डेमी गॉड की बात करें, उनको भी बड़े आसानी से डाउन किया जाएगा। 2v2 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन होता हुआ, शैडो की बात करी जाए वो यहाँ पे डाउन हो गया। अब 1v1 का सिचुएशन होता हुआ, शार्क पीछे से आने की कोशिश करेंगे। केस की बात कैच में बहुत ज्यादा कम अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से। 1v1 का सिचुएशन, पर शार्क की अगर बात करें, उन्होंने अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव नहीं कर पाए, बट जो प्लेयर उन्होंने नॉक करा था उसको फिनिश करने के लिए जो अंदर प्लेयर था उसको छोड़ दिया, और अब शायद ये मुश्किल उनके लिए हो सकती है। शार्क अकेले बचे अपनी टीम से, एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जरूर आया, बट चलिए इससे पहले वो वहां से निकल गए। बट केस होता शार्क होता हुआ, शार्क ये गलती भारी पड़ेगी और अपनी टीम को 15वें पायदान पे वो एलिमिनेट करा बैठे स्पीरो। एक बार फिर से गॉड से हमें खेलते हुए दिखाई देंगे, बट फेक की स्क्वाड की जितनी तारीफ करी जाए उतनी कम स्पीरो। किसी से उन्होंने फाइट नहीं ली और अभी भी ये चारों प्लेयर आपको सुरक्षित दिखाई देंगे। बट यहाँ पे अंदर एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी एसके का मौजूद है, एक अच्छा स्प्रे एकेएम का आता हुआ, बट जो प्लेयर वहां पे मौजूद था जिसको वो देख नहीं पाए थे, क्षति पहुंचाता हुआ। इसी के साथ वीआर का एक प्लेयर डाउन, सत्या डाउन, बट एक और ग्रेनेड अंदर के साइड पे गया जरूर था और उस ग्रेनेड से एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ जरूर। बट साइक की बात करें, वो पीछे आपको मौजूद दिखाई देंगे। एक आखिरी प्लेयर साइक अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए 1v2 का सिचुएशन। इसी के साथ VR1 की स्क्वाड इस मैच से आई गेस 10वें स्थान पे बाहर हुई जरूर है, बट क्या उनके लिए ये इनफ होगा?
बिल्कुल, सेट को वहां पे स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। फिनिश को सिक्योर करना पड़ेगा। हर फिनिश के साथ आपको एक पॉइंट मिलेगा, एक अनमोल अंक, और देखते हैं कि यहाँ पे क्या फिनिश सिक्योर हो पाएगा। अभी भी हमें एक स्प्लिट ड्रॉप जो है वो देखने को मिलता हुआ टीम वॉर की साइड से। ग्रेनेड आया जरूर से था, लेकिन वहां पे कनेक्शन बनाएगा नहीं। आप देखिए हैरी जो है वो खुद डॉट एचपी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। मात्र एक बुलेट का जो कनेक्शन है वो यहाँ पर दो प्लेयर्स की जो जिंदगी है वो खतरे में डाल सकता है इस वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड में। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। काफी ज्यादा ओपन में स्पॉट करने मेरे ख्याल से शायद कामयाब हो चुके हैं, प्रेस भी देंगे, लेकिन अभी के लिए शायद वो जो कनेक्शन है वो आएगा नहीं। 2000 मीटर का फासला इनको भी तय करना है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक बढ़िया ऑफ गार्ड एंगल जो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। वॉर ई स्पोर्ट्स काफी बढ़िया तरीके से इस वॉर में शामिल होते हुए दो प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर जरूर से नॉकआउट आउट है। जो फिनिश है वो इजीली हो जाएगा सिक्योर। अब बाकी की जो दो खिलाड़ी है उनका यहाँ से आगे की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहती है वो देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी। मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरीके से अभी के लिए नूब जो है वो देख रहे हैं अभी टीम नंबर 16 की तरफ, ऑब्वियसली उनको एक आइडिया है कि वहां पर प्लेयर्स हैं, एक ओपन स्लैम इन यहाँ से एक्सपेक्ट किया जा सकता है।
देखिए पूरी देर तक यहाँ पे जो जितने भी प्लेयर्स को नॉक किया था उसको फिनिश नहीं करा गया। वो यही चाहते थे कि कोई ना कोई आए उनको बचाने के लिए, पर टीम बैंक के प्लेयर्स को भी पता है कि दो प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे खत्म हो चुके हैं, दो ही प्लेयर्स बचे हैं, और यहाँ पे टीम वॉर के पास एक इतनी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है रश करके फिनिश करके 4 अमूल्य अंक हासिल करने के लिए, जिसमें से 2 तो वो कर ही चुके हैं। टीम बैंक क्या यहाँ पे कुछ मैजिक कर पाएंगे? हमें वेजेटा उनके पास है, सीएसके वहाँ पे आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। स्मोक करके एक अच्छी चीज उन्होंने ये कर दी कि एक डायरेक्ट जो विजुअल होता है वो ब्लॉक कर दिया। अब इनको रश करना पड़ेगा तो थोड़ा सा रिस्क लेना पड़ेगा, बट मेरे ख्याल से अगर वॉर के पास कोई भी नेड्स हैं और उसका अगर अच्छा इस्तेमाल करा जाए तो यहाँ पे काफी अच्छी वैल्यू उसको देखने को मिल सकती है। वैल्यू की बात करें, यहाँ लेवल 2 का हेलमेट है, लेवल 1 की वेस्ट है, एक एम्पोर्ट देखने को मिल रही है जिसके साथ वो काफी अच्छी वैल्यू निकाल सकते हैं यहाँ पे।
वहीं अगर हम बात करें टीम बैन के खिलाड़ियों की, वेजिटा के पास हेलमेट ही नहीं है, 2 ही खिलाड़ी है। बहुत ज्यादा वक्त यहाँ पे लगाया जा रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक पुश आ जाना चाहिए अभी तक, लेकिन वो आया नहीं है। एंड लीजिए फाइनली उन्होंने मेरी बात सुनी। वॉर के जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो अब यहाँ पर थोड़ा क्लोज इन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। आप एंगल्स देखिए इनके पास कितने अच्छे हैं। एक जो डार्क नूब है उनके पास एक अच्छा हाइट का एडवांटेज है, पीछे की तरफ 2 प्लेयर्स मौजूद है, एंड स्पूकी बॉय जो है वो यहाँ पर क्लोज इन करेंगे। ग्रेनेड जाएगा, कनेक्शन बनाया, लेकिन नॉक अभी तक निकाल सही जगह पे, तो नॉक आएगा और आ भी चुका है। वेजिटा डाउन हो जाएंगे, एक सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग बचते। टीम वॉर यहाँ पर पहला जो स्क्वाड वाइप है वो करने के बहुत ही ज्यादा करीब, लेकिन सीएसके वहां पर मौजूद थे, एक खिलाड़ी को नॉक जरूर से करेंगे पर पीछे से
के द्वारा। और अब आपके सामने 2 टीमें 7 प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल रही हैं। पीआरटी के स्नेक एज अ स्नेक इज जस्ट रोलिंग राइट नाउ ट्राइंग टू फाइंड हिज अपोनेंट्स। वही फहद के पास एक अच्छा मोलेटोव है, नाइट को नॉक करा गया और मोलेटोव के साथ नाइट को खत्म करने की कोशिश भी यहाँ पे करी जा रही है। नंबर्स गेम अगर बात की जाए तो 2 ही प्लेयर्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं मुझे यहाँ पे। प्रेडेटर्स और हंट की बात की जाए उनके पास 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, एसपी के पास यहाँ पे 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, तो अभी नंबर्स गेम का एडवांटेज है और रिवाइव भी यहाँ पे चल रहा है यहाँ की।
बिल्कुल एक 4v3 में कन्वर्ट होता हुआ सिनेरियो नजर आ सकता है, लेकिन रिवाइवल अगर मिलेगा तो मेरे ख्याल से पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पे ड्राइविंग सीट पे आ चुके हैं प्रेडेटर्स ऑन हंट। ऑलरेडी 13 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं। टीम वॉर को इन्होंने एलिमिनेट किया जिनके पास 15 फिनिशेस थे। अब मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपना जो विनर चिकन डिनर का एक परफेक्ट स्टोरी है वो ऑलरेडी लिख चुके हैं। क्या यहाँ पर कोई और टर्न आने वाला है, क्या कोई और ट्विस्ट आने वाला है, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली है। अगर हम बात करें स्नेक की, वो ऑलरेडी स्नेक यहाँ पर बन चुके हैं और थोड़ा आगे की तरफ जाएंगे। एक और अच्छी चीज जो हमें देखने को मिलती है कि टीम प्रेडेटर्स और हंट के जो एक खिलाड़ी हैं, आप देखिए साइबर, वो एक बहुत अच्छे हाइट के एडवांटेज पे, वहां से स्पॉटिंग इट माइट बी पॉसिबल थोड़ी इजी हो। एक 4v2 अभी के लिए प्रेडेटर्स आर रियली ऑन अ हंट।
मेरे ख्याल से यही कहते हैं कि जो नाम रखा है वो काम भी करा है। टाइगर को देखिए 7 फिनिशेस वो खिलाड़ी निकाल चुका है। साइबर के पास आपको 3 फिनिशेस देखने को मिल जाएंगे और नेड परेड के साथ टीम एसबीआई स्पोर्ट्स का खात्मा करने की कोशिश में टीम प्रेडेटर्स और हंट आपको देखने को मिल रही है। एंड लुक एट दैट, व्हाट
बात करी जाए लून वोल्फ, आपको देखने को मिलेंगे टीम ट्रोनर की स्क्वाड काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल में फंसती हुई। हेल गॉड आप देखें 5 फिनिशर्स उनके पास है। लॉस्ट बॉय अपनी एचपी फुल करेंगे, बट एक और प्लेयर है यश नॉक है। रिवाइवल की उनको इस वक्त सख्त जरूरत।
बिल्कुल, टीम ट्रॉनर्स जो है वो देखते हैं अब यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं। मेरे ख्याल से अभी के लिए एक प्लेयर उनका नॉकड आउट है जिनको रिवाइवल मिल चुका है। टीम एलगॉड की बात करें तो जरूर से उनके सामने एक बढ़िया चुनौती यहाँ पर पेश की जाएगी। पर अगर हम बात करें स्पेसिंग की, अगर हम बात करें अभी के लिए टैक्टिकल पोजिशनिंग की, तो मेरे ख्याल से टीम एलगॉड अभी के लिए काफी बेहतर पोजीशन में जरूर से नजर आ रहा है। एक बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड जाएगा और वहां पर एक खिलाड़ी जो कि स्नूप डॉग है उनको स्पॉट करके डाउन किया गया है। यही वो अब मौका है जब टीम हेल गॉड जो है वो थोड़ा सा चार्ज इन करने की कोशिश करेंगे। यहाँ पर एक और प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया। मुश्किल स्थिति में हमें देखने को मिल रहा है अभी के लिए टीम ट्रॉनर्स के खिलाड़ी, क्योंकि अब मात्र 2 ही प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। ब्रोकन वॉल का कवर जरूर से उनके पास रहने वाला एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा। लोन वुल्फ बीइंग द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, और अभी के लिए टीम हेल गॉड जो है वो गॉड मोड अपना ऑन कर चुके हैं। क्या लून वुल्फ को यहाँ पर स्पॉट करने में कामयाब रहेंगे, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहेगी। लेकिन 3 इजी फिनिशर्स उनके पास जरूर से जाने वाले हैं। लोन वुल्फ की अगर हम बात करें, जोन इनसे थोड़ा सा दूर जाता हुआ और अब इनको अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। जो इनके फुटस्टेप्स है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर सुनाई दे गए होंगे। एंड मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पर एक इजी फिनिश आएगा, एक और स्क्वाड वाइप टीम ट्रॉनर्स के रूप में।
जी बिल्कुल। तो देखे वो किस तरीके से सरवाइव कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने स्मोक डाला और वहीं पे वो जिंदा बैठे हुए। प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट अगर वो दूसरे पायदान तक भी अपनी टीम को लेके आते हैं तो 12 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनको मिलने वाले। बट लास्ट विश जिस तरीके से उन्होंने ये वाला मैच निकाला है, नो डाउट उनके पास फिनिशर्स आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेंगे, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर आपको यहाँ पे मिलता हुआ दिखाई देगा। उन्होंने एक प्लेयर छोड़ रखा है जो मुझे लगता है हील बैटल के लिए ऑलरेडी वो जा चुके हैं। बट एप्पल की बात करें, उनकी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम। और वर्सेस हैशटैग वर्सेस लास्ट विश वर्सेस आइनक्स की जो फाइट है वो हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाले। फ्लैश बर्स्ट, बट वो एंटीडोट जो वहां पे हील बैटल कर रहे थे वो प्ले जोन के बाहर यहाँ पे डाउन हो गए। एप्पल आखिरी प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। इसके बाद आखिरी सर्कल आने वाला है, बट नहीं, आइनक्स के प्लेयर इसी के साथ खत्म हो गए। मात्र 3 टीमें 5 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। मुझे लगता है एप्पल की जो पोजीशन थी वो भी यहाँ पे स्पॉटेड थी। और अब होने वाला है 2v2 का प्रॉपर फाइट। फायरफ्रॉस्ट उनके एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, एक ठिकाने पे अगर वो ग्रेनेड गिरा मुझे लगता है ये मॉली जरूर हिट होने वाले। प्रोटोटाइप, यस बिल्कुल, फायरफ्रॉस्ट वहां पे डाउन हो गए। एक और मॉली,
और यहाँ पर टीम बीस्ट जो है वो मुश्किल में आ जाएंगे। मुझे याद है मेजी कि आपने नेजा का जो नाम है उसको काफी प्यारा बताया था, और ये जो कर्स है वो मेरे ख्याल से अब यहाँ पर लग चुका है। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी 7 की बात करें तो उनके यहाँ पर इकलौते ये खिलाड़ी हैं जो बाकी के 2 खिलाड़ी उनके पास व्हीकल जरूर से रहने वाले हैं। बात करें टीम ट्रॉनर्स की, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जो है वो जरूर से यहाँ पर पुल ऑफ किया गया है। एंड कनेक्शन अभी के लिए बनाने में कामयाब नहीं होगा, लेकिन कुछ मोलोटॉव जो है वो भी आएंगे। 1v4 का सिनेरियो रहने वाला है। एक अर्ली पुश मेरे ख्याल से जितनी जल्दी दे वो बेहतर रहेगा। लेकिन टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी 7 की जो स्क्वाड है वो आ जाएगी यहाँ पे कवर फायर देने के लिए। एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया है। क्या रिवाइवल मिल पाएगा? मेरे ख्याल से इजी रिवाइवल जरूर से रहने वाला, लेकिन बढ़िया स्प्रे जाएगा वहां पे। AKM से डाउन करा है। एंड अब एक पुश आएगा टीम बीस्ट एकेडमी की साइड से।
टीम ट्रोनर्स बहुत बड़ी गलती उन्होंने कर दी। अगर उनको पता है कि ऊपर मात्र एक प्लेयर, उन्होंने वहां पे फुटस्टेप सुनी जरूर थी। नोआ भी इसी टीम से बहुत ज्यादा दूर गए थे। अब उनके लिए मुश्किलें हो सकती है क्योंकि वो वहां पे अकेले फंस जरूर गए। बट चलिए, कम से कम उन्होंने अपने आप को स्मोक के अंदर ढका है। बट सब
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angat Singh Chahal. I go by The Experiment, and with me, I have a gem of a person. However, he is a little bit mischievous at times. It is, of course, Floki. Floki, how are you doing today, buddy?
I am doing wonderful. You know, so just for some context, he told me that he's going to have a really special and really cool intro for me today. He actually looked up the meaning of my name, he figured it out, and he incorporated that into the intro.
I wouldn't say looked up as much
He
as
figured it
knowing
out.
already.
Yeah. Apologies. Like, yeah, he figured it out the day I met him, so kudos. I mean, Experiment. Yeah, you got that big brain of yours. It's not only good at aiming heads, it's also good at determining names and meanings behind them. But
There you go.
can you determine the randomness of today? Because yesterday, we just saw the aggression being ramped up, one after the other, after all those matches. Is
mean,
today going to be the same?
We were expecting kind of like a slow start, right? Because
Yeah.
not everyone is going to be accustomed to playing on such a big stage. But lo and behold, we were basically blown out the water because, well, we had back-to-back chicken dinners, just to refresh your memories out there. Aztec Esports coming in and just shredding their opponents to little bits. And of course, we had wonderful games to follow as well. However, today, it's going to be pretty much the same thing, but it's going to be new teams. But before that, let's of course have a massive shout out to iQOO, our sponsors, who made all of this possible. And I love the fact that, you know, we have such an opportunity for the underdogs to basically showcase their talent. But you know what? Let's hear from iQOO themselves.
Are you ready for this?
Well, I'm sure every single time, you know, you watch this video at home, especially for us as well, it just makes you want to grab one even more. And I'm already talking. I've already been kind of told off recently that you can't nick this phone, but you can get it really, really cheap. But again, you know, I mean, it's all about the processor, isn't it? I mean, when you have a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 at your fingertips, I mean, the adrenaline is just going to be coursing through your veins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is so fast. So if you ever had any problems whatsoever playing, you know, in the past, you got some jitters, you got some frame rate issues, you know, you got some frames dropped. Now that's going to happen with this one. So get yourself on. And guess what? If you're going to be competing at the highest level, you want to be professional, you don't want to be caught out with your pants down just because your phone can't keep up with the game. So get yourself an iQOO 7. It's gonna take care of all your needs, and guess what? It's got all these great features: a 66-watt flash charge, which means 22 minutes for a full charge, and an in-display monster touch. I mean, what else could you ask for?
No wonder they call it the flash charge, because just like Flash himself, it's like boom, in a blink of an eye, you have full battery. But again, you know, I love the fact that it's a lightweight phone as well, and you get all your gaming goodies performance from it. But of course, let's keep that aside for 1 second, because the focus is going to be on the underdogs, which again, you know, we did kind of mention that our country has so much of untapped potential that it's a privilege, you know, being part of this tournament to bring out the future gems of our country.
Absolutely, and you know what? Let's have a look at what's at the line, because I'm quite sure this is going to be life-changing money for a lot of these players involved over here. 1 crore rupees total. First place at 50 lakhs.
Life-changing is a bit of an understatement, because that is I haven't ever seen that much money at once in my life. I mean, that's a lot of zeros. Of course, we did think maybe it was a bit of a misprint, but no, it is 1 crore rupees. That is what these teams are going to be fighting for, and the first place is going to walk away with half of that, 50 big ones.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 50 lakh rupees, that's 12.5 per person if you get that first place finish. Guess what? There's even more rewards for those who perform out of their minds. You got 1 lakh rupees for the MVP, 50,000 for the Lone Ranger, 50,000 for the Rampage Streak, tons of other, great rewards for individual performances as well. So it's not just about the team, but also about the individual players. But let's put some context behind that and see how it's going to be played out as we see the points distribution table in front of our screens.
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Of course, the first placement points are going to be 15. As you go down, they are going to be gradually decreasing. Second place gets 12 points. Third place gets 10, and so on and so forth. Now, the tricky thing is, 13 to 16 position, no points. That means if you basically finish last, it's going to be a tremendous task trying to, make it up for in the next game, because you got to remember one thing: you only have 2 games to make it or break it.
Absolutely, and the pressure is going to be on, right? Because if you're not taking those risks like you were taking a couple of days earlier, like you were taking those group stages, then you are going to regret not doing that. I mean, it's better to play, in an overconfident manner than an underconfident manner, never just performing, because it's easier to correct for your mistakes when you know you've made a mistake and you're confident about them. But let's talk about the calendar here in front of a screen. So as you can see, well, Thursday, it's already past. It was 16th of December today. You're going to be having the second, we're going to be having the first round itself, but we're going to be having the other groups play out as well, 18th and 19th, and then of course a one-day break because these players need some rest as well before we move on to the action for round 2. It's going to span from 21st of December to the 24th, Tuesday to Friday.
The best thing is that, this tournament spans the entirety of a month. So basically, all you got to do at home is mark your calendars, make sure you are free on these dates, because, well, the action is going to continue every single day. And of course, when we move into the new year, we are going to have games from the 2nd of January all throughout the 5th. And, well, this is when it gets a bit dicey. This is when the pressure is really going to mount on your shoulders, because it is the quarterfinals. And of course, you know what happens after that. After the quarterfinals, we are going to be leading into the semi-finals. Again, a day's break. Like you said, you want to make sure that you are 100% when you get up and get going for the semis. 7, 8, 9, 10 are going to be the days when the semi-finals are going to take place. But of course, the creme de la creme, the finale, the end game is going to be on the 13th of January all throughout the 16th. That is when basically one team is going to be crowned champions of India.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And guess what? Because this is an open tournament, we could be seeing some new names here. We could be seeing some new names eliminate some old ones, make a name for themselves. Because, when a tournament is open, you never know what you're going to unearth. You never know who you're going to find, what sort of hidden gems are going to be uncovered. And I'm very excited to see what sort of players we find as a result of this tournament.
Just like I discovered a diamond in the rough recently, I'm of course talking about you, Hira Thakur himself, we are going to find a few more diamonds in the rough this time. I mean, I've already got a few names at the tip of my tongue. I mean, Sid yesterday from Evil X, boy, what a player. But of course, before we get into the players and their accolades, let's have a look at the format. Now, we did mention that the in-game qualifiers had 1,024 teams qualify for these rounds, out of which 64 teams are going to go forth to the quarterfinals, and from there it's only going to get smaller and smaller. 24 teams are going to go to the semi-finals, 16 teams are going to go to the finals, and of course, only one champion is going to be crowned.
Absolutely, and it's a long, arduous, stressful road with so many rounds, with so many teams, with so much homework that it's not going to be easy for any of these teams to get here. But if you do manage to make it to the grand finals, well, there's moolah waiting for you there, baby. You've got, some worth for your money of all the hard work and sweat you've put in ever since the start of this tournament, over a month long. It's going to finally pay off. But if you do not take those risks, you will not see any of it. So today is the day to take those risks.
Just to add to your point, I kind of believe, or, it's just in my mind maybe, that even if you don't make it to the finals, you are going to be winning something. You've won a lot of exposure. You've won a lot of, basically playing at this massive stage. It can be a bit nerve-wracking. So, once you overcome that, once you overcome your nerves, it is going to be a win in my book. But of course, once you reach the grand finals, every single place pretty much has some money to walk away with. But let's have a look at how these points are going to be distributed. Of course, we have the schedule on display right now. All maps are going to be Erangel, the fan favorite, and I think that is pretty fair.
Yep, absolutely a map that everyone's going to be familiar with, everyone has played a ton of, and therefore a map where everyone can have a lot of different strats, up and going. This makes it very, very interesting, of course. If it was something like Miramar, maybe we wouldn't see as many players come up with as many interesting strats, but because Erangel is the first map that you always get when you download the game, everyone has played it, everyone knows it. There's just, so much information on this map that the meta has evolved over time, and we might just see the complete opposite happening by the final day on Erangel. compared to what we're seeing today.
We could indeed. And I also like the fact that, since all the teams are going to have to play 2 matches back to back, and well, like I said, that's the only chance they can make it or break it. I guess it's a fair option to give them Erangel once again, because if you make a few mistakes, you can always try and rectify them in the next game. I mean, well, that's easier said than done, but we did see some major hiccups yesterday. Now, let's just travel back in the past for a second. I just want to remind you of a couple of things. Now, we expected chaos yesterday, but we were kind of surprised that, majority of these teams, they were well-knitted units. I mean, they played wonderful. They had the communication amongst them. And of course, talking of communication, when you have those devices which just seamlessly work with one another, of course, I'm talking about the iQOO 7 Legend, it is going to be all that more easier. But of course, let's have a look at that beautiful promo once again. Did you get it?
I'm trying to.
Did you get it?
There it is. It's beautiful.
I bet it's going to be a wonderful... there you go. I've never looked better. Of course, that is that wonderful camera that we just saw on our screens with that ultra-stable mode. But of course, I think we've had enough of the phone right now. Of course, we can keep going on and on about this. But I've got one question to ask the fellow sitting right next to me. When you have a monster inside, are you going to unleash it?
Well, if I am going to unleash it, what better place to do it than here in the open qualifiers themselves? And yeah, I'm hoping that these guys also unleash the monster inside, because yesterday, like we talked about, we saw a couple of teams hesitate at first and then come back in that second round, feeling themselves being like, you know what, guys, last chance. If we're not going to play now, what have we played up until this point for? What's all that hard work for?
See, I think one of the best things about the game is that a majority of the players that are playing, they've been playing together for quite some time.
Yeah.
So, the synergy should be there. The communication is obviously there as it is on display on our screens. But again, it's just those nerves that, kind of hinder the gameplay at times. And of course, we have the guru with us in the studio ourselves. I mean, you're the mentality coach. We've already established that, right? Did you get a few phones from a few coaches? I'm pretty sure you did.
I wish I did, but not really, because to be perfectly honest, I could use some of my own mental advice. Sometimes I tend to get too angry, so I'm the kind of guy who would just
Rein it in.
Yeah, I would rather just keep my mic off and let my teammates continue doing their thing. Just let them not just don't throw them off their game. But yep, that's also another thing, right? Sometimes when people tend to get a little bit angry or a little bit frustrated with their own game, it spills out.
It happens. Players are ready for the action that is going to be ensuring soon enough, and well, it is going to be kicking off sooner or later. Now, before that, I love doing this. I love putting my co-casters on the spot. Now, the best thing is we don't have much idea about the teams that are going to be participating right now. Of course, we went over the list, and you are going to recognize a few names here and there. But again, how do you think the first game is going to pan out? Because keep in mind, they've definitely done their homework. They've seen what happened yesterday. Do you think it's going to be all-out aggression at the beginning, or are they going to take it nice and easy?
If I'm going to summarize it, and I'm just going to say this, I think things are going to be kicked up a notch. There's going to be a lot fewer mistakes made today compared to yesterday, because, they've got all that material to work with and see, what sort of mistakes are being made commonly. So I believe we're going to see a lot more sensible decisions, and all the common mistakes are going to be out of factory. And now this is where you really start filtering through these teams, sieving through them and seeing which ones are actually, worth the money here, because, yeah, you can look at that, Outriders, Rising, Elegant, I'm sorry if I pushed the Outsiders.
That's a nice name, though.
Yep.
They're Outsiders.
Rising.
And of course, they are rising, but they do it in elegant style. I mean, that basically just says it all. But of course, enough of our casters, because, well, the plane is going to be taken to the skies and the game is about to begin. So without much further ado, let's jump straight into it.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the flight path and see how it's going to be bisecting the map, if at all, if it's just going to be sticking to the edges. And, well, it's okay. It's a diagonal flight path. It's going to be starting off of Stolber and ending towards Quad here. So for the first time in a long time, we could potentially see the side of Sosnovka military base being completely ignored. Farm and Milta Power also just way too away. But Pachinki, Ruins, and George Ball, there's going to be some action there.
I'm pretty sure there's someone like me in that lobby right now. It doesn't matter where Sosnovka military base is. They are definitely going to get a few vehicles and are going to be skedaddling to their favorite positions. Now, of course, the plane is reaching the end of its flight path, and by the look of things, most of the teams have already jumped out. Now, what is going to be of concern is have a look at the amount of teams near Yasnaya or just south of it. That means, well, we are going to have those early clashes, and we might just have some vehicular manslaughter as well, because I do believe a few of these teams are going to try and drive off to distant locations, but they are going to be having enemies nearby.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can see, the western quadrant of the map is extremely populated, and guess what? That's where the circle's going to be as well. Okay, actually covering a little bit of that Sosnovka military base, so now there is actual incentive for teams to go and rotate there, just not to loot, but also the circle could potentially, if they are lucky, just farm over there the second time around. But yep, George Paul's going to be seeing some actions. Also, lots of early rotations there, so you just grab whatever you can quickly and get the hell out. Get away from Dodge, but right away we have a knock by Contra Nick OP as he finds one over there, and I believe over here Punjab Tigers is just going around the map, getting themselves some loot. There's a nice car waiting for them that should be able to take them away to a better location.
Looks like Team GT is already going up against Team Aura because, well, they have kind of lost, not lost a member, they've been knocked out a piece over here. Of course, we are going to be switching to that action soon enough. There we have it. One of their members is going to be lying on his bloody knees. Nick, the one who got the first knock, goes down as well, as Team Aura are now going to be pushing in, hungry to get those finishes. Now, for Team GT, they still have a few options as they are coming in. However, they don't have the weapons. We are working with pistols and shotguns, and talking about shotguns, AJ is going to put a few pellets right in Hatiara's face.
Absolutely, lots of knocks being exchanged back and forth over here, and Team Aura looking to get their members back up on their feet, trying to rest them, trying to make sure that they don't have too many unnecessary losses. Will be successful in doing so, and also a couple of finishes secured here, so some points for them early on, and some control being established over this general area as well is going to allow them to make these rotations out of this area a lot safer. But it does not seem like those conversions are coming in just yet. He is still crawling away, on his knees. Team GT's players, I believe it's Aman. Oh, no, it's not Aman. It's actually Yashu's in a bit of trouble over here. So he's going to try to crawl away, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away. There's no one nearby. There's nothing to go for. He is done and dusted.
Well, the fact that his teammates are miles away, Yash is going to finally succumb to his injuries. There you have it, and Dana is going to capitalize on that finish. And it looks like there's a lot of action breaking out elsewhere because, well, on our maps, looks like Mansion is going to be lighting up, as we do have a couple of teams locking horns in that location. And talking about those teams, we do have the Liquidator Commandos, who are going to be trying and liquidating the enemies. Well, time is going to tell us whether that is going to be true, but look at Hatiara. I mean, he is adamant. Now, his teammate is nowhere inside, but he is still going to crawl away as far as he can, and finally, the green plume of smoke is going to signify that his time has come to an end.
Absolutely. Hatiara wasn't long for this world, didn't get anything, came into this world with nothing, left the world with nothing as well. But Team Aura over here, getting off to a decent start, are going to have some good loot to work with. Good control over the gas station area in general, as well as we see Dana trying to make his way over there and just put his foot down and control this part of the map, just get himself some more real estate, himself for slightly more loot. But elsewhere on the map, you're going to be having a look at Team Mayavi, who are having the time of their life, a building each to their name, whatever's inside is all yours. Great start for them.
I mean, talk about going back to school. They have everything under their control. But if I quickly have a look at all the teams on the right side of your screens, well, we did see Team GT got the brunt of the attack right off the bat, and well, they have lost 3 members already. But of course, we did have a few more fights breaking out between the Punjab Tigers, the Liquidator Commandos, and Unity Gaming. Now, talking of Unity Gaming, don't seem to united right now as they've already lost 2 members, but we are going to focus and see what's going to happen next. Now, we do have Team Rippers. They have got off on a good start, although they did get 1 finish if I'm not wrong. But Unity Legends, they are going to be in a bit of a pickle right now, as Legend himself is going to make sure he's not giving any sound cue. He does have that Uzi ready in case he needs to use it in close quarter combat. However, when you have 3 or 4 enemies rushing at you, it could be quite a daunting task.
Yeah, he's prepping up some So yeah, I think he's tracking them down and waiting for them to just walk into the trap, maybe at least take down a couple with him, secure a couple of points for himself. But there is one member who's still alive that isn't Legend, so they will try to stand tall and maybe get some placement points for themselves. But you can see they're not gonna let this guy get away. They know that Legend's over here, and Rippers, well, they're gonna rip him apart. Can he actually find some kills though before he goes out? Those nades starting to be started to being tossed into the window over here. He's in a bit of a pickle, but he's still standing strong. He's healing back up and buying a lot of time.
A self-flash over there. Imagine had that been a grenade. That would have been devastating for Team Rippers. Unfortunately, that is not the case. But elsewhere, on the other side, we have another fight breaking out, this time between Skull Crusher and Predator X. Now, on paper, it does look like Skull Crusher have a little bit of an advantage, especially the way they are pinned out. But right now, we're going to go back to the other fight as Legend is finally put out of his misery.
Oh yeah, there you go. But his team is still going to be standing strong, courtesy of one of their members still living alive. So, I think they're going to know that fact over here, Team Rippers. Probably not going to be hunting for him as much, but just knowing that, having that piece of information could come in handy when they're in the late game and can't find that one sneaky devil who's been eluding them all game.
Keep an eye on Skull, Vedant, and Gotham. Now, have a look at them. The way they are positioned, they are going to be higher up. They are going to be able to see the enemy before they can even react. Now, they are going to make sure that the flanks are secure at either end for their teammates who are unfortunately trapped in the buildings up ahead. Now, someone or the other is going to have to make a move, because if Predator comes left or right, Vedant and his teammate could be in a good position to lay down some lead in their direction. But it does kind of look like Predator X, they're taking it nice and easy. They're not going to extend a bit too much, but looks like Agori is going to try and get away in his vehicle, which he does, and a little bit of a gunfight is going to ensue, but neither side is going to lose any member just yet.
Yeah, Cartel dropping fairly low there, but still standing strong, can heal himself back up, but this is starting to become too long of a fight. Now you start opening yourself up to third-party potential. You kind of either want to take it or get the hell out of dodge, because you're going to attract unnecessary attention over here. Let's see what happens. I mean, the onus is really on Team Skull Crushers here. They've got the decision to make. They've got a Jeep right next to them. Do they take this fight or do they leave? I think they're waiting for Hyvan to find some sort of opening. Maybe if he's able to get one knockdown, they can get the conversion and potentially a better position. But yeah, you can see they're starting to attract attention as there are a couple of teams near shelter.
Well, they are going to be hearing all that commotion, and of course their ears are going to be perking up just a little bit. Have a look at the map. Half the teams are still outside, with a few of them taking damage from the blue. I was, of course, talking about Northern Georgia, Paul, but I'm sure sooner or later they are going to be coming in the circle. Looks like we are going to have a little bit of a firefight breaking out. Cartel once again at the receiving end of things. However, he is not the one who's going to be murdered this time, because he's still up and kicking, and looks like GB did get a few shots in, as Sexy is trying to get a few shots at the enemy as well. But I do believe Skull Crushers are making the right decision to back off a little bit, because again, at this stage, first circle, I'm wondering about the ammunition and utilities on hand.
I mean, they have to take this fight now. It's been way too expensive for them. They need to try and make up for it. In fact, they've even lost a member, right? Cartel has gone down, so at this point, if they don't find themselves something else to work with, they're going to be running low on heals, running low on smokes, utilities, grenades. They're not going to be in a good spot for that mid to late game. Now, the aggression that is long overdue, because they're smack dab in the center of the circle as of now. When it closes in next, it could be a world of trouble for them as more teams converge in their general direction. But elsewhere on the map, it seems that Team Outsiders Rising Elegant, that's quite a mouthful, trying to just take a fight over here of sorts, or are they? Well, it seems like they're just looking for vehicles to get the hell out of dodge, and they found a Jeep, so can make it out of here if they want, but no reason to move out if they're already in the circle.
They're in a good position. Dead smack center. They have the shelter. They have all the tunnels down below with all that delicious loot for them to grab. So, they are going to be well kitted as they get into future engagements. Now, of course, as all the teams are going to be coming in, you have popular places. A lot of traffic is going to be coming down their way. So they could be in a good position to let up a few kills. But looks like it is going to be Team Mayavi who are taking the fight to in your death. Now, Knuckle is going up against the enemies. He does get one knock. Unfortunately, that grenade is going to go boom at his face, and well, he is going to be knocked out for his 6th, but looks like we do have some retaliation coming in. Admino is trying to make a little bit of an entrance. Have a look at how TM are trying to engulf the enemy like an amoeba, trying to basically suffocate them, as Admino is going to make another move. However, I do believe they realize it's a bit too little, too late, and they're going to be backing off, losing one member.
Yeah, they've call for the sack at this point. There's no point trying to save someone who's already on his knees. You don't have any good positions. You're not circling around the house. Just tuck tail and run, you know, live to fight another day. Maybe, just maybe there's enough action going around that you having a 3-man roster is not going to be that much of a problem come mid-game. But it doesn't seem like In Your Death are done yet. They have attracted a fair amount of attention. In fact, there's Liquidator Commandos right near the corner. So if they are a little bit... I mean, if they are not diligent with where they put their foot down, well, they could be in a world of trouble. But it seems that for the time being, they are just not moving out here. Even they don't see any incentive to rotate. They're like, you know what, we've got control of these compounds, we've pushed away a team, we've gotten a knock, we've gotten a finish. It's absolutely worth it for us to stay here at this point.
You know, at this stage, I guess you do have a couple of things that do work, right? A few teams would want to go towards the center of the circle.
Yep.
But looks like Team Mayavi are going to opt for staying at the periphery, and you can't really blame them. Like I said yesterday, you know, you want to make sure that you have a back against your back against the wall, and basically you're just going to be focusing in one direction. However, sooner or later, somebody's going to be creeping in from the northwest, and they could spell trouble for their team. And of course, right now on our screens, we have Atom Esports, who are making a slightly late rotation. However, if you compare them to the others that are still out in the blue, they're definitely on the right course as of now.
Absolutely, and I mean, late rotations are sometimes can actually end up working out really, really well for you, because as teams get closer to the circle, they try to move more and more inwards, leaving some of those periphery places open, leaving those compounds open. And well, if you get lucky with the next circle and it goes for a hard shift towards another direction, well, I mean, you just got yourself a free piece of real estate, and all of a sudden you can gatekeep all these other teams coming in.
You know, you just said the word luck. Now, we know there's a massive RNG factor in this game. Of course, while I say that, have a look at the circle. Which way is it going to be going? Is it going to throw a massive curveball, or is everyone going to be happy with their position? Well, it is a massive curveball, as we are going to be moving further down south. Wow. We do have some water to play around it as well, but just a little bit of the bridge in play as well. Of course, that bridge is completely going to be in control of Team ORA or Team Aura, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But it looks like Atom Esports are in a head-on collision with them right about now.
Yeah, and at the center of the circle is this airdrop, right? So you are going to see this. You're going to probably try and
no man's land.
Yeah, it's literally in the middle of nowhere. But there is one good thing. You could potentially rotate over to multi-power, which for some reason has been completely empty. No team has been there just yet. So that's free real estate if you want to grab it up. Also, the teams who went to Sosnovka early on, deviated from the flight path. This is that risk paying off at this point, because they got those early rotations from the bridge. They're on the main island now, and they're just teetering at the edge of the bridge, where if, once again, like I said earlier, if they get a little bit lucky, even if the circle isn't over them, if it's just nearby, the rotations are going to be easier. They're going to gatekeep everyone else. They're going to third party. They're going to have all these options available. But now, it seems that Punjab Tigers are going up against Team Aura. Now, it's a 4v3 scenario. Clearly, the numbers favor Team Aura, but maybe if they find the first knock, things can get interesting. Like, we'll find the first knock, but can fall up. No, it is going to be a trade back, and Punjab Tigers now slowly but surely. They're firing back. They're trying to fight this, but he's still standing strong. Brings out the Uzi, pops him down on the ground, and now 3 players being knocked down from Team Aura. Only one standing strong. Punjab Tigers, they somehow managed to make this work for them despite being in a 3v4. What an amazing display of skill. But guess what? There's another team right around the corner, prowling, waiting for a mistake, and that is Team GT. They need to quickly finish this little skirmish that they have and move on with their lives. In Punjab Tiger, he's trying to do that same thing, but no, he's actually so low on HP, he can't heal up. It's going to be a good peek with the Uzi. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Somehow, I mean, Punjab Tigers, despite them getting all the knocks, are unable to finish the job. The 1v1s not being won in the end. Team Aura will live to fight another day, but with only 3 of the members standing up as they lost one. Elsewhere on the map, though, it seems that for now, Swordsmen are going to be going up against Skull Crushers.
Well, I mean, the last fight was a bit drastic. Of course, the Punjab Tigers, they almost got the job done. However, they fell a bit too short now. Skull Crushers are going to find themselves in a predicament again. Like you mentioned, the Swordsmen, they already have the house on lockdown, which is going to be a bit tricky for Skull Crushers to come in, especially since one of their members are already down on their knees. Now, they have been taking a few fights here, Hira, but they really haven't capitalized on it. I mean, they've taken a few hits, but they've backed off. I think they need to show a bit more aggression and, retaliate in kind if they want to make a few points in this game. However, for now, Vedant is trying to envision whether or not he can go for the revive. Looks like he does have a little bit of an opening. Maybe a couple of smoke grenades to conceal his movement might be the call, but I do believe he's going to be left for dead. And now they are reduced to a two-man squad. Vedant and Agori are going to be carrying the torch forward for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not worth it for them to take the fight at all. You know, it's always a very snap decision. If you don't fight right away when the knock comes,
the cops are here.
You just can't do much. But yeah, the cops are here. And the cops are on the side of Team Outsiders Rising Elegant. Let's see if they really are as elegant as their name sounds to be. But for the time being, it doesn't seem like they are too inclined on taking the fight either. The blue closing in on them and another team to worry about. So rotation out of this place is not going to be easy. They're going to have to take a fight, but they're going to see a nice little package dropped over by iQOO. Check it out, see what's in there, get themselves whatever's in there, and then get the hell out of Dodge. But they're not going to be able to go out without a fight over here. I mean, they're pretty much going to have to throw fists in the air at this point.
Well, I saw something that made me a little happy. I did see a Car 98 go off in the distance, and I do believe somebody's head was popped clean off their shoulders. I'm sure that's going to come up in the replay sooner or later, but I do believe it's in your death who are going to be at the receiving end of that bolt action. Now, we are going to be focusing back on Milta. I love the fact that the zone has taken another draw stick shift. We are further down south as shots are going to be rattled off as a lot of vehicles are moving in and out. Now, it does look like Team Mayavi do have a little bit of a... Whoa, I thought he almost got knocked out, but it looks like they are going to make it in and now. Swordsmen are going to be at the receiving end with Vegeta on his bloodied knees now. He did not have enough time to go Super Saiyan. Let's see if his teammates are going to be backing him up over there, which they are. It's going to be a little chaotic as we are going to be switching from POE to POE. Looks like Admino does have a grenade going off in front of him. He misses that, but Bandit is going to be breathing his last as he's finally finished in a flurry, which means now Team Mayavi have two finishes to the name, and well, they are still holding on to their berth.
Yeah, they are in a 2vx scenario. They're trying to make the most of it, but I think they are going to be aware that there are going to be players converging on their position soon enough. And Team Mayavi, I mean, they're making the right calls at this point. As we can see, there is the replay, the chase that we missed earlier on. A couple of drive-bys coming in from the side of Team Outsiders Rising Elegant as they found those couple of finishes here. But yeah, speaking of Team Mayavi, I mean, they got really, really lucky. There was no one around them to sort of capitalize on all the noise that they were making. So they are going to be safe for a little while longer. Inside the circle, that too. For a two-man squad, that is a blessing and a half. If they had to rotate, they would be completely screwed.
If we could just have the map on our screens right now, there's something interesting that I have noticed, and I'm sure all of you at home are going to see this as well, because, well, the Skull Crushers are going to be eliminated while there are still gunfights taking place. Have a look at that. Venom OP in the water down south. That's like their investment. They're going to make sure that, if all goes pretty much fans up, that is their guy who is going to take them to glory. But let's see if that is going to be the case, because if the zone moves further inland, well, that little tactic goes out the window. But right now we are going to be focusing back on Team Rippers as they are taking a fight against Ryzen Esports.
Oh yeah, Team Rippers going up against Rising Esports, both just trying to get some real estate for themselves. But you have to remember, there isn't a lot of it because a lot of the circle is covering the water. And the only one who's smart enough and who's adapted to the circumstances is Venom OP.
I would love to see Venom OP's POV right now, because I want to see what's going on in his mind. Is he just chilling behind a boat? Because obviously he's not going to be sending in one lest he gets spotted from distance. I'm pretty sure there's a boat lined up in front of him, or not, or maybe he's just floating on his back.
Yeah,
it is a nice sunny day to be out in the waters.
Absolutely, just backstroking, having a little bit of fun before well, the circle inevitably shifts, and it does shift. So it shifts towards a tiny piece of real estate up towards the northeast instead. And once again, we're going to see a bit of a stalemate coming out here from the side of Ryzen Esports, going up against Team Rippers, I believe. No real incentive for either of them to make any moves, and both with the members down and out, they're not going to try to take those fights. But there's Venom. There's the POE of this man, just having a good time, I mean, he has had enough of the fighting and all of the bloodshed and all the war, just too much trauma. Now he just wants to relax on the sunny beaches and go for this.
It's kind of odd because you wouldn't expect to find a pacifist at this stage of the tournament, but looks like we do have one. But looks like Ryzen Esports are going to be opening up on Team Rippers. Now, Team Rippers are going to try and go for that little ridge, trying to make sure that, again, they have water on one side and the enemies on the other. Now, that is not a bad choice, especially since the circle has kind of shifted a bit to the west. And, this could be troublesome. Ryzen does spot the enemy. However, he doesn't have a clear shot, and now he's got to be careful, because if he exposes his head for a second, he could be taken out. Keep in mind, there are still 13 teams in this game, 37 players around, and everyone is hiding in a nook and cranny in or around Milta.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone is just, picking a side and staying close to it. But in the meantime, you look over elsewhere on the map, is a trifecta of teams going, at each other's throats over here. It's towards the northern, or rather the southern edge of Milta, and at the northern edge of the current circle, with the blue starting to close in just a little bit. Things are about to get hot and heavy. 33 players somehow alive with 12 teams still in play. This is going to be one chaotic lane game, with the fifth circle about to start closing in soon enough. And you can see Team Swag, they've got, at this point, if you've got a compound, you're just pretty much going to hold on to it and not let it go. But this could also be undoing, because lots of teams are going to start lobbing in those grenades. They're going to start trying to claim the piece of real estate for their own. Arash, this is a very, very sneaky play. This could be a big payoff for him, just getting the third party on all of this action.
Like a predator hunched down in the tall grass, he is creeping slowly towards an enemy, but it's going to be Avon from In Your Death who's going to be racking up the finishes, as Outsider are going to be eliminated from this game. And looks like in a blink of an eye, a couple of teams are going to bid us adieu, as we are down to 10 teams. And now Avon is still not letting up. He is relentless with that UMP at range. Quite an interesting choice. However, a little bit of damage is going to be done on the enemies as he does scope out, trying to look for more fish in the sea.
This has to be the most ridiculous combination I've seen. An SMG with a high zoom scope. I mean, that's ambitious. But yesterday I did see someone with the Bison get a knock hit like a long distance with a scope. So hey, I mean, fire away. If they hit, they hit.
I mean, there is a little bit of a damage drop-off, but if you are going to be pummeled with bullets in your head, chances are you are going to be taken down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you hit those headshots, then it doesn't matter what weapon you have. You're going to knock him out. But oh my god, those two explosions just rocking SK's ears, as he's going to get tinnitus after that. Another turbo, but the tractor covers some of it, making sure that he's still alive. Yeah, still standing strong. This man just might be made of iron over here, but Aura are not going to let him stay alive much longer here. The grenade being lobbed in another direction. Explodes a bit too early, doesn't really find its mark, but they've knocked down SK, and that's what they were looking for. Lots of four-man squads, still alive 22 minutes in the game, not something you would expect to see, but slowly but surely those numbers are dwindling and being chipped away at, and man, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to keep up with all of this action.
Well, SK is down on his bloody knees now. Weepy and Sexy are going to have to make a move. The revive is not, of course, going to come in. They are going to have to brave the open terrain as they move to the circle. Chances are the good get taken down elsewhere. Team Aura are going to find a little bit of a spot out at the beach. They do have that little ridge for cover, and of course that Waco could be a makeshift fortification as well. Elsewhere, Killua is going to be relentless with his sprays as he is going to target an enemy, but looks like A1 with that amazing combination, the UMP and the 4x, does spot some movement in the distance. Looks like he knows Weepy is bleeding behind that tree. He is going to be hungry for that finish, trying to make sure his team secures another point, but now it is going to be chaos. All hell is going to let loose, because looks like it's going to be point blank execution as Sexy gets down on the ground, hits the deck, and gets a couple of finishes for his team.
My goodness, great stuff coming out by Predator X here. They actually managed to eliminate Team Aura. Team Aura completely out of the fight. There are 3 players standing strong, and they all got eliminated in the blink of an eye. Predator still somehow keeping themselves in this game with just one member standing strong. How is this possible? I mean, the other one is knocked down on his knees, probably going to be finished off soon enough. And the other one's just like, you know what, hey, I'm going to let you die. I'm just going to try to get as many points for my team as I can. That's the better call to make. And now it's going to be down to Team In Your Death to try and make something happen. With just 2 players alive, though, like the name suggests, death might just be what awaits them at this point. But okay, I mean, it seems that one of their players is on a rampage. So just maybe before he goes down, he's going to take a lot of other people down with him, as Avon OP finds a bunch of these finishes.
I like how Avon has been so careful. Now, you remember that that his teammate was knocked outside the building, but he's going to make sure he comes up to the first floor so that nothing is going to come in the way of that revive. A stray grenade, a stray bullet is not going to be putting them out of this game just yet. So we did think that, In Your Death are out, but looks like they are a 4-man squad once again. And have a look at the finishes. I mean, I guess they really are a part of a lot of people's death. It is in their names, and well, they are showcasing that just about now. But question is, can they make it to the next circle? Because they are going to have to traverse along that open street, and that is where Atom Esports could lay down a few shots in their backs.
Yes, still somehow lots of compounds in play over here, so we're going to be seeing a lot of close-range action now. Ryzen Phoenix, he's going to try and make his move. Now, have to remember, if you've got a 4-man roster at this point, you're just kind of looking to strong-arm any team that is showing any signs of weakness whatsoever. But you take one false misstep and you could be in a world of trouble. In Your Death, just lobbing grenades left, right, and center, really, really looking for that finish. And over here, Slamshot single-handedly keeping the dream alive for Team Swag. as he's trying to just prone and not get discovered. Elsewhere, Atom ES also looking to make some work happen. Also the only other roster in this situation who still have 4 players up and running.
Well, Slam Jord is in the corner. Let's see if he does unleash his inner Jord and actually, do something over here, because it does look a bit dicey, especially since he doesn't have any healings on him. Now, you do need to patch yourself up, and, every single point of HP definitely matters, as Void, with that DP28, is trying to scout the distance, basically trying to find any pixel of movement before he unleashes hell on his opponents elsewhere. Ryzen Esports are going to be moving in as well. They do have a good position. They've got to be careful because it does look like Team GT, although they survived just by one man, he could be in a position to potentially spoil their game. But for now, Ryzen Scotch does have that Molotov in his hand. He's got to be careful because if he misthrows it, he could be burnt to a crisp.
Absolutely. Death by Seppuku, not the best sorts of deaths that are out there. You do prevent the enemy team from, getting a couple of points, but that's not really the way you want to go down. The embarrassment alone is just not worth it. Ryzen Esports, though, I mean, they are they are trying to give it a fair amount of cover. They spot out the final cycle from Predator, but a sick shot by Sexy. He's actually took down Killua and make him and hurt Phoenix. He's trying to just take that fight, but he's not going to be able to. He needs to go for the rest onto Killua and just make sure that he does not get pushed. He's going to buy Sexy some time to try and heal back up, but doesn't look like that's going to be happening. He's going to bite the dust, but man, did he just not go down without a fight. GT.
Well, it does look like GD. We did kind of mention that he's not going to be quiet even though he's the last man standing, but now he's going to come under fire. He did give his position away, and Ryzen Esports are going to be hell-bent on making sure they get another finish to their name. Elsewhere, looks like In Your Death are still racking up the finishes, 11 to be precise, and they are still hungry for more. Now, they are going to be deploying some smoke grenades because remember, they do have to cross that road, and well, you don't want to be caught out in the open with your pants down, as you like saying. Ryzen Esports do have a good position as well. Remember, barring Team GT, we have 3 squads with all 4 members alive, and well, this is going to be an amazing finale. Atom Esports right in the grill of Void Esports. Now, of course, he did kind of throw that Molotov. Unfortunately, the weapon was not the right one. A gun would have done a bit more damage, and now the reciprocation is going to come in, and grenades are going to be flying in his direction. Finally, that AKM is going to be rattling off a few shots. However, none of them connect.
Absolutely, and now it's only the teams with those players still up and running. Atomius have lost 1, Ryzen are probably going to lose another as well. In Your Death, though, these guys have just been stellar on point. At this point, the only mistake they could make is being too aggressive without the right utility or getting too greedy for life. Oh boy, here is his boomstick, or rather his LMG. Well, that's the recap of Omaha Beach, if you didn't catch that.
That's what you call good anticipation. They knew that this smoked out the windows means that they are going to be coming through at some point or the other. And now we have the MG3 in play as well, as Phoenix is going to shred his enemies to bits. And now Scott does have an idea of In Your Death. They are going to be survived by just one man. Well, Void is going to be the last talisman for this team. If he goes down with that, the top fraggers are going to go down as well. But we are down to the final 3 teams as Phoenix does have to reload that weapon. Yes, it does have a high rate of fire. However, you do need to feed it with a lot of bullets.
Absolutely, and in that they're actually losing members left, right. Instead of just one person standing strong after all those finishes, they don't want to lose out on all these placement points. Third place finish would be heartbreaking for them. And Ryzen Esports, well, they're going in for the kill. They see Atomius around, and they're going to be able to find all of those points, get that first place finish, get those extra 3 points. A little bit heartbreaking here for the other side. I mean, In
Your Death, I mean, they were huge, but again, did you notice one thing? Ryzen Esports, they were pretty quiet throughout the game. They made sure they had the best position in Milta. I mean, their rotations were on point. Got to give them credit for that. But of course, In Your Death, racking up so many finishes, falling just a little bit short, it is going to hurt a lot of viewers out there. But wonderful job over here. Winner chicken dinner, Ryzen Esports.
Absolutely. Great stuff by Ryzen Esports once again. And the cool thing about them is that they weren't needlessly aggressive, right? You look over to the other team, you look at what they were doing. It just seems that In Your Death, they just wanted those frags, they were hungry for it, and every opportunity that they got, they took without really considering the consequences of it. And towards the late game, that is exactly the kind of thing that gets you punished.
Well, it just goes to show that they are confident with their gunplay. Of course, you might have missed some of the action, but have no fear because we got you covered right there, as we do have the highlights coming up. Now, interestingly, you don't really see a lot of shotgun use unless it's up close and personal. But before that, the first knock came via a pistol. When was the last time you saw somebody getting shot at with a pistol in Battlegrounds Mobile?
Not,
India.
yeah, not at all. Actually, I've never seen.
Have
that
you
happen
ever used the
before.
pistol in game yourself?
Nope, no, I just ignore that completely. You know, it sits in my inventory. It does absolutely nothing. Even when I have, even when I have no other option but to pull out my sidearm, I'd just rather reload and die. I just don't like using those pistols. Just basically too accurate, and yeah, I would just much rather pick up an Uzi and spray people down. But I have to say, yeah, like I was talking about earlier, the difference between how these teams utilize aggression is what separates the wheat from the chaff at this point. Rise and Esports, yes, they were aggressive, but only when they needed to be. For them, aggression was sort of a last resort. For the side of In Your Death, it was a tool. So you can see the difference in philosophy is already starting to prop up from these teams, and I imagine this is something that they're all going to be keeping in mind going into the next game. And Rise and Esports, if they continue playing like this, I have a strong feeling that these guys are going to be very, very good contenders, because you can get baited into taking these sorts of aggressive fights, right? It's the early rounds, you're playing against teams that aren't really experienced. You take all of these fights, you have a false sense of security, and then you get pummeled when you're against the good ones.
Well, we just saw the replay of Venom OP finally coming to their injury. Now, they did have a good game plan, making sure that one of their members is going to be out at sea. However, it did not work out for them in the end. Now, again, have a look at this. The way Ryzen Esports is at one end of Milta, making sure that it is their territory. They're letting everybody else do all the fighting. What they're going to do is come in at the end and mop up all the pieces. But I gotta give credit where credit is due. Sexy with that little reaction.
Oh yeah.
Knock on the opponents was just sublime.
Absolutely. I mean, in such a situation, still managing to get like one knock is absolutely insane. Of course, sort of was caught between a rock and a hard place after that. But just goes to show that this man, he does not panic. He assesses situations and he makes the most of the opportunities he's been given. Although at the end, In Your Death, all the aggression that they were, just starting and going about and getting all those finishes for themselves didn't really pan out as well.
Well, I mean, you say that, but if they do still finish second or third, they do get the placement points.
Yeah.
But then you also got to add the finish points. I mean, I'm pretty sure they are going to be finishing higher than Rise and Esports. I mean, of course, our maths isn't that good. So all of you watching at home might have already done all the calculations. But again, you got to have those high fragging games. And, well, they definitely wowed us. I do believe they did end their first skirmish with 12 finishes.
Did they? I think it was more than 12.
Well, there you have it. If it's more than 12, then all the better for them. But let's forget all the speculation. Let's have a look at how the teams exactly did, because we do have the points on our screens right about now.
There you go.
Oh, they did cling on to their position. Ryzen with the chicken dinner are going to finish in the first spot. 11 finish points for them as well. That means they are going to amass a total of 26 points. In Your Death coming in second, just 3 points behind, but of course with 2 more finishes.
Absolutely, and this is where you can really, if you're the side of In Your Death, you're like, man, if we just controlled our aggression, we'd be so far ahead right now. But that's okay. A second place finish isn't all that bad. You gotta just reset. You gotta let go. You gotta be happy with what you got and just continue doing what you're doing. If your philosophy is working for you, if your playstyle is working out for you, no point in trying to change something and do something that you haven't practiced. But speaking of the third and fourth places, you got Atom ES with a total of 15 points. You've got yourselves Predator X as well with a total of 10 points. Really, just showing that there's a big disparity in skill between the top 2 teams and the bottom 4, or rather the next 4 teams.
Absolutely, and if you have a look at the latter half of the table, now you did mention disparity of skill. It was kind of evident because when gunfights were breaking out, you did see teams like Skull Crushers. They were backing off from every single fight. Now, if you want to have that mentality, just to survive till the end, it isn't going to make it at this stage of BGMI because, well, this is the big stage. This is where skills matter, your brains matter, and, it's going to be a combination of the both. But, of course, enough about the squads. Let's have a look at some individual accolades as we do have the iQOO MVP coming up on our screens. And, well, are you surprised? It is Avon from In Your Death.
My goodness, damage on this man, absolutely ridiculous. 945, 6 finishes, 1 assist. This man has just been on a tear. Just gonna be a little bit upset that he didn't get that first place finish, but that's okay. There's always the next game. There's always the next round to make things all right. But let's have a look at the top 5 players now, because I'm sure there's gonna be more In Your Death players on that screen. I have no doubt whatsoever we're gonna see at least 2 of them in that top 5 spot. But I also imagine that there is going to be, there you go, there's also going to be Ryzen Phoenix players in the mix over there. We've got Phoenix, we've got Golu OP, and we got Sexy from Team Predator X. So, this is the man we were talking about who had that, sick reaction time where he got that knock.
I thought he was done for.
Reaction.
I thought he was done for because, you know, he was crawling and creeping through the grass. But of course, we saw him, the enemy, the opponent is going to see him as well. He did jump. Maybe the accuracy wasn't on point. A few shots did go to the left. But boy, oh boy, Sexy definitely playing a sexy game over there, getting the job done. Now, we've had a look at the top 5 players. Let's have a look at what all exactly happened in this game. Now, I know all eyes are going to be on those grenade users because, well, that is the new meta, but only 4 finishes coming in from 70 grenades lobbed at each other.
Yeah, well, the conversion rate on those grenades rather low, but yeah, did do a fair amount of damage. 54 total finishes, 59 total knocks, lots of total healing done, and I think this is the only game I've seen so far until today where the aggression and the fights were consistent. It wasn't like anything crazy towards the end. Yes, it did get crazy up in the end where there were a couple
Evenly
of teams.
spread out.
Yeah, we saw aggression out on, you know, all sorts of parts of the map. So yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping to see more of those kind of games because that is when, you know, you're really tested as a player, right? Because you've got so many options, and when there are more options available, finding the most optimal one in the lowest possible time can be really, really hard. But let's have a look at the finish to death ratio.
I mean, we did have everything. We had cops chasing opponents around, but of course, you don't want your cops to be doing that. They won't be shooting, but this is, of course, BGMI. Now, let's have a look at the finish and the damage performance. And, well, a couple of teams are going to be head and shoulders above the rest. Of course, I am going to be talking about In Your Death. 2,296 points of damage, 13 finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, in your death, you look at these damage numbers, you've got to be thinking to yourself, you know, it's probably this team that was on top that took the first place. But no, it was actually the next team, the team that has the second highest damage, Ryzen Esports, who managed to get that first place finish. But still, it seems like Team In Your Death, they're poised to take the next game. I think they're going to know the sorts of mistakes they made. They had realized that in the end, they were being a bit too aggressive in the late game. And just if they managed to tone that down a little bit, they could have ended with the first place finish and, you know, just create like a giant... I don't know, just a giant valley of points to cover for the other teams.
Again, you know, I mean, not to take anything away from them and, of course, Ryzen Esports, who did manage to win this game. You got to remember that one crucial point. When they had to deploy smokes, and like I said, you know, they had to cross that road.
Yeah.
That was when, basically, they were brought down one after the other. And like you mentioned, Ryzen Esports, patient. They had trigger discipline, making sure... Forget trigger discipline. What about that amazing anticipation? As soon as they saw smoke engulfing a room, they were laying down shots, and, well, sure enough, they did get a few knocks.
I mean, this just brings another term to my mind. It's called forced errors, and you know, that's exactly what Ryzen Esports did, right? So they see these walls of smokes going down. They're like, you know what, we're going to pepper these smokes.
Chances are someone's going to be in there.
Exactly. You know, even if you don't hit any shot, right? Still, the purpose of that doing that thing is just making them feel like, okay, these smokes are not very safe. But yeah, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. As we can see, the top 4 squads from this game so far, it's been Ryzen Esports, followed by In Your Death, followed by Atom, VS, and Predator X. Of course, a big disparity in number of finishes, but I did spot another team down there that got eliminated rather early, but had a lot of finishes. It was actually Team Aura, who had, I think, 8 finishes to their name, but didn't finish in a very good position. They were in the bottom 8.
In fact, they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning.
Yeah.
So, you know, we did see quite a lot of action from them. Atom Esports, now, they were quiet, but like we did kind of predict, they are going to be shooting In Your Death in the backs, and well, that is exactly what happened, as a result of which they did end the game with 3 finishes, and of course Predator X and Sexy getting the job done with 4 finishes. Now, the thing is, they have another game in hand, right? Now, a few of the teams, they've already pretty much made a wave in the first game, and well, I think I can say that they have already kind of maybe cemented their position for the next round. Now, the pressure is going to mount on the teams, especially on the latter half of the table, because, well, only one game is going to basically decide their fate, whether or not, like the gentleman to my right says, they're going to be getting that life-changing money, because one game is going to decide that. That is a lot of pressure. I'm just trying to imagine the amount of weight on my shoulders right now if I was in their shoes.
Absolutely, and when you're in the spot, right, really, it's a test of experience. You know, when you've got those experienced players on your team, people who have participated in these open qualifiers before, you
learn
get
from
these
them.
experienced players. They're going to be rallying up the new guys, being like, guys, you know what, screw thinking about mistakes. If you feel that something is right, go for it. Even if it's wrong in the moment, we'll try and correct for it, we'll try and adjust for it, but not making the right play is costlier than not making the wrong play. And if you see those opportunities and you go for it, who knows, you might just end up in the next round, even if you're doing bad. For example, let's talk about Team Aura, right? You got 8 finishes. Sure, you didn't finish in that top 8 spot, but maybe this time around, if you realize that, okay, you've got this final chance, we are doing all right. It's just that, we got a little bit unlucky, we just got third party, whatever happened to us happened. We can try again, if the stars align for us, we eliminate Ryzen, or, for some reason, In Your Death gets eliminated early on, we still have a shot.
I heard this one saying a long time ago, let bygones be bygones.
Yeah.
So whatever's happened has happened, right? So right now it's basically like a clean slate for all these teams. Now, we did see a lot of clashes right at the beginning. A lot of drop spots were contested, and we did kind of predict that, since the playing path was so far up north, there's going to be a lot of vehicular manslaughter, which is exactly what happened as well. So now, I do believe the teams are going to be changing a few things in their game plan, and, they might drop at, even further distant away locations. Let's see if that is actually going to happen. I want to see somebody at Lipovka, Severny, Zarki on all the corners of the map. Let's see if that is going to be the case. But again, I love the fact that, although they're underdog teams, they don't play like it because, one would assume that if you haven't been in the spotlight for long, you really don't know what the tricks of the trade are.
Yeah.
However, that is not the case. And talking about tricks of the trade, there's nobody better in this business than iQOO, 7 Legend, wonderful sponsors who've made all of this possible. So you know what? Let's just have a look at that beautiful video once again. Well, we've seen this quite a few times, and the best thing is, I'm not getting bored of it. I just love seeing the same images again.
Yeah.
It's that camera quality that actually takes me off guard. I know that it's a wonderful gaming phone, but I'm just getting into taking pictures. I'll be honest with you, I'm not good at taking pictures, but
me
I
neither.
think this is like a cheap phone because it makes me look better.
Absolutely. There has to come a time where you're just tired of fragging and you just want to change your profile picture. You notice, if there's somebody else
Talking of
applying,
that, I've had the same
impressed.
profile picture for 5 years.
Really? 5 years?
I think it's time for an upgrade.
Absolutely. Well, get yourself an iQOO 7-1. You can get a much better profile
Unleash
picture
the
going.
monster inside.
Absolutely. And who knows, just maybe someday you're playing BGMI on your phone, you hear the voice of a girl, she's very curious about how you look, and she's very happy with the way you look, and you'll have IQ
Well.
to thank.
Well, that is a different matter, of course. But right now, let's come back. Let's come back to the
Back to
players
reality.
and the game because you just made me. My mind just almost drifted off, and well, we shouldn't be doing that right about now. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot once again, which I think you kind of thrive in. So now, we are talking about what the teams on the bottom half are supposed to do to try and make it to the next round. Now, how does a team like Ryzen Esports hold on to the lead, especially thinking, that the moment somebody knocks them out, they're going to know it's Ryzen Esports. So they're going to try and give it their best to make sure that they stop them from rising that ladder even higher as far as points is concerned. So what do? Do you think they're going to change their game style and take it a bit easy?
So going for a complete revamp at this point is very difficult, right? Because your players have practiced one thing for such a long time. They're not privy with completely changing up playsets, and that's where you make a lot of errors. Instead, if you can adjust your playstyle a little bit, just make tiny little adjustments here and there, knowing that there's going to be players coming in aggressively, try and contest you, take those early fights, try and knock you off the table so they still have a chance at winning this thing. You can take advantage of the fact that, you can just, cower away from those fights, try and set up a couple of baits maybe even, call off a sacrifice, call off a sack of some sort of a player, just get the better positions and then, catch them with their pants down, punish them even more, and then just laugh your way to the points bank and be like, haha, you thought you could kill us? Well, guess what? You're all dead, and now we've got 4 points, and we've got a good position, and we get all your loot, and we're in the center of the circle. So
Win,
yeah,
win, 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 win. That's
sorts
what you're
of wins.
basically talking about
let
right
them
now.
just dig their own grave is what I would think.
So, well, there you have it. That is what words of wisdom we are going to be hearing from the God of Mischief himself. So, Floki, how did you come up? Are you a big fan of mischievous things? Were you mischievous as a child? Because I kind of get that vibe from you. You are quite a handful.
Well, I was, a little bit of a handful here, but I think the most mischievous
Diva.
thing
No, I'm just kidding.
the most mischievous thing I ever did was just take a pencil away and then ask my friend for that same pencil back when I was in elementary
Oh, so you're going to make them feel guilty about something that they
Yeah,
didn't even do. Well,
exactly, and then I gave them the pencil back towards the end. It's just elementary school stuff.
that is not the case over here. The only guilt that is felt over here is when you, as a member of a squad, of course all these players are playing, when you kind of just fall short and you beat your own foot, that is when the guilt actually stacks up. But again, let's not talk about the lows, let's talk about the highs. Now, we did see some amazing plays coming in this game, and of course, again, I mentioned that In Your Death walking away with 13 finishes, and of course, Ryzen Esports finishing with 11 as well. So, a high fragging affair, but I think it was kind of limited to a few teams. Unlike yesterday, where we saw, a vast majority of the teams racking up all those finishes.
Yeah, there was just lots of scattered skirmishes around yesterday, right? There had lots of teams just taking fights, being like, okay, you know what, we know we're the only two squads over here. Let's just go at it. We've got the leeway, we've got the time for it. Winner takes it all. Sure, we might lose an arm and a limb, but hey, these are the final rounds. This is worth it. It's worth the risk. And we saw a lot of teams just going for that proactive approach. Today, not the case at all. It's only a couple of teams doing that. Ryzen Esports, on one hand, they appear to be aggressive, but that's not really them being aggressive. That's them punishing mistakes. That's what I've noticed about them. It's not aggression like In Your Death, or up in your faces all the time, trying to create opportunities, trying to create those openings for themselves.
I mean, yeah, they were creating openings, but it kind of looked like they were hungry. They were going in for the kills. They heard a rustle in the leaves at one end. They were like, huh? Their ears perked up, and they suddenly shot towards that direction, which is kind of exciting because that is exactly what we want to see. But again, now suppose you're doing this day in and day out. Now, I'm sure a lot of these teams that are playing the first game, they've had time to practice a bit.
Yeah.
They had made sure that, you got to warm up your thumbs and your fingers. But what do you do when your energy starts draining out? I mean, how do you charge yourself up?
Well, I don't know, but you know what I do know is that if you had an iQOO Legend 7 series, it would only take 22 minutes to get back up on your feet, because that's how long it takes to charge this sweet baby up and get it back to full power.
22 minutes.
That's all.
Wow, I mean, that is quick. No wonder they call it the flash charge. I know I've already done this before, but I thought I'd just give it another go. So please forgive me before I get some flack in the chat. But again, while we are waiting for all the players to be ready in the lobby, we want to make sure everyone has a level playing field, everyone gets the right opportunity. The mind games are going to be on right about now.
Absolutely. Not only the mind games, I also kind of want to talk about the mentality that the bottom 8 teams are going to be using, right? We might even just see, teams just being completely reckless, and maybe 2-3 teams dropping next to Ryzen, or, dropping next to In Your Death.
But how do you tell where Ryzen's going to drop?
Exactly. That's probably one of the harder things to do. But this is where we're probably going to see a lot of early rotations coming in. So that's what I'm excited about, to see where these early rotations are going to come from as we see all these teams. The mix over here: Unity Gaming, Team GT, Team Maya, Wix, In Your Death, Punjab Tigers, Liquidator Commandos, LQC. That almost looks like LOC.
Yep.
Reminds me of something else, but Swordsman and Ryzen Esports.
I see we have fellow patriots over here. Of course, Ryzen Esports, the winners of the last game, right at the end over there. But of course, they are going to be joined by outsider Rising Element, a name that we all love. Team Rippers, Team Aura, Predator X, Team Swag. They got to bring the swag in. Venom for the win, who definitely love the water, as we did see in the last game. Adam Esports, and of course, the guys who love crushing skulls, Skull Crusher. Now, Skull Crusher did get into early skirmishes. However, like we did kind of say, they weren't really ready for the fight today.
Yeah, they sort of drew the short end of the stick. I think the name was more implying what's going to happen to them, not what they're going to do to the enemy.
I think they got intimidated by their own name. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when they put that name forward, they thought, oh yeah, we're going to be crushing skulls, we're going to be popping heads. Nope, turns out they come into the first round itself, they get their skulls crushed, they lose 2 members right off the bat.
Well, the best thing for Skull Crushers, if you're watching right now, is you have another chance.
Oh. I thought it'd be level 4 helmets. You just find those level 4 helmets and you're safe all the way
There you
around.
go. I mean, level 4 is a new invention. At least level 3, they should go for the airdrops and get themselves kitted out. But yeah, I was going to say there's another chance. I mean, all right. I look at it as the grass is greener on the other side. I mean, they still have this one ray of hope to get some retaliation. But again, this is all speculation at this point, because we can go on and on and on at what could and what couldn't happen. But
coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. We've been saying that. You're going to hear us say that quite a lot. But now, as the teams are getting ready, the plane is going to be taking off a little bit. We're just making sure the fuel is right and the temperature is correct, all the air pressure is perfect before we take the skies, because you don't want any mess-ups over there. So now, as the teams are getting ready, now we've already talked about the mental aspect. Let's talk about you and I. Now, we did try to get a few games on last night, and well, one of us did better than the other, but
Yeah, I'll leave it to your imagination who was better. Let me tell you, it was the experienced guy.
he whooped me. I'm just kidding. No, but you're really not a fan of the bolt action. Now, I understand at this stage, you want to have that consistent DPS,
Yes.
especially if you're going up against your opponent. So, what do you think? How do you think the bolt action rifles place in the meta today? Because, well, you have some sharpshooters out there, and when they use it, it's like, wow.
I think one of the most misunderstood aspects of these rifles is that people tend to keep them for too long. When the circle starts closing in and the late game starts coming up, people are still holding on to those rifles when there's a perfectly good SMG or a shotgun going on, just right next to them. So no one has picked it up. Pick it up for yourself and use it. I mean, the purpose of these sorts of rifles is to get those early picks, is to find those sorts of early opportunities. Of course, it's going to be a little bit harder considering you're playing against really good teams over here, but sometimes you got to take that risk. But let's have a word from our sponsors who've made all this possible, without which we wouldn't even be having this tournament in the first place. So let's have a word from them.
iQOO 7 Legend.
Are you ready for this?
Alrighty, we are back once again, and let me tell you one thing, you are only going to have to bear with us for a little bit longer, because looks like everything is tickety-boo. All the players are ready to display some action on your screens, and well, in a few moments, I'd say under a minute or so, the casters are going to stop talking and the action is going to begin. But like I said, we're still here for another minute.
Absolutely. we just here to fill your time and not start the game. We really like annoying the audience. As casters, obviously we have all the power over here, so we hold and we decide when the game goes live. Absolutely.
Right.
We do.
I did not get that memo. Yes, we do.
Yeah, and today we're feeling particularly sadistic, so we decided, let's just, take a sweet time and, just tempt our audience for that second round.
I was just stretching a bit,
Yeah.
That's all him, by the way. I do
Clearly.
not believe that. But no, again, the game is going to be underway shortly. And again, it all depends on where the flight path is, because we did see this time in the last game, the flight path was all the way to the north. I want something drastic. I want it to be down in the south, but I want the circle to form somewhere up near Stolberg. I want to see something further up north, because over the last few games, we've been consistently seeing the circles kind of end towards the south of the island. I want to see some northern action.
Exactly. I mean, I've been seeing south finishes, I've been seeing east finishes, even west finishes. I'd be very happy to see something like that.
You got all the directions right, at
finish?
least.
I mean, I'm more than happy. But yeah, northern finishes are also, really interesting because there's a lot more elevation and play
Hilly
over there.
terrain, and depends on how you're going to work that out. Because look, at the end of the day, like in the last game, it all came down to urban warfare, right?
Yeah.
Close quarter combat. But I want to see how the teams, I want to see some snakes in the grass. I want to see them get out their pipes and, play a little bit of a tune and, get them out of the grass, because I want to see some stinging action. But of course, all the speculation can be kept aside, because in a few seconds, we are going to be jumping straight in on the action, because from the corner of my eye, I can see the players already running around on the spawn island, trying to psych each other out. And, well, yeah, a couple of them are dancing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just want to quickly circle back to the marksman rifle point that we were talking
Okay.
about earlier, right? So in those northern circles, that marksman rifle can actually be really good towards the end, because if you got the high ground, it's just easy pickings for you, man. You don't have any smokes, you don't have any cover, you're trying to run up the terrain. Yeah, it's just line them all up, firing squad, knock them all down, just easy points for everyone. But well, it remains to be seen if that actually is going to happen. Speaking of the flight path, this time around, I think our audience is going to be delighted to see it as soon as it's up on their screens, because, yeah, well, cat's out of the bag, everything is fair game, and, yeah, the flight path, it is bisecting the map in half, starting from the west, ending towards the east, going slightly from the southwest to northeast direction. Definitely. Starting off at Crore and ending off at Lipovka.
It looks like everyone's favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance, but the question is, are they going to be sharing those drop spots with other teams now? As the teams are going to be jumping out. It looks like a lot of teams are going to be heading towards Georgopol. I do believe I see 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 teams heading in that northern direction, of course, along that scenic, beautiful road along the west coast of Erangel. Now, midway. Interestingly, last game, I noticed something.
Yep.
We had one team that landed in Pochinki. The first time that I saw it in the games that you and I have casted.
Wow. I mean, yeah, we finally get someone dropping in Pochinki. You know, what a pleasant surprise because, well, it's just such a good place to go to. You know, everyone's just too afraid thinking, oh, what if there's another team? Well, what if there's another team? There's never anyone there.
We'll wipe them out.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of mentality you need at this point. You know, you can't be timid. You can't be shy and just covering and, you know, trembling with fear and wondering, oh, what are we going to do if they all collapse on us and they
How come
kill
their
us?
voices went high pitch if they're trembling?
I mean, isn't that how it works? I mean, that's what I saw in cartoon shows when I was younger, but...
Well, have a look at the circle. Pretty straightforward this time. I'm pretty sure all the teams are going to be happy. Ooh, but the winners for the last game find themselves in a bit of a predicament. Phoenix out in the open, but looks like assistance is coming. But wait a second, he did get shot at as Perry Noob from distance is trying to rattle up a few bullets, but it looks like Killua is going to come to his assistance in the nick of time.
Yeah, great stuff like that. I'm not sure what Phoenix was doing out there in the open. I think he must have been in an awkward predicament where next to the compounds that he wanted to go to, but didn't really have much of a choice, so and just to go out in the open there. Went in for the win. Last time around, this man was going for a swim. This time around, this man's going for kills and loot. Let's see if he can actually find any. So far, he's picked up a bison to his name. He's got a couple of scopes as well. Let's see if he's, go for those high, long-range shots. Yesterday, I actually do remember seeing a knock with the bison with the zoom scope at long range, so that was hilarious, but... yeah, maybe today we get to see some more of that action.
You know, the best thing about Battlegrounds Mobile India is you get to see new things day in and day out. I mean, you know, you reach a point where you're like, yeah, I've seen it all. But then suddenly someone comes and does something spectacular and you're like, oh, maybe not, maybe not. And now, of course, we did leave Venom for the win just east of Rozov. But for now, we are going to be switching our attention to the western aspect of the map as we are going to have a look at Outsider Rising Elegant. Quite a mouthful, and I do like that name.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like they ran out of characters while they were writing out the team
I'm pretty
names,
sure
so.
they hit the proper limit.
Yeah. So they're like, yeah, well, we can let go of one A, you know, they can make out that we mean elegant by that. There's not a lot of words that start with an E and end with a T, and have all those letters in between that not going to be able to figure out and get confused. But regardless, a good spread of teams this time around. Some teams in Stalber, and it seems that Team GT have actually opted to just spread out all over that place, and yeah, they're going to be getting themselves all the great loot in the world.
See, that works because now, although those places around Stolbo, they're not really high density, right? As far as the loot is concerned, they've spread out, making sure that each and every member is going to have adequate kit as they go on and face opponents in future battles. But one thing I did kind of notice is that all the teams, like you did mention, are spread out far and thin, which means, well, all you fans of early action, you are going to be just a teeny bit disappointed because it is going to be quite some time before we see a few more bullets fly and a few more bodies hit the floor.
Absolutely. I mean, the northern side's still relatively empty. No one really towards shooting range. Now people are starting to rotate in from Severny, trying to get themselves a piece of that real estate. But in the meantime, Punjab Tigers are just very, very happy to be near mansion, you know, get all the top tier loot there. Compound for everyone, you know, just pick up a car, get the hell out of there once you're done looting, and get yourself closer to the center of the circle. Maybe perch up somewhere near ruins, somewhere near Pochinki if there's a compound available, a good one to hold. And yeah, I mean, let's see them trying to get that map control early on.
A team all by the lonesome at Primorsk is Team Aura on our screens right now. Quite a contrast to the last game where they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the get-go. So I guess it is going to be a slower affair for them this time around. And of course, talking about Skull Crushers now. Let's see if the confidence is in. They do have dual buggies. I like the fact that they are going to be out on the prowl. As far as the kit is concerned, I would want something better than level 1 helmets in West, which is something that they could get a little bit further, but looks like both of them are trying for a few tricks as they are pretty much copying one another. Unfortunately, you only learn from trial and error that cars don't really drive up trees that well.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. But oh my goodness, looks like we could be having a drive-by of sorts over here. It looks like Punjab Tigers are eager to take this fight against Predator X, but they're getting knocked on their feet over here. Predator X more than ready for this one. And Punjab Tigers might have just bit off more than they can chew. Look at VP, he's just in their faces trying to get all those finishes up and going. And now the rest of Predator starting to prowl and bounce on them.
Once again, Guri finds himself the last man standing, but this time he's going to make sure that the Punjab Tigers are going to be roaring with all their might as well. They are not going to be eliminated, but it's going to be Predator X who have been thrown out of Erangel in the 16th position. That is going to be devastating. Now, Guri, the man of the moment, we saw in the last game as well, he was the last man standing while all others around him fell to their knees. But now he's going to make sure he gets those finishes. 4 finishes to his name already. Well, 2, because his teammates did kind of help him out a little bit. But looks like the Punjab Tigers are out for blood. And, well, the first squad wipe is to their name.
Absolutely, and the best part about this all, there was also an airdrop near them, I believe. So, you know, they're going to get some of that high tier loot right away. Absolutely win-win for them. And, yep, 4 finishes early on, going to prop them up in terms of points. Although, they kind of want to make sure that they don't take too many of these fights and start draining out their loot early on and just, you know, stress their entire kit this early. In the meantime, Venom for the win, just going around, just having a gala time, just checking out what every single one of these houses has to offer, picking up whatever they like a kid in a candy store. They're having a good time.
They're having a good time indeed, and they are lucky that although they are way up north in Severny, they still have the first circle pretty much close to them. And, well, as they are going to be imploding in, let's see whether the circle is going to be throwing a few curveballs or not. Now, as I have a look at the map, again, no one's really going to be coming in close proximity to one another sooner or later, but that is going to be a different story as the circles shift in due time. As of right now, Adam Esports. Now, again, they were pretty quiet in the last game, of course, managing 3 finishes, I do believe, which did come right towards the end. But have a look at that. Everyone is spread far and wide on the map. Everyone's going to be comfortable. Pochinki still has a team inside, but it does look like another team is going to be in the outskirts, and maybe, just maybe, we might have some action breakdown in Pochinki. Something that, well, I know you've definitely been waiting for.
I have been waiting for this for such a long time, you know, ever since my first day I've been waiting for those Pochinki fights
It's
to
the
break
first
out.
place we drop.
Exactly, I mean, how is no one on Earth even opting to go to that place? Come on, you can't be that scared at this point. But yeah, it's going to be the side of Skull Crushers trying to go on the offensive near Pochinki, while elsewhere, it seems that Team Swordsman can be getting themselves some good information as they see all these players from the side of Team Rippers rotating out. So yeah, that should give them some sense of security, knowing that they've got the backstab on this team and that they probably have the advantage and can just bounce whenever they would like to. But Team Rippers making no secret that they are trying to rotate out of this place. Elsewhere, the Punjab Tigers, they were already in a fight earlier. Now they find themselves going up against Liquidator Commandos. Freak looking to just cook that grenade up. Will throw it in the end. Just my goodness, a symphony of explosions, and guess what they do with them? They do find themselves a couple of that's almost actually them. To prevent them from going in ahead, but they do get one knocked down, and they're going to convert that as well into a finish. Great stuff coming in from the side of the Liquidator Commandos. Punjab Tigers, though, they jump out of the house and take the fight.
Are you kidding me?
Punjab Tigers, 2 men standing, and they single-handedly just gun them all down. Goody, this man is the MVP for his team.
5 finishes to this gentleman's name already, and the Punjab Tigers, I'm telling you, these boys are roaring with all their heart. Let me tell you one thing, Rebel and Guri, they just had some amazing synchronization right now. It kind of seemed like it's all over for them, because Rebel had 3 members pushing up on his position. He held his ground, he got a knock, and at that same time, Guri went to work on the outside, and in the blink of an eye, in the matter of a few seconds, LQC was completely decimated. They were violated.
Absolutely. I mean, they were violated in all sorts of ways, in more ways than one. And the bait and switch that you talked about was absolutely beautiful coming in from them. Let's actually have a look at that once again.
Oh, I can't wait.
I mean, that was some insane stuff coming out by them.
Have a look at this. They suddenly jam in. They are at the receiving end of things, right? 2 of the members are going to be taken out in the blink of an eye. The moment they hit that wall, that is going to be unfortunate. Now, at this moment, one would think that is it. It's all over for them. But this kill over here, Rebel gets one. Now he's going to go out. Guri, on the other hand, goes for 1 knock. This is the second, and these boys are going to be just flying high right now. The jump shot coming in full effect, getting the job done in LQC. Well, They are 6 feet under.
My goodness, the quick decision making from the side of Punjab
Beautiful.
Tigers, right? Not even trying to go for those reds, just knowing that they're dead. No way on earth we can actually try and revive them. Better to take the fights, and that's exactly what they do. Just such quick decision making is so hard to find. How many players they would have gone for the res and tried to make the best out of a bad
My
situation?
hands would have started trembling in that situation. Think about it. The
Exactly.
adrenaline's kicking in. You have to keep a clear mind and a clear head. But right now, it looks like Team Rippers are going to be just looking at one another, as they do have a few enemies nearby. And, well, those enemies are going to be Team Swag, who we haven't really heard from too much till now.
Yeah, they've been rather silent for this entire, first 2 rounds, but maybe this time around they're going to make some noise, but it's actually going to be Team Rippers who are going to beat them to it. Pick up the car, get the hell out of Dodge, being
Oh,
like,
I think
you
they
know what?
know.
Never mind, I don't want to take this fight at all against Team Swag, and Team Swag, we'll see if they're up to the task and if they're going to look to chase them. Because I do think they are not inside the circle. They might just need to rotate out over here. The map. Oh, well, never mind. They actually are in the circle already, so rotation is not an issue for them. So they can just stay on gatekeep. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing lots of players just holding on to their positions for now. Everyone's spread out. Everyone's got some real estate to work with. Socialism at its finest. We're gonna be seeing all these players just be very, very happy with what they've got. But soon enough, the circle it's gonna force some action coming in. And speaking of action, there might just be some towards Ruins and Gatka.
And it does kind of look like we might have a similar circle to what we saw yesterday up just north of the ruins, because a couple of teams are going to try and call this place their home, with, of course, Team Mayavi the first to capitalize that little destroyed church, pretty much dead smack center now. Team GT, they are dangerously close to Team Mayavi, and we have seen them clash with one another in the last game as well, but let's see if Team GT are going to have the upper hand this time around. Now, an airdrop does fall in the distance, and all Daku can do is look on helplessly as his teammates are going to make sure they fortify their position. They're going to make sure that each member is going to be securing one direction or one aspect of this church, or, well, forget that. We are going to have a little dance-off that is going to break out sooner or later.
Absolutely. It's not the guns that kill the opponents. It's actually the B-boy, just the swag coming in. Ironically, it's not from Team Swag themselves, but it's actually from Team Mayavi. Got the blink factor going on. Very shiny skins on some of them, but...
to dazzle your opponents.
Absolutely. Well, when you can't shoot him in the head, just blind him. It's about as
There
good.
you go.
But Venom for the win. Okay,
he's
iQOO
been
actually
spotted.
gets spotted. Yeah, now he's in a world of trouble over here. Can't actually rotate out without popping some utility. I see Ana's trying to create some sort of distraction, trying to make them... just fire some bullets in his general direction, and he's succeeding actually. And guess what? The bait, it has worked out, because some other members from Mayavi, like Naku LO7, has been able to find a couple of knocks here. Can they actually convert them and get those finishes going, though? That's the question.
Well, it looks like the dancing is over, and the time to fire guns at your enemies has begun. But it looks like Venom GT are going to be coming in as well. Venom for the win, trying to end off their enemies. TM are moving in the fray as well with fighting, trying to get a little bit of flank on GT. That is a good grenade. However, Hatiara is going to be unaffected, and, well, the first aid is going to be administered, and he is going to be up on health now. Yash is going to be in a bit of a situation. Well, the situation for him is over, because, well, he is out of this game right now, as that grenade pretty much blew point blank and, well, ripped him to shreds. Now, Venom for the win are trying to make a way into the compound, right? However, they have no idea where the remaining members are, as Team GT now only have this one compound to call themselves home. Wait a second. Looks like Ash is going to go around the enemy, but he hasn't moved the muscle. He hasn't blinked an eye. He hasn't given a sound cue. That could come to bite them in the backs later on.
Absolutely, but it seems that Hatiara is trying to see if that buggy does work underwater, if it's about as good as a submarine. Newsflash, it's not. Going to be exiting that vehicle and getting the hell out of there, trying to be more useful for his team at the moment. But like you mentioned, Venom could be in a bit of trouble over here. They've made noise, and he's just waiting for him to make one big misstep. Oh, okay, Conflicting OP will be able to take out Ash. It does end up happening. Can he convert that? Yes, he can. The finish is through. It's now a 3-man affair for the side of Team Venom, but elsewhere on the map, Team Mayavi going up against the side of Skull Crushers. Skull Crushers, what are you going to do? Are you going to get your Skull Crusher? Are you going to be the ones crushing the skulls on Team Mayavi? For now, it seems that they are the ones getting the short end of the stick. the players going for a bit of a swim here. Gori with different priorities altogether probably has been spotted out at this point. And you can look at that. Daku, he is the king of the sea, so he is going to be able to get that pick. Gori just kind of bite the dust here. Not too sure what they were thinking there.
Well, Daku is definitely acting like a bandit right now with that M249, pretty much mercilessly wiping out his opposition, making sure that he rakes up all those finishes for himself. Now, Skull Crushers, again, not really confident in the gunfight, but I'm going to hold my thought because it looks like Ryzen Esports are at the short end of things, but Scotch lobbing a grenade. It is a long one, however, it is not going to be accurate. It does not find its mark, and now the weapons are going to be doing the talking as Adam Esports with that AK is going to make sure that he gets another finish to his name. Now, Arsh is going to try and go in and give a little assistance to his teammates who are mid-revive right now. Looks like they are going to be a three-man squad once again. Unfortunately for Ryzen Esports, Scotch is not in a good position to come and pick up Killua, and you know what? I think he might just have to cut his losses.
Absolutely. I mean, Arsh is going to be just gatekeeping all of them, and Ryzen just need to just let go of Killua, you know, call in the sack and just be like, you know what, he's done.
Oh, he's trying to go for it? Nah.
Yeah, and he's going to be bought down here by Arsh, and you can see Scotch, he was thinking about going in and helping out his buddy, but he's the only hope for his team, and he sort of needs to conserve the lead that they've built up early on. They've got no finishes this time around, so it's going to be all placement points. And yeah, when you are in these sorts of situations, you do need to take risks. He's going to go in the water, try not to get spotted, but right now, the real sneaky ninja has been Karthal. Still hasn't been spotted here from the sky, from the side of Skull Crushers, as he's trying to keep their dreams alive, but it doesn't seem like Team Mayavi are going to let him get away with this. They're all keeping their eye out for him. They know for a fact that he's somewhere around here, and as soon as he makes a move, well, he's going to be dead meat.
Oh, he's not going to be batting an eye. He's not going to be moving a muscle. He's going to make sure that he stays here as long as he can. But elsewhere, we do have ORE going up against the opponents as they are going to get a finish. Point blank range. Question is, who are they fighting? They are fighting Team Swag, who have decided to move away and, well, live to fight another day. However, Pikachu could be heading into trouble, as I do see the swordsmen who are hunkered down nearby as another airdrop falls from the heavens above. It is pretty close by, but it's going to be tricky. Going to try and get it. It looks like Vegeta is going to be spotted out. He was trying to pop some smoke grenades to try and get back to his teammates. However, in transition, he was spotted, and, well, a few bullets were let loose in his direction, and that is going to be all she wrote for him, as it does look like Unity Gaming are finally getting on the scorecard with a finish to their name.
Absolutely. I mean, Unity Gaming, this is going to be very, very good for them. Of course, they didn't have a very good time last time around, but this time around, you know, they're getting themselves a couple of points over here, and on top of that, all four players still standing strong. So, just wins overall for them. But now you can see the action starting to pile up a little bit over here. There's a lot of water in the circle, so real estate's going to be a little bit short. There's a lot of action happening towards the general south of the circle.
Well, now this is where Sportsmans can actually take it a little bit easy because they do have a few rocks for cover. However, they do have a lot of teams surrounding them. But the fact that, you know, there is a little bit of a crossfire breaking up, they are in no harm as of right now. Team Swag, on the other hand, took a massive, massive brunt of damage right now, but somehow, against all odds, they have managed to survive as a three-man squad. Of course, Ice Baby is going to be out of this game. Well, talk about Ice Baby. His teammate, Slam Jord, might just be joining him soon enough. Yes, he does, as he was taken out mid-transition, mid-air in that vehicle as it was flying over those rocks. And, of course, the swordsmen are going to be unsheathing their swords out of the scabbards and trying to do as much damage as they can. But unfortunately, having lost two members, they don't really have a lot of options.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just about tucking tail and running and trying to survive, play the survival game, look for better opportunities and pounce on them instead of trying to be aggressive and trying to create opportunities. You just don't have the resources to do so. At this point, everyone else, though, a lot of teams still have four-man rosters up and running, so not the end of the world here. I know for a fact that Outsiders Rising Elegant have all four of their players alive. I think that is also the case with Team Rippers, but the Circle Hut shifting towards the south once again. Lots of real estate up for the taking, but a lot of terrain changes as well. I believe there's a couple of hills and slopes in play over here, so it's all going to be about who gets that high ground. Because when you have the high ground, you have the liberty of deciding, deciding which fights you want to take and which fights you do not. And we'll see if any team goes to the top of the mountain and claims for themselves first. everyone in the meantime a little bit squeamish, not really looking to take engagements.
I like the fact that it's a similar circle to what we saw yesterday. We did kind of predict at the beginning of this round it would be amazing if it ends north of the ruins, and well, that is exactly where we are right now. The only difference is it's different group of teams, but looks like Knuckle has spotted something in the distance. With that red dot, he does try to put a few shots down range. However, they aren't going to be as accurate as he had hoped. Elsewhere, Team Mayavi, still the king of the hills, are going to be laying down lead in every direction. But the Team Rippers, who are ripping into In Your Death, getting a finish for themselves, depleting the numbers. And well, talking about depleting the numbers, they've completely wiped them off the map of Erangel.
Oh yeah, In Your Death, well, all the hopes are going to be, just being shot.
What a shot!
Yeah, my goodness, great shot coming in from him. And it seems like Rippers...
Uh-oh.
Well, Roy OP is going to have to be careful over here. He's going to get shot at from all those directions. And oh my god, Punch Up Tigers. They are going to bite the dust. Courtesy of the Rippers. Venom for the win, looking for those openings. Can they actually get them? Neon is just waiting. He's waiting for the distraction that is being created over by his teammates so that he can capitalize and, be the aggressor on the flank, just to get all those finishes for his team. But he's going to have to be a little bit more patient. Now starting to lob those nades in.
Beautiful grenade!
What a great nade coming in from Knuckle as he finds two with those. Puts his team and allows his team to focus on other fronts, and that's exactly what Knuckle was going to do. Now he spots on somebody else towards the top of the hill there, just finding a couple of pot shots and making them know that, yeah, he's aware about their presence.
Knuckle with grenades at distance, that would make Kobe proud, but what an amazing lob over there, getting two finishes with one grenade, almost killing two birds with one stone. But right now the action is going to continue. 8 teams are still vying to be crowned, well, the winners of this game, walking away with that delicious chicken dinner. But ORE, they are in a bit of a pickle. They are in the open, a little bit of a no man's land overhead. They have that kill valley situation, but they are keeping Team Swag at bay. Of course, those Molotovs are going to be making sure that they don't step on lava. That grenade almost shook the studio overhead, but have a look at how ORE are staggered. Now, what I'm worried about is Venom for the win. If they get a hint, if they get a whiff that someone's nearby, a couple of grenades could be all she wrote.
Absolutely, and not only do they have to worry about that, they also have to worry about Team Swag closing in from north. But in the meantime, Team Mayavi are going to find the last member outside of Skull Crushers. Skartel's going to be taken out over here. Did well for himself, though, survived for quite a long time. Got a fair amount of placement points for his team, but yeah, you're going to have to do a bit more than that at this point. Not really going to be that important. Now, Outsiders Rising Elegant. Well, we were talking a lot about this team. They've got all 4 players up and running. Got a couple of finishes to their name as well. Can they make it count and go the distance? Because now you have to remember the first place is up for the taking. There's no Rising Esports. There's no In Your Death. We're going to possibly be seeing a new first place finish over here. Who is it going to be? Well, could be Venom. Could be Unity Gaming, could be Outsiders Rising, and it could be Team Aura, the team that we talked about earlier, just having 8 finishes but not a higher placement.
So pretty much all the options that are available on our screen right now. It could be anyone, but of course we do have 7 teams still vying to be walking away with the chicken dinner as ORE. They are going to be sneaking in. Now, mind you, they only have 1 finish. However, they've been in the thick and thin of the action from the beginning. I'm sure their damage is going to be off the charts as another grenade is going to be lobbed in Neon's direction. Elsewhere, Team Swag are going to be deploying some smoke because they do have a little bit of an uphill climb. They want to make sure they are at the summit. Elsewhere, it looks like Adnino comes with a heavy fire from Anuj. Now, keep in mind, he does have the wall on his right for cover, so he can be relentless with his shots as he is trying to blow that buggy and subsequently try to get a few finishes for himself. Elsewhere, it does look like ORE are finally going to have to make a move for themselves, but they do have a few hurdles in front of them, one of which is Unity Gaming high atop that mountain.
And that is not the only hurdle they're going to be up against, because they are downhill. This is a spot where they can just get nades lobbed in their general direction, and they lose fights before even they see their opponents over here, and that seems to be the exact case. They seem to be getting shot at, and soon enough there's going to be nades lobbed in the general direction, and ORE just fighting on all fronts at this moment. On one end there is Venom, on the other one there is Unity Gaming, just getting peppered by bullets. How the hell do you fight your way out of this one? It is nigh impossible, and look at it, just going for it the entire time. Team Aura will be eliminated by Mayawix in the meantime.
Whilst Venom for the win are ripping their enemies to shred, I just noticed someone driving over the enemies, not 1 but 2. Team Mayavi have a vehicle, and well, they are going Carmageddon on anyone, but looks like Unity Gaming are going to be coming in as well. 5 finishes to their name as Legend is going to make sure that ORE are put out of the misery. Although they had a good run, it has all come to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, we are down to the final 4 teams. 11 players still alive as Venom for the win had a good run, 10 finishes, but they are now out as Admino has a gift from the heavens above. Question is, can he reach it?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to be looking towards that supply drop at this point, but who can actually reach it? What the hell is that? Is he burning? No, he's not. He was burning for a little bit there, but he
that
moved
was so
away.
close.
Yeah, he could have just been finished off over there, but somehow manages to stay alive here. Unity Gaming still very much in this game. Everyone except Team Swag have 3 members up and running, and Team Myavix looking poised for that first place finish. But can they actually go the distance here? Have to be careful. Unnecessary aggression at this point does get punished. You have to be smart.
Whoa!
Lay down cover.
Stop the press! Stop the press! 15 finishes for Team Mayavi already. I mean, well, it looks like they might just hit the big 2-0 as well. And just as I say that, I kind of jinxed them because Knuckle has been brought down by Unity Gaming. There you have it, as Legend is going to make sure that Pika is going to find his maker as well. Pikachu is going to be taken out, and with that, it does look like Team Swag have breathed their last, and they are going to be out in the 4th position, which means now we're down to the final 3. Oh, he spotted him as Jagdeo does spot 1 and 2. He gets 1. Can he get the second knock as well? Because Legend is way too far away. That means they can easily capitalize on those finishes. And wait a second, he's still not done. He switches his attention to the other side and is going to be still dealing out death and destruction.
Oh my goodness, Myavix in such a good position. 17 finishes to their name. Could potentially hit that 20 mark, but they need to find every single one at this point. Unity Gaming, 1 member down. Could probably look to get him back up, but no.
I love that play. Daku on the back of the buggy getting a little extra height. I love that play.
Yeah, he's just going to get some more vision around, trying to see what he can find. Just any positions whatsoever at this point is helpful, but it seems that everyone is starting to calm down a little bit. There's not a lot of action going on at the moment. They're just waiting for someone else to make a mistake. Oh, that grenade! Oh, boy!
Ouch!
Team Myavix, the caster's curse, it strikes again. This time around, another player is going to get knocked, but they have found another finish in the meantime. Up to 18 now, and Unity Gaming will be eliminated by them. Atomy as well.
He's out of the hunt.
He's got the buggy. He's going to go for the finish.
Oh, he sees it!
Oh my god, he's going to get the second one as well, but no. That's going to be the end. I do believe it is Team Myavix to get that finish. It looked like he was going to finish him off with the buggy and potentially get the 1v1.
Team Mayavi just went on a rampage. They decimated pretty much half the server over here. And let me tell you one thing. Knuckle just showed us something right now, running over a few opponents over there. 4th finish, he did the same way. I mean, while everybody else has their weapons out and is just frantically trying to shoot, this guy is just chilling in his buggy, just driving around, be like, crunch. Oh yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. Just a couple of speed bumps in the way, you know. Those also happen to be his enemies. So good for him. He was just out for a ride. Everything else was just a bonus for him at that point.
Wow.
And I have to say, man, you know, those buggy kills, very, very creative in the end. He made the best out of a bad situation. You can't take 1v1s over there.
I think they cracked the big 2-0.
Did they?
I think they might have 21 kills. Now, if my math is going to be right, let's have a look because, well, before that, let's just have a look at how those kills came about because we do have the highlights coming up on our screens. And I actually want to look at a few of them because I did miss out one thing. Have a look at this. We have action breaking out right from the beginning now. Venom for the win, had a good start. Unfortunately, they kind of tapered off towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did have a great start, but once again, as we can see over here, it was Team Predator X, another team that was doing rather well in the fragging department early on. Punjab Tigers putting up a brilliant fight, I have to say. You know, these guys, they might not have won the round, but they definitely won our hearts with their plays, because these guys, oh man, it's like, you know, when the dog is down and it bite backs out and it destroys everyone in its sight. That's what they did. Rebel and Goody, just the MVPs for their team, and potentially this game if they actually won, man. That jump peak.
That hop, skip, and a jump is the only reason why they're still. Have a look at that because he almost dodged all the bullets. That was pristine, as he just said that. But of course, Venom for the win had a good game for themselves as well, giving Team GT a run for their money, eventually wiping them out. But we did bring this up. Nick was unnoticed, and they went past him, and well, they definitely came to bite them in the backsides later on.
Absolutely, and I mean, Team Skull Crushers, not too sure what happened over there. They just started panicking, it seems. Gory just went out for a swim, got caught out in the open. Cartel's like, I'm going to try and stay alive. You know, it was just right below there next to the ruins in that little tiny spot where you could have held his ground, but didn't do all that much for his team anyway. This was rather interesting though here, right? Because Team Ryzen Esports getting eliminated this early was not something that they would probably anticipate. It seems that they did get counter-strat a little bit. I do think that this is teams specifically targeting them, and as soon as they knew that they got a knock on one of those Ryzen members, they went in for the kill, no mercy whatsoever.
Also, Ryzen, you know, they were kind of spending a bit too much time in that engagement, but have a look at that. I love that little replay. I mean, we've seen so many opponents getting knocked off from moving vehicles, and of course, Team Rippers shredding their opponents to bit. In your depth, not a high fragging affair for them this time around.
Yep.
Looks like the other teams caught on to their little act.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we were talking about this earlier, right? We spoke about how certain teams have been doing well. They've got themselves a couple of finishes, but unfortunately just drew the short end of the stick, got third party and got eliminated early on. One of those teams was Unity Gaming, another one was Team Aura, and both of them had a very strong performance this time around, so I'm guessing that the points table is going to be completely shaken up by the time we get here. But of course, we can have the highlights to contend with before that. And yeah, it's like you said, your Team Venom, fantastic teamwork coming in from them. I don't think I've ever seen a team that utilizes their positioning so well.
I mean, just have a look at that spray transfer that you just saw on our screens right now. And of course, this is going to be what I was talking about. Oh, it was Daku who was just running over the opponents mercilessly while all others around him are trying to hunker down and make sure that they let the bullets do all the talking. This man is just driving through them like a madman. And well, it definitely worked at the end. But again, Unity Gaming suddenly making a little bit of a spark in this game, getting a few good finishes towards the end. They had a good control, but of course they were overwhelmed by opposition at all ends. Of course, Team Mayavi, they were on a mission. They were on a mission, and well, they succeeded.
They certainly did, and they did it in style. How many points did they even get off those finishes? I think those alone should be enough to put them in that top spot. I mean, you know, usually you get like 20, 21 points based
36 maybe? I think that's what they're going to walk away with. 36 points, if our maths correct, it serves me right. They should be in first place, 100%. But of course, we are going to find out sooner or later. But again, what an amazing fight. Now, this was a complete contrast to what we saw later. But you know what? Forget about all that. Let's find out how each team did, because we have the point standings on our screens.
There we go.
Now, 36 points. Oh, thank you, education system. Thank you.
Yeah, it absolutely did not fail. It failed me, unfortunately, but, well, I guess it all turned out well for me in the end. 36 points for Team Miami, like you mentioned. Unity Gaming in second place with 17 points for themselves. Venom in third place, just 1 point, shy of matching Unity Gaming with 16 to the name. Atom Esports, actually, I'm curious to see if they've somehow got the first place, because weren't they in the third spot last time around as well?
They were. They're definitely going to be going through.
Consistency.
But the major contrast that you see is, have a look at number 16. In your depth, they were at the tippity top, but this game around, they're going to be at the bottom of the table. But you know what? I still think the chances of advancing to the next round are not going to be diminished.
Absolutely. It's just the insane performance that they had in that game, right? What did they have? At least 28 points or something like that? Some crazy number along those lines. They are probably going to be edged out by the likes of Atom ES, but I think it's still going to be enough for them to be in the top 4. Well, that's not a result we're going to find out today. Of course, it's going to be out a couple of days later, so you guys are going to have to wait for that. But yeah, if you have done the math yourself, congratulations, you know the winners are. For those who haven't, and for those whom the education system has failed, you're going to have to wait like the normal plebeians like I have to.
Alrighty, now we've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look at that one man who stood apart as we have a look at the iQOO MVP. And well, no surprises here. It could be anyone from Team Mayavi if you think about it, but it's going to be Knuckle07 who's going to take that top finish with 8 finishes to his name, 1,325 points of damage, 2 assists, and well, a survival time of almost 1,500. Now, if you also talk about the top 5 players, he is going to be joined by his teammate in the form of Admino, who finishes third with 6 finishes. Venom for the win. Like we said, they had a wonderful game. Anuj making sure he gets that second spot with 7 finishes, and of course Unity Gaming and Punjab Tigers making quite a splash this time as well. Now, Punjab Tigers, well, Guri of course is going to be their iQOO MVP. However, they only managed 8 points from this game, and all 8 came from finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to sort of just look at this and be like, Punjab Tigers, this was just a series of unfortunate events for them. This is not something that was really in their control as much. Sure, there could have been a couple of slip-ups here and there, but nothing that should have, just cascaded into something so catastrophic. But Punjab Tigers, if they're going to be playing again, I'm going to be cheering for them because they certainly had my hearts, given the way Guri pulled off that, 1vx situations. Here are the match stats. You go 97 grenades being used.
Almost hitting that ton mark, and out of 97, 8 of the total finishes came via grenades. This time around, a contrast to the last game, only one airdrop was looted.
Yeah.
Well, because I guess they let the other guns basically do all the talking. And let me talk about that one airdrop that was looted. It was the M249, which was given to a member of Team Miami, and well, he just pretty much cut through his opponents like a hot knife through butter.
Absolutely. I mean, just putting that count to great use. I think I saw he had 1,500 damage, something ridiculous like that. I think that's some insane numbers they're coming in from Team Miami. But yeah, lots of knocks, lots of finishes in this game. Fairly long finish distance as well, 280 meters. Does that impress you, Mr. Experiment? As
it does, but I saw a longer kill yesterday.
You've probably done better yourself as well. But yeah,
I don't really toot my own horn, but yeah, about 350 maybe. Anyway, coming back to the finish versus damage performance, I think it's safe to say that one team pretty much stole the show.
Yeah, it was Team Miami. Finish-to-death ratio of, bonkers. I am not even going to bother doing the math
Let's
over here.
not do that right now.
21 finishes for them. What is that? 3,500 damage. I think this is the highest
Without a
damage
doubt, the highest in
this
the tournament
tournament.
so far. Now, again, I love the fact that, we've got so many teams that are setting the bar so high. We've got the Aztecs with back-to-back chicken dinners, and now we have Team Miami with a whopping 3,558 points of damage, and, well, they also have the maximum kills. 21, the maximum finishes. I mean, that is just insane. How do you wipe out half the server in one round? Well, that question has been answered, and just watch the replay and you'll find out how exactly that happens.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Miami just absolutely off the rocker here.
Funny thing is, they were pretty quiet the first game around.
Yeah, they certainly were. We didn't see them really go for these sorts of engagements. And once again, this is one of those things where it's only when you're cornered, where the first round goes by, everyone's a little frustrated that they didn't play as aggressively as they would have liked. You're like, you know what, guys? Once again, let's just go for the plays where we're feeling it. Let's not think about this too much, because if we're thinking and our opponents are not, well, we're gonna be the ones suffering the consequences, because they're gonna be a lot faster than we are, and speed is key. But the top 4 squads are on the screens right now. Unity Gaming went for the win, and Atom ES in that 2nd, 3rd, 4th spot respectively. No surprises about the first place finish.
I mean, even though Atom ES doesn't really have a lot of finishes, only 3 to the name, I guess they do take the mantle of being the most consistent team in the span of 2 games, because they've been in the 3rd position and the 4th position, one after the other. So that is of course another part of the game that is kind of maybe overlooked, but of course it is a lot flashier when you have a massive number of finishes. But you got to keep in mind, it's also that consistency, it's also the placement points that matter in this game, and well, we just had the best of both worlds on display before our eyes in the last few games.
Yeah, this actually makes me feel like Atom ES is a very promising team, because you have to remember that Battlegrounds Mobile, it's not a sprint. These rounds, sure, they might be a sprint, but every other time it's a marathon. So those consistently high placements, those consistently high or higher than average finishes, they're gonna add up and give you that point bump that you need.
And if you think about it, it is tough to always be at your 100%, to always be at your A game. So this just goes to show that if you think about it, after the first game, the pressure would have been mounting on them just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because a few teams pretty much outshone them, especially with those massive kills. But they held their ground, they held their nerve, and well, I'm pretty sure they held on to that spot to round number 2.
Absolutely. I think Atom ES did a very, very good job overall, and I think they should be maintaining their position in the 3rd place from the last game. So I hope they're able to qualify, but of course we're not going to find that out today. But with that said, if you had to pick a team that you were clearly impressed by that isn't Punjab Tigers, who would it be?
You knew that just because they had the Punjab in their name, I am going to have a soft spot, but of course we are not going to be biased, but maybe just a little bit of the sing factor comes in. No, but Guri, of course, he did surprise me.
Yeah.
I'm going to say I'm pretty much blown away by, I know you're going to be like, don't say this, but Team Miami, they weren't like this in the first round. So I'm pretty much blown away by their performance. But of course, with that, it is going to be the end of the first 2 games. You know what? There's a lot more action in store for you, but all of it is on the other side of this little break.
Championship monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to iQOO presents the Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021, powered by the Legend 7 series itself. I'm Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Shadow. Shadow, what an interesting first two games we've had, right? So we started off with teams performing out of their minds. In your death, lots of finishes. Ryzen Esports, great number of finishes. Synchronized aggression, timed aggression. But then in game two, it all fell apart. What happened?
Well, game 2, Team Mayavi happened. They were all there, everywhere. 21 finishes, I think, or 21 total points.
Yeah, I think they had 21 finishes.
Exactly, 20. That's highest till now.
That is the highest number of finishes
Yeah.
till now. Yes, absolutely.
And I think it won't be easy to break their record in the coming days. Also for the teams. Teams, you have a challenge. 21 finish points. Let's see which one of you is going to break it.
Well, we might just see them break it right away in this
Yeah.
very match itself because we got a lot of interesting teams lined up. But of course, before we move on, I also want to take some time to talk about consistency because consistency goes a long way. Now, of course, this is a bit of a sprint. You've only got 2 rounds to prove yourself. So, playing aggressively, getting all those finishes, getting all those high placement points really matters. But if you can consistently get top 3, top 4, or even top 5, over the course of 12, 24, 36 games, you are going to be the one who's at the top, not the team, who occasionally gets a chicken dinner or, gets a couple of chicken dinners and then finishes in bottom 8. No, you want to be the team who's consistent, and for that reason alone, I am hoping that we get to see more of Atom ES because this is another team that I think could contend against the top dogs over here. But speaking of the top dogs, I do believe we're going to be having a look at some of these teams as well in a little bit of a while. We're going to have to wait and hold on to our horses for now. But yeah, when they do come around, I'm going to be curious to see what it's going to look like. Well, let's have a look at the matchup ourselves. We don't have to wait for too long. In fact, it seems like production heard my wishes, and well, here it is. Here are the teams that are going to be playing this one out. So we're starting off with UP50 Esports, followed by Oyster, Team VST, Hype DC Squad, Team Inside Out, Team Invaders, Ace1 Esports, and Galaxy Goats. My favorite name.
Galaxy Goats, definitely everyone is liking that name. But if we move forward, we have Fearless Saga. This team tend to be fearless. Then we have RGB Gamers, a rival for Dominate. Let's see if they can dominate. And then we have Formation X, Team Power. Iron Sight, Mega Boys, and Laughing Loud Esports. Interesting names, Floki, we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very interesting names. So our Prowess, Iron Sight, a lot of these, just single-handedly just showing, how they're going to play. Team Iron Sights, yeah, well, they're probably not going to pick up any scopes.
Yeah.
If they don't, they're going to be in a world of trouble. I hope they do. But it's going to be interesting to see a team that stays true to the name. They're like, Iron Sights, fine. Iron Sights it is. That's what we're going to work with. Doesn't matter even if we find an arm. We're going to make it work with the Iron Sight. And, try and find those picks. But, of course, that remains to be seen. It's just speculation. It's just headcanon. But speaking of speculation, we clearly saw a lot of aggression coming in both of these first 2 games. We saw consistent aggression throughout. Game 2, maybe not so much. The aggression was a little bit more scattered. What would you like to see for this game? What are the lessons that you think some of these teams can learn from those 2 matches that just went by?
I think what Atom ES did, this is what that is required to qualify for the next round, because Atom ES were pretty consistent in match 1 and match 2.
Yeah.
If we talk about match 1, the teams that were in the top 5 slot, match 2, they were in the bottom 5.
Yeah.
If you do this time of game, maybe with overall standings, you might not qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you end up just being on the brink, right? Because sure, you've got those chicken dinners, you've got those finishes, but at the end of the day, it's all about consistency. And if you can't get yourself that top 4 finish, well, then you're not really going to be in a good spot anyway over the course of the long run, over the course of 4 to 5 matches, which is what's going to be coming up for these teams after these first few rounds are over. But until then, it is going to be a bit of a sprint, Shadow, and I'm very curious to see which of these teams actually cross that finishing line and make it over to the next stage itself. Well, before we move on to that, though, we are going to be, just holding back a little bit, seeing these teams load in, and hopefully, we also going to have a word from our sponsors coming soon enough, because, well, you have to remember, without them, this tournament wouldn't be possible, right? 1 crore rupee prize pool, 50 lakh rupees for the first place, lots of other rewards for, MVPs and Lone Ranger stuff, and surviving a long amounts of time. Without iQOO, none of this would be possible, so a big shout out to them for this. But, yeah, with that out of the way, I mean, I do think that this time around we're going to have, like you said, some very interesting teams playing. Lots of interesting names as well.
Yeah.
Prowess, Iron Sights, Fearless Saga. Let's see which one of these teams actually end up qualifying, because it's not going to be a lot of them making it. So there's going to be a lot of heartbroken fans today. Well, while we're talking about headcanons and just speculation over here in the meantime, what do you think these games are going to look like? Do you think there's going to be a lot more aggression coming in? Do you think if the flight path is, let's say it's even, right? It cuts through the middle. Maybe it starts off from the south, ends up towards the north. Do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of fights, or do you think that these teams are going to be a bit more reserved, try and play for those placement points instead?
Well, if you want to qualify, you have to focus on the place and finish points, both the things. Because if you're only getting the finish points, maybe if you're ending at 14th or 15th position, okay, you can't get finish points
Yeah.
at that position. Like in 10th position, you have got finishes, but in next game you end up being on the 16th. We saw
Yeah.
some of the teams getting nada, 0 points. Match
Yeah.
1 they were in the top 5, and next game they were getting 0 points. So you have to make sure if you're not getting finish points, at least you're getting the placement points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those placement points can end up making the difference
Yeah.
so many times, right? You consistently place high, but you don't get that many finishes. You're gonna find yourself in that top 4, top 5 spot. Of course, you sprinkle a few more finishes on top of that, you could just be in that, you know, that top spot, that first place. But yeah, I mean, it's like you talked about those placement points. They do make a big difference over here. And I mean, I do think that these teams are going to try and think about that. But at this point, like we said earlier, it's all just headcanon and speculation. So far, we've seen one Pochinki fight that happened fairly early on. Which other location do you want to see some early fights breaking out at?
If you talk about yesterday we saw so many hot drops contestations, especially in I think match number 4. Teams were dropping in Pochinki, Yasna, Novo, and Military Base. But this time I want teams to be a little more mature and act like experienced teams and drop into there is no harm if you are dropping in Gatka area, looting
Yeah.
the small compounds, or the farm area, loot the small compounds and quickly enter into the zone area, hold a compound and defend it till the final circle, and then you have the position points and you're always going to get finish points. If you make it to the 5th or the 6th circle, you are getting both the things, and that is how you are consistent. So I am
Yeah.
expecting teams to do something like that instead of going directly in a hot drop, dropping in Pochinki or Novo Ripnoi. Even if you're getting the finish points, suppose you eliminate a team, you get
Yeah.
4 finish points, but maybe you might suffer a casualty. You
Yeah.
may lose 1 or 2 players in the process.
Absolutely, and that would just make all of that aggression pointless, right? When you have only 2 players alive towards the end, you can't capitalize on those opportunities
Exactly.
like you could if you had an entire 4-man roster. So, yeah, you're going to try to stay alive as long as possible. You're going to try and make sure that you don't give up those early frags like you mentioned. And if you just have to take those fights, be smart about it.
Yeah.
If it means that, you know, maybe there's one player who's going to have to be knocked for a while and he'll be out of the fight while everyone else get in better positions and get those angles to win those fights, might just absolutely be worth it instead of rushing to his aid and trying to get the res and, you know, that save your buddy syndrome coming in full effect, getting everyone finished off. But yeah, I'm curious to see if that does end up happening. So, well, speaking of early fights, we did cover Pochinki, I believe. You also mentioned where was it that you wanted to see the fight again?
I want to see the fight.
Yeah, where? But where would you like to see the fight early
the
on?
final early on.
Yeah, early on.
Early on, I want 4 teams dropping in military base area.
Military base. Okay.
3 buildings, all the 3 buildings occupied by 3 different teams, and one of the team in the factory area, one of the team in the observatory area. It's going to awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. A very open area as well, so lots of potential for those long-range pickoffs
But
with
these
those
are
marksman
all
rifles.
in our heads. It's not gonna
Yeah.
happen. We all know.
It's not going to happen. It
Yeah.
might happen if the flight path allows it, but that's very much unlikely. But speaking of what is likely, it is, well, these teams doing really, really well. But without iQOO, none of this would have been possible. So let's have a word from our sponsors in just a bit and see how they put this all together.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that is the absolute beast of a phone known as the iQOO Legend 7. And guess what? If you're having troubles with your phone, you can pick this one up because guess what? It has a Qualcomm 888 Snapdragon processor that's going to make sure you don't have any jitters, no frame rate drops, none of that issues. If you are looking to be a professional player and looking for a reliable phone, this is it. And guess what? It even clicks good pictures from time to time. So, sometimes when you want to go out there with your friends, just have a good time, well, iQOO's got you covered for that as well. And what better part about the phone than the fast charge, right? 22 minutes, full battery, it's a 66-watt flash charge.
Suppose you are traveling and you forget to charge your phone, or you're out a whole day for one whole day completely. You don't have a plug-in point or something like that. Just 22 minutes and you're good to go.
Absolutely. I mean, that's all you have to do. And guess what? I mean, that's sometimes all you need. 22 minutes just to charge it all up. Just continue your BGMI experience, not let it be hindered any single time. And I have to say, the players, they're about to start loading in. They are on the island, dancing away, shooting at each other's faces, having all sorts of fun. But yeah, soon enough, they're going to be dropping in. We're going to be seeing the flight path as well. And I'm very curious to see what it's going to look like. I personally am hoping it's going to start somewhere in the south and end up not just a very generic flight path, because I feel that is when you can really see the decision making of teams come into effect. That is where good teams really thrive and bad teams can just falter and combust.
Well, don't talk about zone. Please. The match 1, you guys got the best zone. Water zone, water circle. Why I don't get to cast the circles?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone wants a good water finish, but yep, maybe this time around there is a higher likelihood that one of those finishes comes through. If you look at the flight path, it is starting off from the west of the map and ending towards the south. Wow, this is actually going to make sure that there's very little real estate up for the taking. Lots of teams going to drop in early on, try to get towards Hospital, George Ball, and Ruins. And potentially we could see Pochinki and Farm being contested as well. Yasnaya Poliana, Stalber, Severny, shooting range. I think these are probably going to be off limits. But once again, you never know. The circle, it's a fickle mistress and you never know where she's going to go. So maybe if you take the risk and go up north, it might just pay off.
Well, we might see some of the teams dropping towards the Rozok area because it offers a very good loot, and Yasna also because it is one of the favorite places of so many teams that we know of. Yes, Mansion Prison and Lipovka might be out of contestation, but Milta is still reachable, and let's see where the circle forms, because then teams will decide where they exactly want to go. If we have a northern circle, then teams will go for the quick rotation, but if we have a southern circle, teams might decide not to go for the longer rotation, and we have a southern circle, and we have two teams dropping in military base area, looking pretty comfortable, and that is going to be their home for a very long time.
Absolutely. So Snovka military base in play, a little bit of military power as well, but right away we've got some skirmishes going up here. It looks like Team Ironsight is here to try and fight up against Team Galaxy Goats, and Team Galaxy Goats could be in a world of trouble. They've already lost one of their players being knocked down. Just one player still standing, trying to keep their dreams alive. I mean, I think this is going to be a squad fight right off the bat. He's riding away in the car, won't be shot down, will stay alive long enough, but unfortunately he's going to be all by himself because all of his teammates, well, they've bitten the dust.
Well, they have already lost two of their players. One of the player is already down on his knees. Let's see if the race will be coming up, because Team Ironside for now will be going further loot, and Nyx, no one is putting him out of his misery. His teammate also looks too far away for the revive, and Nyx will, it's a matter of time that Nyx is going down. The last player of Galaxy Goats has the responsibility of carrying the flag forward. Let's see how far he can go away. The thing he can do is just go for the position points, not engage in a 1v4 kind of a situation, not make too much noise, just find a shelter, find a home, and stay there for a long time. But for now, the circle, Floki can go either side, either the military base area or towards the central island. Let's see where it's gonna go, and that is going to be a very difficult decision for the teams also, for the rotation, quick rotation or early rotation, we can say.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the predicament that teams are in right now, it's either hold on to Sosnovka or rotate on towards the main island, look to go towards Pochinki and farm. Areas that are already being hotly contested, but you know one area that is still open? It is Milta. Well, if you go there, you might just find a couple of compounds waiting for you that you can snatch up. Speaking of Yasna Poliana, there is a team making their way towards that general direction as well, so they're going to be getting control of that part of the map for now. In the meantime, it seems that Hype TC squad just having a gala time right in the smack dab center of that military base, trying to get themselves all the weapons in the world, level 2 backpack, level 3 vest, no helmets just yet, but I'm sure if they scrounge long enough, they're going to find a couple of those lying around as well. And yeah, the circle, it's going to force out a lot of early action over here. I think by the second circle, we're going to be seeing a fair number of teams being eliminated. Already, we've seen 3 players bite the dust. Actually, it's 4 players who've bitten the dust over here, considering that Hype DC squad actually loaded in with 1 member less. Unfortunately, couldn't come into this round, and that's going to suck for them, but hey, that's life sometimes. Laughing Loud Esports though, having all the fun in the world, all of this real estate, it is all theirs and no one's nearby to contest them.
Well, there is no one nearby in the Pochinki area, but rotations might be coming in from the teams that have dropped in nearby the school area, so they have to be very careful. But I'm worried about the teams that have dropped in towards the Georgiopol area, because they have to go for a very fast loot and make those quick rotations. Otherwise, there is a possibility someone might be gatekeeping you. Let's see if that's going to happen or not. On the other hand, we can see some of the teams in the Novo Ripnoi area also that have dropped in, and there is kind of a quick congestion that has formed over there. So the hilly areas of the between the Novo Ripnoi and the military base area, those caves areas, they are a very good position of Floki to hold on to, because if the circle suddenly takes the eastern shift, then you have a complete control of those caves, and you can absolutely control the fights or the teams that are closing in and completely eliminate them.
Absolutely, it's all going to come down to the circle at this point. So, you know, a lot of teams are trying to place their bets right now, and well, it seems that a couple of teams are putting their chips on Novo Ripnoi at the moment. Is it actually going to pay off? Well, we are about to find out soon enough. But in the meantime, I see 3 teams still lurking around the Georgiopol ruins area, you know, just being there in a state of flux, not really fighting each other just yet, but they're all going to be rotating in from the same part, so we could be seeing some action outside in the blue zone. Let's see if that actually does end up happening. In the meantime, Team Ace1 Esports, well, having a good time, getting all the weapons in the world. No West for a couple of the players just yet, but I saw Spray got pick one up for himself, and yeah, Ace1 Esports, let's see what they're going to be able to do over here. Team Ironside letting everyone know about their position. They see a car passing by, they fire, they miss, they don't land those shots, and now they got a decision to make. Do they stick around here and continue to hold on to this compound, or do they just get the hell out of Dodge?
Well, Team Ironside and Team Inside Out are in a very close vicinity. In fact, Inside Out Joker OG is already receiving some of the shots from the team, but he has a very good position from the top hill nearby the bridge area. He can provide so much information for his teammates who are already stuck in the petrol pump area. Let's see if they can go for the flank angle from the ridge area or from the backside, or go for the long rotation and try to get at least one connection or one frag onto the players of Team Ironside, because you can't go for a 4v4 classic battle directly into the compound, because Team Ironside has a very good hold of that compound, but seems like INS Zeno is in the mood to close in, or at least get one connection or one frag from that position, and that is when the team is going to close in.
Yeah, now I'm not too sure what Team Insidious are up to, because a couple of the players are rotating around. Do they want to take this fight against Ironside? They could if they want to. They're still inside Sosnovka, and they do have the better real estate over here, Team Ironside. So let's see if they're going to continue to try and hold on, or if they're just going to give up and just hide here and get the hell out of Dodge. They've got a great amount of vision. They are a little bit scattered, just looking in different directions, trying to get some information for themselves. You see one player coming in with the buggy. A few shots are going to be fired, but can Ironside actually convert them into finishes? Right away, it seems that Team Ironside, well, they're going to have to hold on to the piece of real estate as Insane Akash Everyone else, they're gonna try and take these fights. One player being already knocked out from the side of Team Inside Out, and it's been a knock exchange so far between both of them. Some grenades being lobbed as well. But guess what? INS, they don't have the full squad just yet. Now they're gonna be coming in. They're gonna be getting a lot of fire. Somehow still standing strong, looking to provide backup towards his teammates. But no, it seems that INS, they've lost 2 of their members. They have been knocked down. Another one is gonna be knocked down as well. Just one player standing, trying to get the rest going, trying to get the heals up and running. But he's gonna be in a world of trouble because Team Inside Out, well, they're gonna come up the stairs and eliminate him. Hex Insane trying his best to keep them at bay. He's trying to make sure that they can't really walk up the stairs without a cost, but he also needs to revive his teammates. And the grenades are being lobbed in. Oh my god, Insane, so damn low. They're all gonna rush up the stairs. And look at this is a hunting party looking for that final frag. They will find it, and Team Insight will be the first squad to be eliminated from this round.
Well, Team Inside Out, what a planned rush on the players of Team Iron Sight. In fact, one of the player closed in. In fact, all of the vision was blocked. The formation of the team of all the 4 players to provide the cover fire when the rush was coming in. In fact, the mistake the players of Team Iron Sight made was when there were only 2 players of Inside Out. One was knocked down. They should have rushed in and tried to eliminate the other player also, but instead they let the raise happen, and that is when the mistake came in from the players of Team Iron Sight. On the other hand, INS beautiful scored by, but suffered a casualty also. On the other hand, some of the teams like RGP are still in the Yasnia area. They might opt for Nova Ripnoy Bridge area. That would be the better decision, because on the other hand, military base island, we see INS squad and already Anil squads also making those rotations.
Yeah.
Few of the teams are moving from the prison area as well, but UP50 esports, they are moving from the Pochinki area. From the looks of it, it looks like they might go for the water rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of water rotations, there's already a team on a boat who's trying to circle their way around and maybe climb up those hilly terrains near Noah Ripnoy. It's going to be a hard now to start, but if they want, they can just go all the way around instead. Crash somewhere near Milta Power and maybe get themselves some control over farm, because farm is still completely open. No team is in that area. Although there are still a lot of teams just tanking the blue zone at the moment. They're yet to get in, and I think we might just see a couple of them getting knocked out to the play zone itself. Speaking of that, there is Team Formation X trying to make their way straight in towards the center, taking the shortest path possible because they know that they could be in a world of trouble. Some of the players have heals, other ones not so much. Fool, only 3 bandages and 2 medkits to his name, and he's going to have to make them count. So let's see if he can actually get there. But yeah, in the meantime, it seems that Team Inside Out, they're going to be controlling the bridge that allows for rotations to come in from Sosnovka. But yeah, let's have a look at the quick replay and see exactly how he managed to land that nade, because that was a sick nade coming in from him. Oh, wow. He landed that nade through 2 cracks in the windows. That is insane.
Well, Obaid kind of expected the players would be exactly at that position, because in this compound there is only one place where you can go for the raise or the revival on your teammate. On the other hand, Obaid teammate was going in for the raise on his own teammate. Obaid perfectly planned decision and perfectly accurate grenade coming from this guy, and team kind of, they should have expected a grenade might be coming in any second, because that is the only position you have to be in. Yep. And a team will easily read you out. But Ironside might come for another plan in the next game. They still have one more game to go. On the other hand, rival for Dominate are still lingering in the bridge area somewhere. They have to be very careful of the INS squad. No, I'm sorry. They are on the Novo Ripnoy bridge area. On the other hand, INS is on a military base area. And Team Invaders, if we talk about them, they have a good hold of this particular area. They have already decided to move on the zone. But if you talk about zone, teams are still not able to decide which side the zone is going to go.
I mean, it's right in the smack dab center. Once again, got a little bit of Sosnovka military base, got a little bit of the northern, of the main central island as well. And just a whole bunch of water in between. Looks like your dream might just come true today, Shadow. There might just be a water finish.
I wanted to go north side.
More north? Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's see if that actually ends up happening for the time being, as we see Team Oyster just crashing into this little watchtower and trying to make their way up there, and another player just hunting out there for information. Great stuff, could potentially even sack them, could even allow him to get a couple of picks if the aggression does come in from a different angle, but Team Inside Out keeping no secrets about their rotations over here as they try and move deeper towards the circle here, because they really aren't in a good spot at the moment. And it looks like they're all going to be having a car for themselves, each just waiting around the corner.
Well, Inside Out have already opted for very good positioning, because they are kind of anticipating that teams might be rotating from the water area, because usually in this kind of a circle, most of the teams from the central island opt for a water rotation because the bridges are already out of the safe zone area. From this position, team might get so many finishes, but they also have to be very careful of another team invaders, which are very close to them.
Yeah, I mean 35% of the current circle is pretty much water here, so you're gonna have to snatch up the few hilly terrains that are there and get yourself on top of those, because otherwise you're not gonna have the liberty of deciding which fights you want to pick. And at this point there are lots of teams closing in towards the circle. They're gonna be seeing a lot of action breaking out towards the periphery, as there are all these teams trying to make their way in there. But the team with the best positioning at the moment is Team Inside Out, and yeah, let's see if they can continue holding on to that position, or if they're going to succumb under the pressure, as another team on the central island does also have a fairly decent position up towards the north, and all the teams in the central island are going to be quite happy about the fact that they don't really have to take any sort of fights. And it looks like, Shadow, this is gearing up to be a very, very chaotic late game.
Well, it is gonna be chaotic, especially when the next circle is gonna form. On the other hand, Rival for Dominate making a very good decision of being a little silent, because there are so many teams in the close vicinity. If they're going to make lots of noise, maybe all the three teams will start shooting in their direction. But Inside Out has got their eyes open in all 360-degree area. They're trying to spot the team of invaders, but let's see where the next zone is gonna shift. And
Oh, wow.
Team INS,
I
very
mean,
good position. They can get so many finishes.
they prayed to the circle gods before they slept last night, and these are the dividends of such prayers. Well, let's see if those prayers actually are going to bear fruit, or if they're not going to be able to hold on to this position. And the god that actually granted them the wish was the god of mischief, Loki himself. So far it doesn't seem that anyone is closing in on their position or trying to contest them. While there are teams around that area, they're not really in a good spot to contest Team Inside Out. But almost everyone from the northern part of the map is going to have to swim their way inside the circle, and those are going to be some very, very easy pickings. In the meantime, Laughing Loud Esports and Spidey, it seems like they're eager to take this fight here up against some of these other teams coming in. Hype DC squad receiving the short end of the stick over here, and the wrong end of that Scar, as they do end up dropping the semi-automatic rifles at this distance. Great work, and there you go. Those are some connections coming in from him. And Laughing Out Loud Esports, can they actually convert all of these knocks into picks? Oh, they see him in the buggy. Can they get the shot in? Can they get the shot? He takes out his Scar, but he's missing. He's whiffing all of his bullets. They don't really end up connecting, and Fury OP will stay alive to tell the tale.
Well, he will survive for the next game, but with only 2 teammates.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
another one didn't load in, so that's kind of automatically like a death in itself, and it's kind of gonna suck, because lots of these teams still have all 4 of their members up and running. Shadow, 4th circle, I see at least 8 teams with 4 members still alive.
But my eyes are on UP50, how they are going to enter inside the zone, especially when the squad of INS is already there. Behind them, RGP players are already there. All the teams that are in the water area, they are up for a very big trouble, because I can already see the players of Oyster also holding on to the shoreline area. From the other end, all other teams might also come in and close in. It's a race. Any of the team from these teams reaches first to the shoreline, they are going to make sure to get the finishes and clear all the way for their teammates. On the other hand,
this is an interesting
Anuj
approach.
to OP.
Okay, I mean, he is just trying to, drink those energy drinks and keep that energy up and going. And now he's going to go for the sprint inside the car, using it to heal himself back up as well. Smart decisions by him is actually going to pay off, but maybe, just maybe, he's taking a bit too much time over here. Could try and use the element of surprise to his advantage, be the last person to rotate in from his team and perhaps catch the team gatekeeping them off guard, but that is highly unlikely. In the meantime, Team Inside Out, they've sent one player on a fact-finding mission. It's going to be Joker OG looking towards the shoreline, seeing if any stragglers have made their way up the beach. And guess what? It's not only them who are looking for those picks, it is also Team RGP Gamers who are about to enter that shoreline area and gatekeep Team UP50.
But if we talk about RGP, they are in a 1v3 split. Their other player, Hardboy OP, is completely off the track, opposite end of the shoreline. Let's see if he can reunite with his teammates. But let's see, Gamers, RGP Gamers, one of the guy has already been caught off by INS squad, and they are trying to get a finish onto him, and they might get the other guy as well from RGP squad. And now the problems begin for this team, because they're left with only 2 players. One of them is so far away. The team was so separated, so spread out. Now they are paying the price by getting 2 of their players eliminated. One of them is knocked out, and the last player is remaining, which will be eliminated by a Fearless Saga. And with that, Team RGB Gamers has been eliminated at 15th position, and courtesy to Fearless Saga also.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually expecting that maybe RGP are going to throw down a little bit more utility and try and gatekeep everyone from coming in. But no, the meta actually seems to be favoring the teams who are not the first ones in to go towards the beast. They're just trying to play the long game and just trying to live as long as possible so they can rotate later and try and just survive. But now you can see, I mean, it seems that Team Inside Out know that there are lots of teams coming in from this general shoreline, and they're just going to line them all up. It's going to be free points for all of them. But Fearless Saga, they want a piece of pie here. They are also gatekeeping and trying to make sure that they are able to pick up some of these free finishes heading their way.
Well, these are all free finishes that the Team Fearless Saga or Team INS might be getting, because the players are pretty much handicapped in the water area. They can't do anything. If they have a vehicle, they can go for the healings, but other than that, they can't go anything. But on the other hand, Laughing Loud seems to be in a bit of trouble. All the smokes are being deployed, but VST seems to be in the mood. Grenades are popping in from VST, and the players of Team Laughing Loud are already on a very low HP. VST is picking so many fights with multiple teams. They have to pick their fights and choose one and try to focus on one team only. Otherwise, they might be heading for a trouble. On the other hand, Matrix need to heal up really fast.
Yeah, Laughing Loud Esports were in a bit of a pickle early on over here because they were on the low ground, but they seem to be fighting back against their oppressors now. And Team VST could be in a bit of a pickle themselves because they are starting to get surrounded by all of these teams to their right, to their left, in the front. They're all around them. The only thing they don't have to worry about their back is that there's no team going to be coming in, just the blue zone itself. But a rampage coming in from Zeno as he managed to find himself a bunch of finishes. And now the mollies and grenades once again being tossed in the direction of Team Laughing Loud. They're trying to find those picks. They're trying to convert them into actual finishes, and they will find it. Just one player still standing on his feet who could potentially fight. And guess what, Team VST, they're going to go in for the kill over here. But Team VST, they also realize there's another team in the area. It's Hype DC Squad, with 2 of their players still standing. But in the end, it does seem like Team Laughing Loud Esports will be eliminated here by Team Invaders as they get themselves, or Team Inside Out as they get themselves, Team Invaders as they get themselves a couple of picks. 2 different teams.
Well, Team Inside Out is on a rampage. Like you mentioned, free Amazon deliveries are coming in, and they are picking up all the finishes from the water area, and already they have got 12 finishes. On the other hand, another teams are also, so many teams are picking up fights. Kill feed is constantly running, but Inside Out, they are stealing the show. They are stealing the show completely. But on the other hand, we can see VST players are also in a bit of trouble from the grenades. If I'm not wrong, few of the players are already knocked out, and rival for Dominate are trying to take fight with the players of Oysters, and the player is already now low HP. Mirza goes down. Last player remaining from Team Oysters. Let's see if Team Rival for Dominate can eliminate the name Oysters from this lobby. On the other hand, the circle is shrinking in. Teams are gravitating towards the center of the circle, but Zeno has got the machine gun. This man is proving deadly. On the other hand, two teams, Team number 9 and Team 6, are engaging in a fight, and Sandy goes down.
My goodness, look at these fights coming in. Team 6, they've got two of their members on the ground, but Team 9 also are just crawling and reeling from their losses. 2v2 now. A very fair engagement, but no grenade finding the two. He's down over here, but now they're going forward and trying to take this fight. Sandy on his knees, but he's still got his teammate Danger around the corner. He's actually going to be brought back up to his feet, allowed to be healed up and get back in this fight. It's now a 3v3 all over again. Team Invaders need to hold on to his feet to be in the city. They see him walking around. They're trying to juke inside while landing their shots, and they will be able to get themselves another knock and get the finish as well. It looks like it's going to be the end here for Team Invaders as they get surrounded on all sides by Fearless Saga. They eliminate Invaders, who have been sent home for good.
Well, Fearless Saga is definitely fearless. At one point, so many players were knocked out. They went in for the revive. They went in for the elimination of the opponent team. They are definitely fearless. On the other hand, UP50 is surviving with only one member. Other player is already down in Z's. VST has 3 players. Let's see if they can go for the revival onto their 4th player. But Team INS, look at that. 16 finishes and still looking very strong. Have got the complete control of the western side of the circle. On the other hand, UP50 has got northern part of the circle, but VST only a shack cover for themselves, and not even the zone is favoring them.
Yeah, I mean, this is just death all around them. Sure, inside out, they are in a very good position themselves, but the cool thing about them is that they can prevent the other team from getting in a position. The blue zone is the one thing that's going to keep them in check, though. I mean, they're not going to be allowed to stay there for too long. Going to probably have to drop a couple of smoke grenades for cover if they want to try and prevent the other team from moving away from the shack. But in the meantime, Fearless Saga just having a field day over here. Clippy is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna rattle my gun in this general direction, and if it finds some heads, well, it finds some heads, and I am all the more happy about it. But UP50 Esports will be eliminated in the end by Team Inside as they find themselves 2 more finishes. But Team VST, with all 4 players still standing, could prove to be bothersome here. Fearless Saga also on the prowl, looking to third party this entire situation, and Team Inside Out aware of this as well. Are aware about VST's position, trying to take 2 fights on multiple fronts. And Fearless Saga, they will lose one of their players. He's going to get knocked down, probably not in position to be revived over here. And Myth needs to be careful. Oh no, he's going to be shot and knocked down by Danger. Now needs to wait for one of his teammates to come back, and no, looks like the Molotov is going to be his undoing. But no, Clippy is going to go forward, secure that kill for himself from Fearless Saga. And once again, the circle starting to close in over here. Clippy in a bit of a hard spot here, and the members from Team Inside Out just staying out of trouble in the meantime. It's just hiding in the grass, and there's a couple of smokes being dropped as well. As Zeno, he's trying to distract them, trying to create a trying to create a misdirection of sorts, allowing his teammate maybe to get a better angle and get a better shot. But in the meantime, Team VST, they're wounded, they need to tend to. And just as they see that Joker, he tries to pounce on the opportunity, but ends up getting knocked down over here. And Team VST, they can try and pull off a miracle clutch over here. They only have 2 players standing though. Fearless Saga in a good position to maybe try and third party this entire situation. Will they be successful? Yes, they're going to go ahead and do it. VST Matrix is going to get cleaned up over here, and so is Beanie Man. He's going to be taken out as well, making it a fair 2v2v2 affair of sorts. Well, not exactly. There's still 8 players alive, so I mean, you know, the other 2 players are knocked down, but still, it's a 2v2 for the most part. Unless Fearless Saga can get their last member back up, they do manage to do that. Team Inside Out, they've got a perfect line of sight towards where Team VST is. Just a rock protecting them, but no, in the meantime, from the other direction, bullets being rattled, and Team VST paid the price for their inattentiveness as Fearless Saga capitalized on that situation, knocked 2 of their players down, just 1 player standing strong from the side of Team VST, and Team Inside Out as well with just 1 player standing. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold on over here. Fearless Saga, they just need to go forward and finish off the job. The zone going to be closing in soon enough. Do they have the utility to make this work? VST, 2 players being knocked down, and Joko, he's actually going to steal those finishes away from Team VST, but they will be eliminated right there through the smoke. And there you go, VST with just one member standing is the only team who's going to be between Fearless Saga and victory. Inside out, great number of finishes for them. 19, coming very, very close to breaking the previous record, but I don't think they're going to be successful in doing that. VST, last member standing, got no sources of healing whatsoever. Could probably pick it up from the corpses of his teammates, but in a 1v3, this is near impossible for him to try and pull off. And there you go, the match has ended. It is going to be Team Fearless Saga who end up getting the winner chicken dinner. Great stuff coming in from them. Even though Inside Out had the most number of finishes, it is once again Team Fearless Saga who control their aggression, who have purpose for aggression. It's that team that ends up getting that top spot.
Well, Fearless Saga had a perfect compound to their names. The zone was favoring them, and they were pretty silent for some time when it was required. But let's straight away jump into the highlights that what way Team Fearless Saga went for this victory.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Team Fearless Saga did a very, very good job overall. Just, making sure that all of their aggression was well timed, well put together. And it was not aggression for its own sake. It was aggression for a purpose, once again, that really ended up paying dividends over here. Team Hindsight, we saw them take, a fight early on, get themselves a good solid 3 finishes. They couldn't completely finish the job, but in the end, they did see, that early aggression benefit them. They did not lose a player. I believe they had all 4 still standing. And Team Inside Out, I think this has to be the most sick moment from the game. That frag actually traveled through 2 windows, not 1, 2 windows to find those targets. And my goodness, that's such a well thrown nade there.
Well, that compound itself offers so much open space for the grenades. It's very difficult to defend that particular compound, and that is what exactly happened with our Inside. But UP50 started good, but in the end opted for a water rotation that didn't fare off very well with them because Team Inside Out was already there. Team Fearless Saga also helped, and with that RGB also was completely wiped off. On the other hand, Team Laughing Loud initially had a good positioning, but this position, Team VST, one precise grenade, that is what is required to eliminate the whole squad. In fact, when you are in such a position, you have to be a little separated. You can't afford to be pinned down at one position because one grenade is all that it takes to eliminate you. On the other hand, INS was on a rampage, next level rampage. They were going for the finishes. Little zone if had favored them, or a little position they had in their favor, might be they could have ended up getting the chicken dinner. But Team Fearless Saga, nothing taking away from them. Beautiful gameplay.
Absolutely. Team Fearless Saga with the controlled aggression once again. That is what ends up winning the war. Not the mindless, the senseless aggression. The aggression for its own sake that we tend to see so much these days. But you know what that aggression does get you? A bunch of points. And I believe there were 19 points for Team Inside Out. So they're going to be pretty pleased with themselves regardless of, the placement points. I think they know that they've got enough in the bank to try and make the next round interesting, as long as they manage to not die early on, keep their members alive, maybe even potentially break into that top 6, top 7. They could retain their spot in the top 3 and try and make it to the next round, which is all that really matters over here. But Team VST, I mean, it was just such an interesting 3-way tie, right? You could see that Team Inside Out, they really tried that towards the end. They even got a knock, but in the end, it's just not enough. Team VST, they had 1 member alive. Team Inside Out, they had only 2. And this is where the numbers advantage came in. When those numbers are separated, when those 3 players that are alive, even though they're from different teams, aren't together, aren't in one spot, well, it's just not going to happen. You're just not going to be able to outmatch a team with 3 players still standing.
It was not 3 players. If the situation has been reversed, the zone was favoring Team Inside Out, and Fearless Saga had to come out of that compound in the open area, then it was completely inside out game, because when you're on open, when you have to move towards the zone, you are in a disadvantaged position. That is what happened with INS. They had to make the smoke walls. They even tried to make the smoke walls, but that wasn't enough because the zone was closing in. They have to move forward, and Fearless Saga, beautiful compound to their name, beautiful cover, and beautiful chicken dinner.
Absolutely, Fearless Saga with the fearless plays, getting
Yeah.
them that first place finish, 11 finish points. Not as good as Inside Out, but still up there. 11 finishes are not low by any stretch of the imagination. But, enough of the speculation. Let's have a look at the points ourselves, see what it's all about. And there you go, it should be up on our screens right there. Team Inside Out with that first place finish, followed by Fearless Saga, who actually got the chicken dinner. Even though they got the chicken dinner, they are second overall just because of the sheer number of finishes Team Inside Out has.
Well, definitely there is only 3-point difference, but if they keep up the consistency, I think anything can happen. On the other hand, Team VST also played really well. They also had the position disadvantage. If the players had been little scattered inside instead of being over single vehicle, things could have been better for VST as well. But 18 total points, nothing bad at all. UP50 Esports, their journey from the water was very difficult.
Yeah.
But 13 points, 4th position, appreciable. Rival for
Yep.
Dominate with 5 finish points, total 11 points. Standing at 5th position, Team Invaders started off really good with 4 finish points, but later on the momentum kind of fell off. They fell down and surviving with only 8 points at 6th position. Nothing to complain about, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much to complain about over here, but once again, you have to remember Team Inside Out, Fearless Saga, and VST. Now the game plan is pretty straight, simple. They just kind of want to survive in the upcoming round. But let's have a look at the bottom 8 teams as well, right? Mega Boys with just 1 positioning point in that 9th place and 1 finish point for a total of 2. Laughing Out Loud as well with 2. Ace 1 Oyster, Galaxy Ghost Formation with 1 each. And unfortunately, RGB Gamers and Hype TC Squad finding none whatsoever. Slightly disappointing finish for these guys, but hey, they still may have a chance. If the stars align like we saw in that very first match of today, in those first 2 rounds, they could potentially reach that top spot and maybe dethrone the champions as of now. Fearless Saga and Inside Out, they have to watch their backs, because if they end up being eliminated early on, there will be a new king.
The teams at the bottom can do what Team Mayavi did.
They certainly could. I mean,
Yeah.
Team Miami was awfully quiet for the first round.
They were
right?
in the bottom 5
Absolutely.
with, I think, very few points or 0 points. I don't remember exactly, but they were in the bottom 5. And next match, boom, 21 finishes and at the top.
Yeah, exactly. But look at this for the moment. It seems that Xeno is the MVP, and we were thinking that 1500 damage was a lot in the previous round. How about 1681? Now that is a big number. 9
That
finishes.
guy with machine gun, he was beast on a rampage. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
He was going for finish after finish. The machine gun in his hands. Better not give him a machine gun in match number 2. Otherwise, you don't know what is gonna happen. This guy is not stopping at all.
I mean, this man is like John Rambo, you just give him that
Yeah.
MG in his hands and he's just gunning everyone down who's in front of him. 6 headshots to his name. That is probably where the damage is coming from. But you know what? It's only him who's had a good performance. There's also 4 other players. So let's have a look at the top 5 and see what it's all about. And 3 of the top 5 players are all from Team Inside Out.
Well, Sandy is there with 688 damage with 7 finishes. Very good performance coming in from this team and player as well. If we talk about INS Obed, beautiful grenade out there. Damage that he has dished out is 390 with 5 finishes. Joker is followed by him with 891 damage. But look at survival times as well of Obed OP, 1322.
Yeah, I mean, very close in terms of survival times. A lot of these players, especially Joker Frog and Xeno, you can see 1558 and 1548 on the other. UP50 though, I mean, also another team that, we had some expectations from, but unfortunately the water rotation got the better of them. They ended up losing most of their players in that skirmish, and as a result couldn't really have the impact they wanted. But their dream is not dead yet.
Yeah.
They still have an opportunity. Fearless Saga and Inside Out, if they do not conserve their advantage, if they do not play a little bit more scared, a little bit more reluctant to take fights, they certainly could be in a world of trouble. But not only are there interesting stats about the players, there are also some very interesting stats about the game itself. So let's have a look at those. It seems that out of the 51 grenades that have been used so far, 6 of them have actually finished off players.
Well, one was from Ubaid, I remember, and a few were onto the players of Laughing Loud
Laughing Out
Esports.
Loud?
Yeah, Laughing Loud Esports as well. We saw the teams scattered. Usually in the end circle, players tend to be little scattered with their own vehicles, with their own covers to protect themselves. But this time that wasn't happening, and teams
Yep.
like INS and Furious Saga took perfect advantage of it, and we see 6 grenade kills. Finished.
Absolutely. I mean, great stuff coming in from them. But yeah, you also have to remember the total finishes and total knocks, total healing, everything just top notch this time around. And a lot of resuscitations as well on 26.
Oh.
But my god, look at that finish to damage shots. Just a moment ago, just in the previous matches itself, we were talking about how much damage has been done. This is not the highest though. This is the second highest amount of damage that we've seen so far. Of course, the highest damage being done by Team Mayavi in those first 2 rounds. Well, it was above that high. But no, I'm actually receiving word that it's not the second. It's actually the third highest damage over here, which is 3247 which is of course being trailed behind by Team Inside Out. 19 finishes to their name, 21 by Mayavi. So already records being made over here, and records coming very, very close to being broken again.
Yeah.
As a lot of these teams playing very, very aggressively. But yeah, when you show yourself to be the top dog, well, there's no place for you to go but down, and everyone's gonna have a big, everyone's gonna be gunning for you and coming for you because there's gonna be a target on your back. But let's have a look at the top 4 squads now. It's gonna be Team Inside Out in that first place with 19 total finishes, just 2 shy of Mayavi's 21, followed by Fearless Saga's 11, VST 6, and UP50 Esports is 5. And some of these teams, I mean, you can't really blame them for that, because teams like VST and UP50 Esports, they really weren't in a good spot. Ever since those circles just completely betrayed all the people in that central island.
Well, they could have shown a better performance. Like you mentioned, the circle was playing its own game, and
Yeah.
most of the teams, in fact, couldn't showcase their own gameplay because they were mostly stuck in the rotations or in the water area and pretty much handicapped. They couldn't do anything. They had to reach the shoreline, but another team was already present, like Fearless Saga, INS.
Yeah.
So let's see in the next game if we are going to see the same circle, because if we again see a water circle,
Yeah.
same problem for so many teams.
Absolutely, and guess what? None of this would have ever happened without the iQOO Legend 7. So let's actually jump into a word from our sponsors and see what they're all about as well.
Are you ready for this?
Well, big prize pools are not only just the effort of the community, but also sponsors like iQOO themselves. It is because of them that we have this 1 crore rupee prize pool. So make sure you check them out. Make sure you have a look at one of their phones, because they've got some really high performance phones up there. Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, like I've talked about earlier, just great performance all the way around. No frame drops, no jitters whatsoever. It's not going to hinder your gaming experience, but enough about that. Let's actually have a look at the matchup itself and see the teams that are going to be playing this time around. And there you go. Group 20, well, it's UP50 Esports, Team Oyster, Team VST, Hype TC Squad, Team Inside Out, Team Invaders, and Team Ace1 Esports, and Galaxy Goats.
Well, Galaxy Goats, not a very good game previous one, but we have Furious Saga, RGB Gamers, Rival for Dominate, Formation X, Team Prowess, Iron Sight, Mega Boys, and Team Laughing Loud Esports.
Yep. I mean, I have to say some of these names were very, very interesting. You know, Laughing Loud especially. But really signifying that they're going to be laughing loud by the end of this game. But are they going to be laughing at their own inability and ineptitude, or are they going to be laughing at their opponents who try to, just scratch and claw at them, and they just going to be standing there invincible like Superman, being like, "Ha, you can't touch us." Well, we're about to find out, right? Because the second match is still underway. Clearly, we saw a lot of different stuff happening this time around. There wasn't as much early aggression as we saw in those first 2 rounds. The aggression was a lot more focused towards the end when the circles started getting a bit wild and wonky. How do you think this time around they should react to that if such a situation does pop up?
I'm not completely expecting this lobby to have a early aggression or early fights, because these players seems a little experienced. They know what they have to do inside the game. They have to avoid the initial fights, go for the positioning, go for the finishes, end up being in the 5th or 6th circle, and that is exactly what we saw from most of the teams, except for I think one team getting elimination. Not even elimination. Noodle survived for a very long time.
I think they lost 3 of their players, and one of them survived until the
Noodle
very end. They were
was
there.
the player that survived from that team, and he survived for quite long. Other than that, we didn't see any of the initial fights happening at any of the players, because most of the players were also busy rotating inside the zone.
Absolutely. We just saw that one, grenade multi-finish there by, I think one of the inside-out players was lobbed in from those, 2 distinct spaces, one from the window and one from the staircase leading up to the rooftop. So, yeah, apart from those frags, we didn't really see all that much action. But maybe this time around things are going to be different. Maybe this time around the flight path is going to be so skewed that there is no option whatsoever but to take those fights early on. And when that happens, boy, do people get their popcorn out. We too are going to be getting a popcorn out, but it's going to be a little bit of work for that.
Let's have a completely southern flight path.
Completely southern.
Yeah.
Going in, so you want to go
military
from
bus to Novoripnoi.
Okay, so you want this to go from west to east on the southern part of the map.
Exactly, and circle forming on the Severny side. Let's go crazy, crazy. The teams will be like BGMI is playing game with us. We are not playing BGMI. BGMI is playing with us.
Absolutely, that is a very sadistic plan, I must say, Shadow, for all the players to drop into the middle of Sosnovka and Novoripnoi, and then be like, well, the circle is up north. Guess we're gonna spend the majority of our time walking. They're gonna be getting some really good cardio in, but the players are about to load into the lobby, so we don't have to speculate for much longer, as we're about to jump straight into the game and see for ourselves. But you seem to be itching to say something, Shadow. What is it?
I was about to say, if we get 10 to, although that's not gonna happen, if we see a southern circle, complete southern circle, we'll see so many vehicle
kills. Yeah.
So many vehicle finishes we'll get to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm waiting for those vehicle finishes as well, when guns don't cut it. And, well, that's your wish coming true right there. It's starting from Novoripnoi and going towards Primorsk. It couldn't have been better. I mean, you predicted it, you wizard.
I jinxed it for the teams.
Yeah, this is the caster's curse, striking long and hard. I mean, I wonder how these teams are even going to adapt to this sort of weird flight path. I mean, this is going to be very, very interesting. Shooting range, Zarki, Severny, Stalba, forget about those places. You only go there if you've got those massive cojones, and I doubt any of these teams are going to be looking to take such risks at the moment. In fact, a lot of them, Shadow, are going for these early drops. Milta Power, Shelter, Prison, Mansion. These are the points of interest, possibly even Yasnaya Polyana. You can rotate in there if you drop in towards Mansion early on, make your way over there, get yourself some good loot, and then maybe look towards the center of the map once again, towards School or Pachinki.
I'm just waiting for the circle.
Me too.
I'm just waiting for the circle.
Well, as soon as that last team drops, we're going to be finding out where that Fickle Mistress is going to be heading. I imagine if it's granted one wish, it might as well grant all of those, right? It might as well just be a completely northern circle. So northern, in fact, that it doesn't even cover ruins or hospital. It just covers Severny and the water area ahead of that, leaving very little real estate up for the taking. But yeah, don't need to speculate for much longer. That first circle is going to be showing itself in just a couple of seconds. But for now, we're going to be keeping our eyes peeled out towards the side of Team Rival for Dominate, who have gotten themselves a fair amount of control towards Lipovka. Lots of these compounds available for them, no one to contest them whatsoever. This is a lot of free loot going their way.
Well, this time Primorsk is not contested. Rival for Dominate is the only team that has dropped in over there. On the other hand, they will get a good loot. In fact, Primorsk offers a good loot, but they have to be careful of a team that has dropped in near the quarry area. And what we see, vehicle finish? Not a finish
right
yet.
away.
Knock yet.
Just a knock, but it's probably going to be finished off, and
Oh.
there you go. Oh, Honest to OP taking out new player from Formation X right off the bat. No weapons, no problem, just me and my buggy driving around, slaughtering people left, right and center. And UP50 Esports looking to do something similar as well, as they've got the Jeep, but Formation X, looks at the kill feed, they feel inspired, they get into a buggy themselves. Let's see if we're going to see some more vehicle finishes coming through.
Well, this should definitely amp up the aggression of UP50 because they need it, because match 1 was not very good for them. On the other hand, Sarkar seems to be having a little trouble with moving forward out of that wall area. On the other hand, this time we are seeing southern side military base completely uncontested. There are only 2 teams. One is in the military base, one is in Novo area. But the team that has dropped in Ferry Pier area, will it go for the bridge camp?
I wonder, that's definitely a hard decision to make at this point, because there are teams that are going to be rotating out and looking towards that area as well. So definitely a bit of a hard situation. But okay, 3 people on a buggy. You've heard of doublies, now you heard of triplies, and he is using the frying pan to do a little bit of team damage over here. But okay, Formation X, they might not have all the best vehicles in the world, but they make do with what they've got, as they should.
That's iQOO with iQOO phone.
Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like. It seems like Sarkar definitely needed that iQOO phone. He wouldn't be lagging that hard if it was one of those devices that he was playing on. So, well, he's got his work cut out for him. But in the meantime, let's have a look at Team Laughing Loud Esports, who have complete control of Pochinki, no one nearby. Why does nobody ever contest this area?
Well, Pochinki is mostly, if we talk about Pochinki area, if 2 teams are dropping in, they have to struggle for the loot. There are so many wide angles available that any player can be shooting from any building. You have to be very careful and always on alert. So teams tend to avoid Pochinki areas because maybe some other team will come in and you might ending up losing 1 or 2 of their player, and you don't want that at all, my friend. On the other hand, Georgopol is still contested. There are 3 teams nearby Georgopol area, so we might see some of the fight or action breaking in over there. But on the other hand, if we talk about Rival for Dominate, they are going for a smaller compound loot. I think that this is a very pretty good approach towards the game. Go in for the smaller compounds, enter into the zone, hold on to position and just defend it.
Absolutely. It saves yourself a lot of trouble, right? You don't subject yourself to that circle RNG. You get into a better spot early on. It's like an investment that pays off by the time you're 60. You put 20,000 when you're 20. By the time you're 60, it turns into, 5, 10 lakh, maybe 20 lakh. That's the sort of things that these guys are looking to do at the moment. But
for them, it might turn into 1 crore.
it potentially could. Yeah, it most certainly could turn into 1 crore. But there is a long way to go about that, and they need to keep their eyes not only on the prize but also on their surroundings, because that's where enemies going to start creeping up from and catching them off guard if they don't pay attention. Lots of buggies and jeeps being used here by Team Inside Out. They're looking to rotate early in towards the center as well. Just stopping by near the gas station, trying to refuel their cars and vehicles, just trying to make sure that they stay alive. But yeah, for the time being, Team Inside Out, they are gonna try to just get themselves some good loot and try not to be spotted and just get to the inside of the circle. Just keep standard stuff. They don't want to be taking fights early on like we've talked about. They've got themselves that first place spot. It's all about conserving the advantage, not adding on to it right now, because they've got enough.
Well, they certainly have got enough loot to hold on to those position areas, but on the other hand, if we talk about Team Oysters, they have to enter inside the zone, because right now they are on the edge of the circle, not so far away, like 50 or 100 meters away, so they are pretty safe. But on the other hand, if we talk about another teams that are in the Yasnia area, there are I think 3 or 4 teams that are present over there, so they have to be a little careful. And as you and me can see, both the bridges have been blocked by one of the top squad, INS. This is a very risky move, Floki. If INS tend to lose this fight with any of the player, any of the team rotating from this bridge area, or even if they lose their players also, this is not going to fare off very well with Team INS. They have to be consistent. Let's see what is their plan. Might be they are trying to be too aggressive, but on the other hand, the guy that is trying to be aggressive is Noodle, as he gets a finish onto the player of Team DE.
Absolutely. I mean, Galaxy Goats over here, they're trying to make a name for themselves after the lackluster performance in the first game. Let's see if they're actually going to be able to do so this time around. But they are poised. They are in a good position to gatekeep some of these teams who are looking to come in deeper towards the circle. Of course, not enough to maybe contest the side of Team Inside Out, but they're still happy with what they've got. You know, I mean, eliminating Team Inside Out, that's of course the top priority, as it should be, but you have to be realistic and assess the situation, and it seems that that's exactly what that team is up to. In the meantime, Ace1 Esports, they are sort of happy with the position they found. I mean, they're towards Mansion, so they have to go inside the circle as well eventually, but yeah, they don't seem to be too bothered by it. They are going in for that slightly late rotation coming in, and hopefully they don't have any sets of prying eyes looking in their general direction, hoping to find a couple of easy finishes. Team Prowess though, they are on a weird part of the map. I'm not too sure why they would drive their car near the beach there. Don't really see the incentive for them.
Well, they are holding on to the position, waiting for the teams that are going to be crossing that bridge area. That is when they are going to strike and might be get some finish as well. They are inside the zone area, so there is nothing to worry about. Rival for Dominate, a very good position to hold on to. Milta area is the circle shift towards the southern side. It's an easy rotation from Milta towards the Norpnai, but if the circle shift towards the northern side, then you just have to hold on to your position. You don't have to go anywhere. Anyway, their position is very good, easy for rotating or doing the detour inside the circle. But on the other hand, INS is still holding on to their position. And what I can see is Laughing Loud Esports, who is doing the exact same mistake. They are opting for a water rotation, but this time there is no another team that is present at the shorelines to block their rotation or cut off their rotation, so they better go for the early rotation. Otherwise, might be you will find INS using the same strategy and ending up at the shoreline, or RGP coming from all the way from the southern side and holding on to the position. But this time Fearless Saga are still present at the Rozok area.
Yeah, it looks like Team Inside Out might actually have their hands full at the moment, because there are a couple of teams coming in from the Quarry area looking to maybe establish a foothold over Pachinki or Sosnovka military base. Of course, they do anticipate that because Sosnovka military base in its entirety is inside the circle, they are going to be met with resistance there. So maybe they just ignore that and go for Pachinki, but Inside Out are not going to let them get away scot-free. Now, Laughing Loud Esports, they have to be a little bit careful, because Inside Out, if they spot them in the water from the bridge, they are going to be in a world of trouble. But at the same time, Inside Out also has to be a little bit aware, because there are teams closing in towards the bridge from that Quarry and Ferry Pier area. So soon enough, we're going to be seeing a lot of fights breaking out as the tension continues to rise as these teams try to come in from the northern and the western part of the map into the circle.
And if we talk about team Galaxy Goats, they're again opting for the water rotation, but this time they have all the 4 players. Noodle, in fact, I remember opted for the same rotation in the last match also, and he survived all the chaos that was happening on the shorelines, and he managed to get some of the position points. But let's see if this time Galaxy Goats will be able to enter towards the island, because Extension is still waiting on the shoreline for looking for the players that are coming from the waterways. Let's see what's gonna happen. But INS still holding on to the bridge area, 2 players on the military side area, 2 players on the main island area. They have to be very careful. But on the other hand, UP50 Sarkar with that M416 get a finish onto the player of Team Mega.
Yeah, Anuj too be finding that pick to start things off over here, just fighting it out in the blue zone like a complete Giga Chad at the moment. Is gonna try to get himself back up to higher levels of HP at the moment, but he's got the cavalry over here. You know, he's got his teammates coming in with the jeep, and they can try to rotate inside the circle soon enough. Because yeah, if they try and delay this rotation a little bit, that blue zone damage might just end up being too much to tank, and they could get gate kept at the circumference of the circle. Speaking of which, well, so Snurfka military base fans rejoice, because that is exactly where this next circle is at this current moment. Pachinki is out of the picture, School is out of the picture, a little bit of farm in there as well, but mostly all the action, it's going to be focused on the southern island. I mean, Shadow, you know, you wanted a northern finish, but does this make you happy? Is this still acceptable?
Yes, whenever teams are in trouble, I'm always happy. But this time, I'm having a feeling the circle will go towards the southern side, and then the team present at the extreme end of southern side will be in advantage. But the team that is not in advantage is going to be Team Oyster, because one of their player has been eliminated from the map, and the rest of the team is also in outside of the same safe zone area. But on the other hand, team number 6, that is going to be Team Invaders, is engaging in a fight. They have got 2 of their players, or rest of the cavalry is arriving, but team number 13, Team Power Rest, is in a bit of trouble. But Raid seems to be pretty happy that they are moving away. He's not taking any shots, not making his presence felt. This is why a team will go to a safer compound. This will be a problem later on for the players of Team Invaders, because if they move into this area, then Team Power S will be ready to shoot in their direction.
Yeah, Team Prowess will definitely be ready to completely decimate any opposition that comes their way. And once again, they're going to be the ones gatekeeping the people coming in from the water side over here. Shadow, I mean, you have to look at that and remember there are lots of teams still swimming and trying to make their way towards the southern island. So they could most certainly be gate kept over here, not only by not only by that team, but also by Team Inside Out, who are still holding on to the bridge. Mind you, there are 4 teams closing in on their general direction, and at the same time there's someone on the backstab for them as well. But for the meantime, they can be focusing on Team Iron Sight, and it seems like 808 is going to be looking to get that pick on the player behind the rock, leaving only one member from Oyster, surely SJ, by himself, trying to stay alive over here in this situation, just hoping that he can get some placement points for his team. This is a bit of an ambitious rotation coming in from the side of Team Galaxy Goats. They're going all the way around the water, instead hoping that if they go far enough on the distant side of the shore, they could not possibly be gate kept. But we'll find out if that's true or not in a little bit. As we see Galaxy Goats, they're just trying to get their way inside the circle. And once again, a bit of a repeat of that third game over here, Shadow.
Well, it is a repeat, but this time Galaxy Goats and Team Oyster are going to be pretty lucky. Well, Oyster is not lucky because they are surviving with only one member, but he can still go for the position points. On the other hand, Iron Sight, pretty impressive gameplay. The moment they saw it's a southern circle, teams will be crossing the water area. They held their position in very pure compound area, and from there they're going for finish after finish, and that is a pretty good position to hold on to. But they also have to find a way to enter inside the circle if circle takes a southern shift completely. INS is still placed at the complete bridge control area. The bridge of military base is totally under their control. Instead of being on the shorelines, they have decided to be on the bridge area, and RGB gamers have their eyes onto the players of Team Invaders. But Team Invaders, on the other hand, have a very good compound to their name, have a very good cover. But team number 10, that is RGP, has to make their moves very carefully. One wrong move, one player coming out in the open, and Invaders are pretty ready with their guns to shoot in the direction and completely eliminate the players. Not just knock them, completely eliminate. And I can see on the map also, Floki, some of the players are going for a very long D route from the complete southern water area.
They're going in a boat and trying to go all the way around. The question is, Where the hell do they end up over here? Because if you look, I mean, it's not very easy if they keep going straight. They can, just enter the circle right now, park their boat in and crow up the beach and inside Sosnoka military base, coming from the flank. Not something that a lot of these teams are going to be expecting. And yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're not going to go for the long way around. Instead, they've got away inside the military base and they will take it. The only downside for them as of now is that they have got only 3 players up and standing. They don't have their 4th player, new player, unfortunately, as we remember from early on, did bite the dust, and a lot of other players are also biting the dust. In the meantime, it seems that RGB games have found themselves in the middle of a fight over here. The UNB gonna be just singing a lot of songs close range, and looks like on the receiving end, we've got Team Prowess trying to make sense, head and tails of the situation. Well, Team RGB still standing strong, trying to take these fights, but slowly but surely they're getting picked off one after the other. And Team Crore is got one of the members, but no! Oh my god, Johnny's gonna be knocked by a very well-chosen grenade, but there's only one player still standing strong from that team. And it looks like Team RGB gamers will be eliminated, all 4 still alive for Team Prowess, as they finally show their prowess.
Well, they are definitely showing their powers, but on the other hand, UP50 is also showing their power as they are taking fights with the players of Team Galaxy Goats, and they already found 2 knocks onto the players of Galaxy Goats. Let's see if they can completely eliminate the squad. The way UP50 is sticking together like a pack, I think they are up for a very good start. Ouch.
Yep.
I thought that could be a pan finish, but no, he will rely on his gun, on his AR, and one more player of Galaxy Goats is still surviving, hiding.
You have to remember, yeah, Jimmy, he actually heard those shots coming in. He's also going to hear those footsteps, but now they spotted him. They know where he is. Range will be low, but in the meantime, Team Prowess now under attack over here. By the side of Team Rival for Dominate, they've already lost 2 of their players. They're on their feet, crawling about on the ground. One already being finished off. It's all going to be down to Scars and Yor to try and salvage the situation, but they're not going to be allowed to do so. Rival for Dominate are here to dominate, much like their name. Mega Fury, well, he's gotten himself the finish, and Team Rival for Dominate just completely decimate their opposition. Now only 14 teams in the fight with 47 players still standing strong. A fair number of 3-man rosters, but still I see like at least 8 teams with 4 members still alive, and the 3rd circle is about to start closing in, Shadow, which means that we are headed for a very action-packed late game. And my goodness, I wish you could look at the circle, because boy, there's a hard shift inbound.
Their circle has definitely taken a hard shift towards the western side, but the 2 teams that are heading for a fight is going to be the players of Team Iron's side up against the players of Team Mega. Fox is going to find 1 knock, but no, his teammate has been knocked out. Ritik is on a very low HP, but on the other hand, if we talk about Team Mega, they have been eliminated so quickly.
Yep. Team Einstein just making quick work of their opponents over here, and all of a sudden there's just calm and peace and serenity. Just a moment ago there was a lot of blood, a lot of violence, but none of that anymore. Team Einstein, they can be the victors of this engagement, but where the hell do they take this advantage, right? Because they're surrounded on pretty much all sides at this point. They really don't have anywhere to go from their back. Eventually there's going to be a couple of teams closing in towards north. There's Team Inside Out waiting in the smack tab center for any team to make a misplay. Well, it looks like Team Hype DC squad, or at least Fantasio from that Hype DC squad, is going to end up biting the dust, and Team Invaders are the ones who are up to those dirty deeds. And yeah, just one member still standing, trying to take the fight. Oh my god, we'll get that knock in return. Great stuff coming in from him. But can he actually go the distance here? 2 members have been knocked out, and looks like Hype DC squad in the end will be eliminated by Inside Out, who see a situation that they can take an advantage of and are very, very happy to third party.
Well, Inside Out, again, a very good positioning of the team. Looks like they have read Erangel like a book, because the hill area, the complete control of that hill outside of the military base area is going to offer so much vision and intel to this team that they can go for so many finishes. On the other hand, team in the bridge area, if they look into water, there are so many free finishes waiting for them, but they're, I think they're involved somewhere else. They are expecting teams to be coming from the road area, but no, UP50 is not going to make that mistake, but they have spotted down the players of Team Ace 1 Esports, and Sarkar is already shooting
Oh my
in the
gosh.
direction of their
This is-
players. It's going to a very long journey for the players of Ace 1 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that Ace 1 Esports are going to be in a world of trouble over here. I doubt they're going to survive this. Pavitr Papi already biting the dust over here, leaving just his friend Devil OP in the mix. As you can see, I mean, they're trying to spot out where that last player is, but they can't really see him just yet. So maybe there is hope for Team Ace 1 yet, but it only rests on the shoulders of one single player. Or does it? I actually see all four of them still standing strong for some reason. Okay, never mind. Formation X. In the meantime, that's what we're gonna focus on. For the moment, Team Inside Out gonna get shot at by the side of Team Rival for Dominator. Jonathan has managed to find himself a knock, but he's surrounded on the backside as well. His teammates finally coming in out of the car, but oh no, he's gonna get instantly knocked down as well. I am Aditya trying to make the most of that situation. Will be able to get another knock by himself. And now he's looking for the rest of Inside Out. Inside Out, this is still fairly early. Not a lot of teams have been eliminated. So if they are eliminated over here, they could be in a world of trouble. Two of their players already on their knees, begging for mercy, while Rival for Dominate are trying to make sure that they don't get away with those two players back up on their feet. They're going in. They know they've got the advantage. They're not going to let them get enough time to get those res back up and going. That positioning is going to be denied, and it does seem that the side of team Rival for Dominate could be in a bit of trouble. They've also lost two of their players of their own, but all of a sudden, third party coming in from Team Iron side, smelling blood in the water like sharks. Couple of mollies going to be thrown in that general direction. I am Aditya. He needs to just duck tail and run. No way in hell he can continue staying at that place with so many players on his back. And Ritik, he is on the prowl, he is on the chase, he wants to finish off these fights, he wants to go in for the third party, get all of those finish points in Shadow. This is not the way Inside Out were expecting to go out.
Well, we were certainly not expecting this, but this could be Ironside's game if they completely eliminate team number 11, that is Rival for Dominate. The way they are popping off grenades in their direction seems like they are heading for a very big trouble, but somehow that worked for Inside Out because they kind of got out from that tricky situation, and they are up for a flank angles also onto the players of Team Iron side, but unfortunately fortunately their grenades are not being connected onto the players, but Myth is shooting in the direction of that vehicle, trying to knock Hitman over there, but unsuccessfully not able to connect the shot. But his teammate Zeno will help me and will get a knock onto Jonathan and completely eliminated. Gets a second one. Can he get the third one onto Aditya as well? I think he can, and Aditya is already on a 50 HB, and Zeno, no, it wasn't Zeno, it was a player from Laughing Loud which helped him, and with that Rival for Dominate, after a very good performance, gets an early elimination. But on the other hand, Team UP50 is also up against the players of Team Iron side. This area, this compound is becoming a battlefield. Teams after teams are coming in and taking fights over there, but this time UP50 is here to contest this place, this hill area. It's one of the best plays in this circle. All the teams are contesting for it, but Zeno, the man, the MVP of previous game, is going down. He has been knocked down. It's all upon his teammates. Can he go for the revival? A crucial revival for his teammates. On the other hand, Iron side is still holding on to the position, waiting for UP50 to make a mistake and then capitalize on it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the one team that hasn't been too bothered by what has been happening, though, who also did well in the last match, it is Fearless Saga. They are still alive with all four of the players up and kicking. The only thing that matters for them is getting inside the circle at the moment. And Team Inside Out, they're still in this game. Two of the players standing strong. Not really a lot of resources between them to extend and prolong their survival, but they'll try to use their wits anyway. That's the best resource they have at this point to get them out of the sticky situation that they will find themselves in eventually. But Team Iron side, in the meantime, are going to be up in the house, trying to gatekeep the side of UP50 Esports. They're going to have to be careful because UP50 Esports, they don't really see anyone just yet. So, okay, never mind, they do. They are taking a fight against Team Ace 1 Esports, and they will be able to get Devil OP. As he ends up biting the dust here now. Ace 1 Esports with 3 players alive over here are looking to try and make something happen. I mean, I did think earlier that one of the players got eliminated, but I guess I was wrong because they still have 3 of them up and standing. And yeah, well, there you go. KSR07, he knows exactly where one of those players are, and he's not going to let him rotate out of here scot-free. And as you can see, he's going to be forced to use a little bit of his utility. 2 smokes being popped. If he actually wants, can peek on the back of this, but let's see if that actually ends up happening.
Well, if you look at the loot of Oyster, last player, he doesn't have any of the healings or the utilities. He has to only rely on his gunpowder. He's already out of the safe zone area. The only thing he can do is run towards the zone, and then the players of UP50 is going to strike. But on the other hand, the team that is in a lot of trouble is Invaders, as one of their player is already down on knees. No, pardon me, 2 of the players are already down, and Team Formation X is making rush towards them, but Fool,
Oh
10
my
HP, surviving on 10 HP, but his teammate Spray is Love is going to help him. He's making use of those utilities, those throwables. Let's see if he can make a connection, because that is going to be very important. And he does make a connection, eliminates 1. Let's see if he can eliminate rest of the 2 also. But Invaders, Rage is busy with another team, gets a knock on Pavitra. Rage takes down Danger from Team FS. Kakashi also goes down. Danger also goes down. Kakashi gets eliminated, and Sandy, my god, these teams are on a rampage.
Absolutely, Fearless Saga have to be a little bit careful over here. They only have 1 of their players still standing, and they want themselves to be able to get to the next round. They need to conserve their position in order to do so. Both of the teams, in fact, Team Invaders and Team Fearless Saga. Oh no, Team Inside Out have actually completely eliminated, so it's only Team Fearless Saga who are going to be trying to hold on to their position now. And in the meantime, Fearless Saga, as soon as I speak about them, they get eliminated at the hands of UP50 Esports, who still have all 4 of their players up and standing. Team VST, they were in the top 4 last time around. If they manage to get top 4 again, they will most certainly be seeing the next round. But the road towards that destination is long and arduous and curvy. And boy, they're gonna have to put a lot of work if they want to traverse it. Make sure they actually reach the destination safe and sound. But in the meantime, UP50 Esports, they're eyeing up a couple of other players here from the side of Formation X. Formation X, being on the low ground, don't really have a very good path of rotation out of here. Can drop a wall of smokes, can maybe try to wade through them in and out, but they're still going to be in a world of trouble, and there's lots of grenades being lobbed in their direction. Oh no, the zone is going to end up finding Fool. And there you go, it looks like it's going to be the end over here for Team Formation X, as all of their players end up biting the dust to the blue. And yeah, UP50 Esports, they no longer have to worry about them. Now, in the meantime, B-Man is going to be able to find 1 from Laughing Loud Esports. It's going to be Spidey who gets knocked down. Even not Junie from Laughing Loud being knocked down here. Spidey being finished off as well. Just 1 member standing strong from Laughing Loud Esports. And it's down to Team VST and Team UP50 Esports to try and make something of the situation. They are in the best position to capitalize over here. 11 players still alive, 3 teams still standing, but only 1 of them can be crowned champion. UP50 Esports with 11 finishes, they are looking poised to do just that.
Well, they're definitely looking to do just that, but we have 3 teams surviving with only 11 players, out of which UP50 has the numbers advantage, but not the position advantage. The position advantage is with the players of Team Iron Sight, and with that, one of the players of Iron Sight has been knocked down. On the other hand, VST again stuck at a bad position. They are at the lower ground. They have to move inside the zone, and Iron Sight has already spotted them down. It's going to be a very tough situation for VST. On the other hand, UP50, if you talk about them, one of their player has been knocked down. VST is picking a fight outside of the safe zone area, but they don't have any other option. They have to pick this fight. They have to move inside. On the other hand, Insane is getting some shots and is already on 50 HP.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Insane could be in a world of trouble over here, but still, it seems that all of these teams are standing strong, not really losing any of their players right away, but that could change as UP50 Esports, or at least Anuj, just see a couple of players from the side of Team VST. Team VST having some grenades being lobbed in their general direction. Just 1 player trying to stand and make sure he can get that resurrection on his ally, but no, he's going to be knocked down, and that supply drop, well, it just ends up being the demise. My god, look at that car just flying away. Backup arriving from the side of VST, but once again, they are taking a ton of damage over here, and it's just one man gatekeeping them all. It's out of 2 OP. In his hands, he's got himself an M4, and boy, is he making it work. Still got a couple of grenades in his hands, looking to get the finish on one of the knockdown players. Will be successful in doing so. Also seeing another team towards the other end. It is going to be Team Ironside who he has to be worried about at the moment. Just one player standing now from Team Ironside, hiding and ducking behind cover. Team VST themselves also in a world of trouble with 2 players standing strong. This is UP50's game to lose. If they somehow get knocked over here and end up falling, they are going to be so upset with their performance. But for now, they are in a very good spot. They've got the high ground, they're up against low ground. They just need to be patient and wait for the mistakes to start coming in from the side of VST. They're making them desperate. They're forcing out arrows, mollies, grenades, everything being tossed in their general direction. Anything at all to make their life a little bit difficult. And you can see Sarkar, he's trying to take the fight to them. VST just hiding behind that supply crate, but in the meantime, my goodness, Ironside, this is such a great play coming in from them. Even though he's unable to find a knock, but he does deal a significant amount of damage over UP50 Esports. They lose one player, and the other one ends up getting knocked. VST also firing in their general direction. It's just a 3-way Mexican standoff, and no one's coming out on top. UP50 Esports gravely injured. VST as well with 2 players standing. So UP50, they will be eliminated in the end now. It's just VST going up against one member of Team Ironside who also has been spotted. This is going to be chicken dinner for the side of Team VST. For sure. Or is it Matrix? He's actually low. Beanie Man as well could get cut off here if he's not careful. Oh no, he guesses incorrectly, but it is going to be Team VST who win it out in the end. UP50 Esports, they were looking so strong up until the end with 4 players standing, but just when they were about to finish them off, it's just like everything fell out of place for them. Both the teams ganging up and shooting at them from 2 different sides. UP50 Esports, they just were not ready for those fights from two different fronts.
Well, VST, if you talk about this team, they were at a position, it was a very difficult situation for them to come out and get the chicken dinner. In fact, nobody anticipated that VST will come out of that position and get the chicken dinner. Even they themselves should not have expected, because they were at the complete lower ground. UP50 was there. On the other hand, Ironside was there. It was a very bad situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, UP50 Esports really getting desperate there. I mean, they were trying to be aggressive, but they had no idea whatsoever. There was a certain lapse in communication, and the only thing that can tell us or give us some more context are the highlights themselves. So let's have a look at them and see exactly what went right and what went wrong for UP50 Esports. Well, certainly they're creative people. You can see them, 3-manning on a buggy and getting themselves, to a better part of the map. But it was actually Galaxy Goats who drew first blood there, so kudos to them. But yeah, I have to say overall, UP50, they were in such a good spot, and I just don't know what the hell happened to them. They just get a little bit too overzealous over here, Shadow, because I have to say, I'm feeling a little bit upset that they lost in that manner.
Actually, what had happened was one of the player of Ironside had moved closer and rotated away. UP50's focus was completely on VST and rest of the players of Ironside. That's when the player of Ironside striked and he knocked down one of the player of UP50, and that is when both the teams, VST and Ironside, start shooting in their direction. They had their smokes already used, their utilities were already coming short, and they couldn't do anything. They went for the raise also. That was also a very big mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going for those sorts of fights in that situation, just trying to be aggressive when you have the advantage, just for no reason, just throwing it away when they've got that high ground, just going to the low ground and trying to scramble for those fights. And you could even see towards the end there, UP50, they didn't have a very good idea as to where that last VST member or where that Ironside member was. They had a semblance of it, but it seemed that they just didn't have the information, and then they leave their safe haven. They venture down to the depths of hell, and all they find there is pain and misery and a 3rd place finish, unfortunately. VST and Ironsight's going to be very, very happy on the back of that outcome. The side of let's just say the side of UP50 are not going to be very pleased, because that was a 1st place finish being stolen right from underneath their nose.
Well, that was stolen, but you learn from your mistakes. The next time they will keep their eyes open for the flank angles also that could have been created, because there were, I remember 23 seconds on the map when the zone would start closing in. UP50 had to hold their ground just for 23 seconds. that's when the players of Ironside and VST will have to move inside the zone, and that was completely their game. This was the time they were engaging in a fight with both the teams, and that's when the time one of the player of Ironside came in. That's when VST, the player behind the airdrop area, got another knock onto the player of UP50 area, Box. In fact, Box was the player that moved for the flank, and he completely created all the troubles and misery for UP50.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UP50 Esports, they were just not anticipating this aggression coming in. Look at that. I mean, he gets that knock, he fades back away into the cover of the tall grass, and in the end, it's a VST and Ironside going at it, and they're both happy about that outcome, you know. At that point, I mean, sure, Ironside was hoping they get the chicken dinner, but realistically, they've already done more than they should have in that situation. They took the win away from UP50 Esports, they got second place themselves, and VST got first place, a first place finish. They were already in top 3 the last time around. So these guys certainly are going to be in a good spot. So let's have a look at the point standings and put it all into context as we see how these teams have done so far. UP50 Esports, of course, okay, and not of course actually, because they did get eliminated in third place. Still managed to find that top spot with 15 finish points and 10 possession points. Kudos to them, but just behind them, trailing behind by 2 points, is Team VST at 23.
Well, we are seeing the same pattern repeating. The team not get a chicken dinner being at the top, and the team the second getting the chicken dinner. But nevertheless, Ironside, again a very consistent performance coming from this team, finishing at third position with 6 finish points and 18 total points. Laughing Loud Esports, this time a very good performance coming from their side, but only 4 finishes and 12 points. Let's see if they can qualify, because match 1 was not very good for them. On the other hand, Ace1 Esports, just 1 finish points, being a little passive on the finish points, but going for the position points, 7 points in total. Formation X expected a little higher from this team considering their position, but they also had an early elimination, ending up with only 7 total points and at 6th position.
Yeah, I mean, almost all the teams that were here earlier in the top 4 not finding that same place again as Team Inside Out, Fearless Saga, Prowess, just not getting those finishes that they were hoping for, and they're gonna have to satiate themselves with the performance of their first game, because there's clearly not much to be found in the second rounds that have transpired here. And I hope for their sake that they've actually done enough in those first 2 games that they don't have to worry about the outcome of this one. But given the way this has gone, I don't think that Team Inside Out and Prowess are going to have what it takes to make it to the next round. Could be wrong though, could be wrong. Yeah. That's a result that we'll only find out later on, or unless you've been keeping track of the scores and been doing the math by yourself, you already know who the top 4 are, so congratulations to them. But yeah, for the rest of us, we're going to have to remain shrouded in mystery and wait for the next round, round 2, to come through, which is going to be in a couple of days.
Well, it is going to be in a couple of days, but I think so many mistakes were made from teams. At one point, the team that was going from the bridge area, I think it was Team Prowess, the team completely let them rotate. That's when they paid the price, but that's all up for talks. But let's have a look. The player that has outperformed all the players, the MVP of the match, and that is going to be Sarkar of UP50 with 1044 damage that has been dished out, and 5 finishes and 2 assists as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 assists to their names, 2 headshots, 1000 damage, 5 finishes, and a survival time of 1812. Great stuff coming in from them. But it's not just him who's had a good performance. There are also 4 players trailing behind him who had not performance as good as him, but definitely comparable to him. And in fact, Anuj 2OP with 901 damage is not that far from Sarkar. He's got a decent amount of assists. He's got 4 finishes to his name. Great survival time as well. And yeah, members from Ironside. Okay, it also seems that over here we got Team Inside Out member Zeno who got 4 finishes for his team somehow in the top 5 as well.
Well, Zeno, in fact, last match he was the MVP, if I'm not wrong, and this time also is finishing in the top 5 players with a 555 damage, 4 finishes, a very good and consistent performance coming from this guy. On the other hand, rest of the 3 players, UP50 complete domination in this game, and this guy also walks. He was the guy that created problems for the players of UP50, and 4 finishes. I wonder how many of them are onto the players of UP50, but let's see the match summary. 3 grenade finishes, Floki.
Absolutely, slightly less efficiency this time around. In the last match, we did see a lot more finishes coming in from grenades, but same grenades being used. I think 59 this round, 59 the previous one as well. 59 finishes, 64 knocks, 34 rescues, and the longest finish distance at 282 meters. Fair number of airdrops being looted as well. 3 airdrops being looted, so somewhere or the other that factor also played in over here for all of these teams. But let's have a look at the real meat on the bones, the finish to death performance ratios. And boy oh boy, UP50, they stand head and shoulders above everyone else in this game.
Well, they are with a 2967 damage, that is close to 3015 finishes. That's a very good performance, but this time no record has been broken. But yes, a very good performance from VST as well for 1638 damage and 8 finishes. I can see some of the teams not having any damage, any finishes also. They'll learn from their mistakes, but let's have a look at the top 4 squads, that teams that have outperformed in the lobby. That is going to be UP50 Esports with 15 finishes, VST with 8 finishes, Ironside, man, very good performance, 6 finishes, and Laughing Loud Esports, 4 finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really great finishes coming up for all of these teams. UP50, of course, taking the cake with 15 finishes themselves. Lots of high finish games we've seen today so far. We saw 21, we saw 19, now we're seeing 15. Yeah, these teams are definitely very, very aggressive today. I mean, we thought the aggression yesterday was just being kicked up a notch every single time, but today, just the baseline is set at like 21, 19, 15, just these high numbers of finishes, just disproportionately affecting the standings. And I think, all of these teams, they better be taking notes over here, because nobody over here is afraid to fight.
It doesn't look, don't you think it looks like with each lobby and each match, the aggression is getting amplified? Because yesterday, match number 3, I was like, these teams are so aggressive, but round after round, all the teams that were coming in, it was completely amplifying. And today, all the records are being broken. I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, if you want to know what's going to happen tomorrow, you're going to have to wait a little bit, because we still have a little bit more of today before we get there.
What's going to happen in the next lobby?
Well, what's going to happen in the next lobby? You're going to have to wait to find out, because, for the time being, I think we're going to be cutting to a short break in just a bit. And, without iQOO, none of this would be possible, so thanks to them. And, we'll be back in just a bit.
Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battleground Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angat Singh Chahal. I sometimes go by the experiment, and with me is Bhavna, but you know her better as Shadow. Now, I know it's been a long day. It is getting late on in the hours, but you know what happens now is you tend to lose a bit of your energy. It starts going off, your devices start heating up, the battery starts running low. Bhavna, what am I supposed to do in this situation?
You just need to get an iQOO for yourself, and all you guys who are suffering with battery problem, get it. 66 watt.
66 watts?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
22 minutes. 0 to 100% charge.
There you go. By the time it takes a game of BGMI, you can get your phone charged up to 100%. And you know what? That's actually charging me up a bit. I know it's a bit cheeky, but I had to do it. But anyway, welcome back. And boy, oh boy, I mean, we've had some records being shattered today. Of course, it's been a high-fragging event right from the beginning. Game 1, we saw 12 finishes. Game 2, 21. Game 3, we had 18. INS is coming in and obliterating anything in their side. And of course, the last game, what an amazing finish right at the end. And again, similar circles in all the matches.
Yeah, similar southern circles. Teams are suffering. Teams are like, why we are getting the most difficult circles? They are like, oh, exactly.
Well, it is going to be game 5 and 6 now. And of course, the groups are going to be changing. Group 26 comes in. That means Tactical Esports, Do or Die Esports, Jungly Official, Mana Officials, Sensei Esports, 4 White Sharks. I like that. Can they smell blood? We'll find out. Cornflakes? Delicious. And of course, Team Toxic Trident. I'm going to call them TTT. And of course, joining them, we have Helion, Eiffel Esports, Gigabyte, and Kotek.
And followed by that, we have Team Unite, Mad Max, Team Colt 45 Esports, and Team Light Esports. Let's see what Mad Max is going to do. Are they going to go complete crazy inside the game?
Well, I wonder if that's going to happen, but my eyes are currently focused on Colt 45 Esports. Of course, it's a lovely weapon, and the 45 ACP ammo comes in handy in the game as well. I wonder if they're going to be running around with those 1911 pistols. Well, only time is going to tell. But now, again, the best thing is the stage is set for all these teams, right? It's a fresh start for all of them. They're going to have 2 games in hand to basically make it to the next stage, and if they've been watching, they can actually take cues from a lot of the teams that have already done with their matches.
Exactly. They can take the cues from the teams that have played yesterday or the first 2 matches, because they can't see the previous match, obviously, for obvious reasons. But yes, they can learn from their mistakes. Is this why the aggression is amplifying? Because they saw the mistakes made by the teams yesterday?
I mean, if that is the case,
Yeah.
then kudos to them, because they are doing their homework. They're making sure that they're going back and seeing what they're doing. And, well, you know, they are part of this tournament. But, of course, this tournament, it's all been brought together by one little organization. We call them iQOO. Let's have a look at the sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Well, you know, looking at the promo, I kind of feel one thing. If you want that extra edge in gaming, if you want that ultra performance, I know that we sound like a broken clock, but you definitely need to get your hands on one of these bad boys. In my hands, I've been telling you, it's just like the moment you touch it, the moment you start your BGMI game, that adrenaline, you feel it, you feel the power, you feel that monster inside just raging. to be unleashed.
You don't have to at least grow through those frustrations when the game is lagging or your shots are not being landed on the player and you go, oh, I got the skill, but don't have the device. The frames are dropping.
You know, words like desync are going to be
Yeah.
out of your vocabulary once you use this phone. But again, lovely the fact that, you know, iQOO have actually given this platform to all these underdogs, as we like calling them, which, you know, it's not going to be the case sooner or later because, well, they are definitely making waves and we are enjoying what we're seeing. But now, let's get to the brass tacks. It is going to be a new set of teams. That means nobody really knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows how the other person is going to react to in a gunfight or whatever. What do you think is going to happen? Now, I know that you have a little bit of a crystal ball because I was sitting on the side and she predicted the plane path. I think she has a little bit of an inside with BGMI. Is that the case?
No, yesterday BGMI was hating me, completely hating me. And I was like, why? And this time they granted me a little wish.
There you go. It's always a little give and take with
Yeah.
BGMI. Like you did mention, you know, you want BGMI to play games with all the players, and that's exactly what's happening. Let me tell you something right now. The players are ready. They are jumping around on the spawn island, which means we are going to be off screen sooner or later, and that big, beautiful bird is going to take to the sky once more. But before that, Madam Predictor, where is the flight path going to take us this time? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I love it.
I don't know it will go or not, but I want a complete eastern flight path and complete western, northwestern towards the Georgia Pool, North Georgia Pool towards the circle, and the flight path completely off side.
You are devious, aren't you?
Yes.
She is devious. She basically wants it to be way away from the flight path. Well, I guess we're going to find out sooner or later whether that is going to be the case because a little voice tells me in my head, I mean, I have a few voices, but one voice tells me that the game is ready. There you have it. The game is going to start. The C-130 is soaring high above the plains of Erangel. And, well, Madam Predictor, it's not going to be the case this time because it looks like the flight path is going to dissect the map in half. This time, of course, we are flying over the hospital all the way to Milta on the eastern edge of Erangel. Now, this does mean that, you know, all the favorite drop spots for most of these teams are going to be in jumping distance, but the question remains, are they going to find any opposition the moment their feet touch solid ground?
Well, it looks like Floki's wishes has been granted, who's hoping for a flight path that is completely dissecting the map and teams are very much comfortable in their drop location. Let's see what's going to happen. Some of the teams, as we can see, are already going up towards the north, not the Georgia Pool area. Let's see if they go for the Zarki because till now, I haven't seen a single team going for the Zarki or the Siverny or the Kameshki area. Although they are most underrated places, yet they offer a very good loot. And some of the teams are heading towards the Primorsk or the Ferry Pier area. Are we going to see a drop location clash?
It's almost like the game kind of rewards you to go to these distant locations. They are scenic as well, but forget that. We're going to hold on to the thought because looks like action is going to break out early this time as Team Unite. Barry is going to go up against Cornflakes. Now, is it going to be a yummy affair for Thanos? Or is the other team going to be dipping into their bowl and, well, getting a little crunchy taste in their mouth? We're going to find out because Thanos has led his position away. He did offer a little bit of a burst with that Uzi, but looks like some grenades are going to be launched. Ooh, and that almost hit its mark. Thanos was almost snapped out into oblivion, but this time around, he still has a sliver of HP. But this is interesting. Barry suddenly realizes, wait a second, I heard something, and Cornflakes are coming in full force. This is looking terrible for Team Unite, who are not united at this very moment.
Well, Team Unite is certainly not united and maybe they will trade the price for it. But right now, Snipe from Team 4UC is paying the price. Venom OP with that AKM is going to find a knock on Unite Barry, but no, someone else did that. His teammate did that from some far away distance, but it's okay. Your teammate is getting the knock, but you are getting the assist. Definitely, my friend Venom OP, but Team Unite is in a bit of trouble. Not bit, I think very much trouble because I can see on the map rest of the three players are also so separated.
Well, it looks like they are separated, but elsewhere, Take are going to be taking the brunt of action, and that is going to be coming in from Do or Die Esports, who've already got 2 finishes to their name. So quite a different contrast to what we saw in the previous games, especially games 3 and 4, where, you know, the action was pretty much stale up until the midway mark. But right now, looks like everyone has their foot on the pedal. It's pedal to the metal. And, well, finishes are going to be coming in early on. And you know what? If anybody did miss that action, well, have no fear, because we have you covered over here. Have a look at that. Now, we did kind of miss this action. Balu does go around, and the thing is, he has the M16. Now, the M16, just to remind all the viewers, has either single fire or burst mode. So it's not fully automatic. You got to keep tapping that trigger button. And, well, he did it in style, making sure his team has 2 finishes early on in this round.
Well, that is going to offer a very good start for the players of Do or Die Esports, and they are definitely going to live up to their name. Either they are going to do it and get the chicken dinner, or they are going to die. But on the other hand, 2 teams are also up against each other in Novo Rupnoy area. One of them is Team Hale. On the other hand, other team is Jungly Officials. Jungly Officials are completely unknown to the fact that there might be another squad present, but I think they know. While dropping, you see the parachutes, you know there is a squad present. So Jungly Bag, please don't be out in the open area, because you never know when the players will start shooting in your direction. On the other hand, the players of Team Hale have looted the compound, the city area of Novo Rupnoy, and are being completely silent and waiting for the players of Jungly to come out in the open area or make a mistake and they find a connection, at least a knock onto the players of Team Jungly. Let's see if that is gonna happen or not, but for now, Jungly is looking pretty comfortable. Zone is in their favor.
You know, looking at Team Jungly Official, it kind of seems like someone was into the Jungle Book growing up, because we have Sher, we have Boz, we have Bog, and, well, you can't forget Hathi. Now, the question is, are they going to have that animal instinct? Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to be striking at the enemies at the right moment? Because it looks like Haleon are going to be backing away just a little bit, which is not a bad idea, because, you know, they have a few options. Now, the circle is going to be on the eastern aspect of the map right now. We do have bits of the military base in the circle right now, but I think what Haleon are going to try and do, Shadow, is possibly try and position themselves near the bridge, maybe, because, well, my fingers are crossed. I want to see some bridge blockades. I want to see some action on the bridge. That could be something that we might see in the not-so-distant future. But right now, let's have a look and see at Team Toxic Trident, TTT, as they are going to be around Yasnaya. They do have another opposing team nearby. However, it's not going to be a thorn in their sides just yet.
Well, on the other hand, if we have a look at the Yasnia area, there are already 2 teams present. That is going to be Sense 8 Esports, and another squad completely on the opposite side is going to be Team TT, like you mentioned. But the question is, does the players of Sense 8 Esports has any idea that there is another squad in the territory area? Because sooner or later the zone is going to go away from them. Then they have to make the rotations on the shelter area, on the mansion area. We also have some of the teams present. That's when the rotations comes into the picture, and that is when the action also comes into the picture. On the other hand, Team 1 Tactical Esports has their eyes onto the players of Team Mana Officials. Mana Officials, the moment they are going to get in their vehicles and move towards Tactical Esports, Clutch will be ready. But seems like Mana Esports don't have vehicles.
Well, they don't have vehicles, but I wonder if their mana bar is going to be full up. I wonder if that's a full blue bar for them or not, because, they do have a few vehicles tucked in at the back, as Starboy does hear some commotion in the distance. He knows the vehicle just pulled up, and it looks like shots are going to be fired, as 69 over there is suddenly going to be caught off guard. However, no damage has been done this far. Starboy is going to be the first in the line of defense for Mana Officials. Now, he does get up. He does have that cover behind the tree, and looks like Hitman elsewhere is going to get a knock on one of his teammates. That means action is going to be ensuring. Hitman gets up. He does spot 2 in the distance, lays down a few shots. However, they are just going to go whizzing past over his head.
Well, they are not able to connect the grenades yet, but let's see if Hitman can go for the flank angle, because he has a little slight slope to give him the backup or the cover that is needed for him. Let's see if that is going to happen or not. On the other hand, Hitman, oh, I'm sorry, I have to eat my words. This is a complete open area. The hill is a little short for the flank. On the other hand, Mana officials have something else in their mind. They don't want to engage on the early skirmish or the action. They want the position points. They have already lost one of their players. They can't afford to suffer any more casualties in the game, so they are going to back off. That is a very smart decision.
Smart decision, but it almost looked like they were going to leave Bruiser behind, but they were like, hey, wait a minute, he is our teammate, might as well take him along for the ride. Elsewhere, on the other side of the map, we have Mad Max. Now, you associate Mad Max with a few vehicles running around. You want to see some vehicle carnage, but it looks like bullets are going to be doing the talking, because Do or Die Esports, they are hungry for more finishes. And well, if there's not one team in front of them, they're going to go on to the next. And looks like they did get a whiff of someone nearby. Ooh, that's a nice little thing. We did have a look at the map. Looks like we are going to have some action on the bridge sooner or later. My fingers, of course, are going to be crossed as Mad Max. They know where the enemy are, and looks like they are going to be getting ready for an assault. Now, at this time, Shadow, it's imperative that you get as much information as you can, whether it's sound cues or even a little visual bite. You know, you see a glimpse of someone's head here and there. You want to make sure if you are going in for a push, you have every possible angle covered.
But if they create too much noise right now, we can also see Team Unite making rotations from the close vicinity. They might also join in the party and do the damage to both the teams that are engaging in the fight. So it's better they slow down the fight and wait for the time, because they are also not inside the zone. 50 seconds on the clock. That much time they have. They have to take the fight or just completely prioritize the zone and make your move and find a good position inside the circle. On the other hand, some of the teams like Colt 45S are wasting so much time in the play zone area. I'm not sure play zone area, blue zone area. I'm sorry, blue zone area. I don't know what's going to happen, because there are so many squads present in front of them. Let's see if they can get out of the situation. On the other hand, Unite is looking pretty good, going for the Pochinki side rotation. On the other hand, TXT in the Yasnia. If we talk about Mad Max squad, they have to be very careful of the Do or Die Esports.
They do have to be. Looks like Mad Max are going to be doing up today. They do have their vehicles that's whizzing past Do or Die, who hit the deck and let loose a few shots. Unfortunately, none of them are vehicles are going to have a few dents and a few holes in them for sure. Now, you did kind of mention earlier that Team Unite were trying to join the party. Hey, I say the more the merrier. I want to see some carnage. I want to see some action. I want to see some bullets flying and some bodies hitting the floor. But looks like Mad Max are going to be traversing to greener pastures, and in the distance, in the water, in no man's land, I see a drop. Question is anyone going to be brave enough to go and get all those delicious goodies? Level 3 armor and possibly an AWM. I haven't seen that gun yet. I am itching to see some AWM action.
We are missing that. You are especially missing that. Let's see if Do or Die Esports can go for that airdrop, and not this one, or maybe let's see if that is gonna happen or not. But on the other hand, if you look at the map, Team Juggly is having the complete control of the bridge, but that is not going to pay off, because no one is coming from the southern side. But Do or Die Esports is definitely getting some shots from somewhere, but somehow they have survived and they're going to move forward towards their destination, but completely at the western side.
Well, it looks like Do or Die could be heading for a collision course with Team Colt 45 Esports, because I did see both these teams driving dangerously close to one another, and in fact, I do believe they are exchanging a little gunfire whenever possible. Now, they do have this compound all for the taking. That means they have a moment of respite. They can just hunker down, take a chill pill, and strategize what they want to do next, because I do see a couple of bolt actions on the back, which means, well, we might just see some heads being popped clean off their shoulders. And you're looking at me like, yes, you know that I want to see some action. I want to see some bolt action. But for now, we're going to be joining Flashzod as he's trying to get as much information scouting against Jungly Official.
Well, definitely, Team Hale has his eyes set on the players of Team Jungly. That action might broke off. But I have a question for you, XP. What goes in your mind when you see a player with AWM completely missing the shot?
I was like, well, I won't say that. Hey, give your phone over to me. Let me have a go. No. See, again, it's all about trial and error, right? I mean, you might miss your first shot. Keep at it. You are going to get a few more. But it's lovely, lovely work over here. Unite, they are making sure they create a little wall of smoke. And, well, if that isn't going to be enough, that vehicle is definitely going to stop a few bullets heading his way, as looks like Tom Player is going to get the revive on his teammate, which means Goku still has another chance to go Super Saiyan. Now, they did lose battery early on, which we didn't see, but looks like we are going to have some shots fired. And, well, that buggy is going to take a brunt of the damage. However, the enemy is going to escape.
Well, the enemy has escaped, but Team Unite is still trying to get at least a connection, a knock onto the players of Team Sense8 Esports, because Sense8 Esports is quite scattered. But on the other hand, the player that are going down are going to be Conflict's team player. One of the player has been knocked down. Let's see if they can go for the race or not. But Team Unite, what just happened? Enemy crossed them and they didn't even wait.
They're crossing one another.
Exactly.
It's not the same
like
team.
High moment.
Could be. Maybe they're just being nice to one another. But, you know, you just mentioned something. I want to ask you a question. Do you like conflicts?
Not much.
That is bad. That is sacrilegious. Cornflakes are like my staple food. But anyway, let's see if the cornflakes on our screens are going to be doing something, because we do have Rooney, who is going to be hitting the deck. Now, they did get a knock on Thor, which, well, it's not going to be the case anymore, as he is back up on his feet. Elsewhere, looks like Mad Max are going to be coming under heavy fire, and it's going to be the Animals who are doing all the damage.
Well, the Team Animals, Team Jungly is doing the whole damage. And look at the position of the players of Team Mad Max. They could have done so much. If they had gone any closer to the players of Team Jungly, they could have maybe through a grenade find one knock. But right now Mad Max is not in the mood to lose any more player. They're completely going away from this fight, finding it inside the zone. But Sher is not gonna let it happen. That M416 and 6x scope is giving so much damage to Viper. The buggy is almost destroyed, and Viper on his feet. Still, the Viper is being spotted down and is receiving damage. Shade, do it!
Well, he almost got him, of course, pinpoint accuracy, making sure he blew those rear tires, making that buggy spin. And, well, Viper is going to be counting his lucky stars right about now. But I like that the king of the jungle, Sher, is hungry for more finishes, even at distance, pretty much getting another one for himself. But right now, we're going to be focusing back on Halion, as they are going to be making a little bit of a getaway. I do believe they have lost a member. No, they haven't. They did get a knock early on, but they managed to make sure that the teammate was back up on his feet. But again, I love the fact that the action is non-stop. Wait a second. The moment I say that they are a four-man squad, Flashsword gets shot from afar. Lucky for him, though, the bullets didn't do too much damage. And, well, he still has a little fight left in him.
Well, there is still fight left in him, but Thor, look at that. He has no healings onto himself. Is already onto like 60 or 70 HP.
None of them do.
Exactly. Venom OP also. Look at him, 10 HP, but he has a powerful weapon in his hands, a machine gun. And if you talk about the circle, it is completely favoring the team of Mana Esports. This could be their game.
It could be their game, and well, this just goes to show, you know, I mean, Cornflakes, you can actually take some notes from this team, ladies and gentlemen, all of you watching at home. You got to make sure you have the utilities. Now, what happened here was, of course, they were engaged in a couple of firefights early on. They did deplete their resources. However, they've been in this compound for way too long, and now the only hope that they can actually, the only spark that they can actually hope for is that somebody comes towards them, they manage to get a few kills, and then subsequently loot their bodies, and it looks like their prayers could be answered. But elsewhere, it does look like we have iFeel Esports picking on a fight against T-Cube.
Well, they are picking up fights, and Professor is throwing few grenades in their direction. Let's see if they can get the confirmation as well. But there is another fight breaking between the players of Team 4WES Conflicts. Conflicts is in so much trouble, but Kunal is the last person surviving. They got the loot, They got the healings. They got everything. Kunal, man, you are up for a very big trouble. Either you clutch or you just get eliminated.
I mean, they better not go outside that house because I'm not sure if they know whether Kunal is alive or not. But let me tell you one thing: these guys are playing a dangerous game, and it does pan out for them. The health is going to be back up, while YouTube Reflex from Sensei Esports with his trusty M16 is trying to lay a few shots again. That accuracy is pinpoint, and now he's going to focus his attention on Conflicts. I mean, it is a never-ending day for Conflicts. They're just going up against team after team, and somehow, despite not having a lot of resources, they are managing to stay a 4-man squad.
Well, they are still staying as a 4-man squad, but XP, despite getting the loot, they still don't have many healings onto themselves. I did see a first aid onto one of their teammate that might help them, Venom OP especially, but they are still going for the loot. And look at Kunal. Shh. Let's not make any sound.
Very quiet.
He's hiding. That's the best decision. But on the other hand, Kotek has been eliminated in the meantime, and TXT Processor is creating troubles for the players of I feel. TXT doesn't have a much wider space to move around. They got only a visit tower. In this situation, I feel can do a lot. They can go for the flank angles, but TXT seems to be in another mood. They are too aggressive. Throwables are going in to completely eliminate the squad. Professor, what an aggression! Takes down one. Paradox goes down. Let's see if he can take another down. Yes, make it 2. Can he eliminate the squad?
Oh, he is going to be the Reaper right now the way he's going, but Dexter is going to be taken down. Professor GG is making sure he's giving his all, reloading his weapons to dispel the Volcanic, and his teammate is going to be joining in as well. And there you have it. Teamwork makes the dream work, as Team Toxic Trident are going to make quick work of the opposition. I feel Esports, we all feel for you, but you are going to be eliminated in the 15th position. And well, looks like Team Toxic Trident have amassed 5 finishes for them, although they did lose 1 man. Now, Kunal, mind you, he's still in that same position, and in fact, he got the better of one of the boys from Conflicts, as Venom OP was knocked and finished by Kunal.
Well, he was left behind by his teammates. That's why he was completely eliminated. On the other hand, Gigabyte has been eliminated, and Team Max Hale is coming in their direction as creating havoc for this team. But the blue zone is also closing in. There is no time to pick up the fight. Hale has moved inside the safe zone and is going to create so much trouble for the players that are still left outside. But Hale is smarter. They are not going to waste any time. But Sudeep has been taken down from a moving vehicle.
From a moving vehicle, and those shots came from distance, but now it's going to be proper pandemonium as folks are going to be deployed pretty much in no man's land over here. We have a multitude of teams really close to one another. Grenades are going to be flung in every which direction. The earth is going to be shaking. It's going to be registering a Richter of 9.8 by the look of things as well. Explosions are going to be taking place everywhere else, and in the middle, once again, we have the boys from Conflicts. I mean, they better get all that energy in because, well, they have a long day ahead of them. Elsewhere, it does look like Team Unite are going to be opening the fray, as they are going to get a finish on one of the boys from Halion. Now, jungly officials, they've been in a good position so far, Shadow, but right now, this is not where you want to be. You do have all the makeshift fortifications around you, but when you are getting shredded from every which direction, oh boy, the revives are going to be tricky.
Well, the revives are going to be tricky, but Tactical Esports is having a good compound to their name, and they're already shooting in the direction of so many players, especially the players of Cold 45 Esports. Let's see, Tactical can UMP 45 for long range, not an ideal weapon, but let's see if his teammate Wild 69 might do the job and go for the finish onto the player of Cold 45 Esports. And let's see where the circle is gonna shift, because it's almost the time for the new circle, and it's gone south, completely favoring Team Jungly. Let's see what Team Jungly can do from here. They have all the 4 players alive. They got good number of finishes in their hands. They have got a good position, and that grenade just missed it.
It just missed, but looks like he has readjusted, and that could be devastating. It's going to be Hothi, the elephant, that comes in with a double finish, and well, he definitely is going to be walking away with that Canadian title. Now, Jungly, they are going to be facing the brunt of the action over here as all eyes are going to be focused on them. Flash sword from distance, but that Uzi is not going to be enough to take out the opposition. In fact, he gets taken out instead. That Cher is going to make sure he patches himself up before he gets on and tries to unleash a little bit more havoc. He does spot the enemy in the distance and gets up, gets a few shots in, gets the knock, and now he's going to wait and see if he can get that finish.
Well, Team Jungli has created an artificial red zone over there. Grenades after another squad, and now Team Hill is at the receiving end, but not the grenade, the gun, and the player has been eliminated. But Team Tactical is also joining the party and trying to pick up some of the fights with the players of Team Jungli. Let's see what's gonna happen, because one of the players of Team Jungli is a little far away and he's already down on his knees, but Team Jungli is on a rampage. Team Tactical can do a lot of damage, but wait, one of the player of Team Light Esports is hiding.
He is hiding, and it looks like, well, they were getting plummeted from the side, but Jungli Esports, wait a second, did they just get taken out? No, it's going to be Cher. He is going to be the last man standing. Can the Lion roar one last time, because everything is going against him? That is a good bounce, and he is going to be hanging on by a thread. Good decision on his part. He deploys some smoke for cover, and before patching himself up, he is out of there. Now, that is a good gamble, because if you had a look, follow-up grenades and follow-up Molotovs are coming in, but right now, Colts 45 Black, he's got to make sure he puts up enough smoke to conceal his position, because, well, his teammates all around him have fallen, and he is the last hope for his team. Now the kid is going to be down from Tactical as well. Well, down for not longer, because the revives are going to be coming in. But the thing is, they are in the thick and thin of all the action. Now there is a gradual slope that is going to favor them, but have a look at Black's position. I'm sure one of them is going to be keeping an eye and an air out. Forget that, they already know his position, because grenades are going to be flung in his direction, and well, sooner or later, Black, that smoke is going to dissipate, but he's not going to wait for that. He comes out with that ratata, lets up 2 shots of the AK, but it's not going to be enough, as finally Wild 69 is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. 5 teams remaining, 10 people alive. It could go either way.
Well, it could go either way, and Sense8 Esports already having few of the players down on their knees, but Team Unite is creating trouble for them. But Team Unite has to move inside the zone also. Let's see how they're going to do. But Hacker of Team Light Esports finally makes moves and takes down one of the player of Team Jungli. Bag is, I guess, is the last player surviving. Now Team Unite has their eyes onto the players of Sense8 Esports. He's going to make his move the minute the players are going to expose himself.
All he needs is a pixel. All he needs is
just one
a
pixel.
little bit of a foot, and there you have it. It could be devastating for Sense8 Esports. But you know what I love the fact right now? Everyone is around the periphery. Dead smack center, we have no man's land, and well, there's hardly any cover. If you have your makeshift cover, well, good for you, but looks like teams are going to be dropping down like dominoes. Final 3 teams are going to be in this game right now. 6 players alive, that is an average of 2 per team, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Looks like Unite Esports, Team Unite, I beg your pardon, might have the upper hand solely because they have that 1 extra man, but we know numbers sometimes don't really count for success. It's all about your prowess and your accuracy. Ooh, that was dangerous. Wild did see the enemy in his crosshair, and in fact, he is going to let loose a few shots, and they barely missed his mark. But right now, what's surprising is he knows he can't really patch himself up, right? He's got to get to a safe spot before he applies those bandages, and elsewhere it looks like Hacker AD is going to put Unite 6 feet under, but Tom there still holding on.
Well, he's still holding on, but I'm impressed by Hacker AD, the way he's creating misery for the players of Team Unite, and Team Unite can't much really do in this situation, because Hacker exactly knows where the last player of Team Unite is, but he is now outnumbered by the players of Team Tactical Esports, and Tactical Esports know where he is, and finally eliminates him.
I thought it was going to be the other way around, but looks like Hacker was spotted out earlier, like we just mentioned, with that Light Esports out of this game in the 3rd position. Wonderful 8 finishes, but now Goku. This is the time when he goes Super Saiyan. Can he do it? Yes, he can. He's eliminated 1, which means he's on a rampage. 5 finishes to his name in quick succession, and now it all comes down to a 1v1. Is Goku going to go Super Saiyan, or is Clutch going to clutch it for his team? I mean, this is too close to call, and I love the fact that the names on the screens are such because, well, Clutch is going to make sure he holds it. Ooh, the hit markers are going to give his position away. Wait a second. Was that Goku who got shot? It was. It's Tactical who clutched it at the end. I mean, that is just amazing. We just thought, could he clutch it? Bhavna, yes, he could.
Yes, he clutched it. Ooh. And wait, what a game.
I thought those hit markers, especially when Goku was shooting at him, I thought those hit markers gave its position away, which it did. Goku readjusted just a little bit, but oh my god, the Clutch Meister himself was at hand, and a few good, precise shots got the job done. Tactical Esports walking away with a chicken dinner.
Well, beautiful chicken dinner, and in fact, so many moments were there when we are so surprised because things didn't go as predicted. But let's have a look at the highlights, that how things happened.
Talking about so many moments, this is where the action all began with Balu with his M16, and of course, we did see Barry try to put up a good fight, but now Hitman. Man, he was hitting Junglee hard from that flank, and well, that was one of the reasons Junglee's dominating performance finally came to an end. But Cornflakes, boy, oh boy, what a risky game they were playing, and have a look at that. Kunal again, silent like a silent adder, making sure he doesn't make a move, but he was literally coiled up and he struck at the right time, making sure that Venom OP was taken down. I mean, this game had it all, Bhavna.
It was full of drama, action, everything was there. The zone, the rotations, everything. In fact, some of the players like Team Hale, in fact Team Junglee, they were playing so beautiful.
Dominating.
They were literally dominating. The grenades coming in, it was completely any of the team that was present in the close vicinity, Team Junglee had spotted them down and eliminated each of them.
Again, practice makes perfect. You know, you do love those grenades over and over and over. Sooner or later, they become a homing grenades. But again, wonderful fights. The thing with Junglee was they were, again, in the thick and thin of the action right from the get-go, right? Unfortunately, it finally overwhelmed them. But look at this. Hitman flanked them, and getting two of them off guard was that crippling moment when the Junglee officials started dwindling. And of course, well, if they could throw grenades, the opposition did the same, as we did see some pinpoint accuracy over there. But again, this was a heavy hitting game. My question is, I'm kind of wondering how many grenade finishes we're going to have from this game. It's going to be, it could be double digits actually.
It could be, because we saw Team Junglee using more than 5-6 over there. But let's see. On the other hand, so many players were pinned down beside the vehicle or the stone. That's when the trouble began for them as well. But Hacker, this was the moment I think no one anticipated Hacker will survive for this long, because he was in the right middle of the action. He was completely silent and he striked and ruined the game of Team Junglee.
Well, he did ruin the game indeed, but of course, when you're dead smack in the center, the best thing to do is lay as low to the ground as possible and let everybody fight over you and kill each other. But of course, it did kind of seem like Hacker would get the better of Tactical over there, but Hitman was on point, and well, he put the job done. Now Goku, again, this final fight, I love the fact that it's clutch. Have a look at this. I want to have a look at this. Oh my goodness. That is precision. Let me tell you one thing, what gave it away. Now, of course, Goku was shooting at him, but if you are good at spotting, you can see the flash out of the muzzle from the guns. Yeah. That is exactly what he saw. Didn't have any sights on that Uzi, but well, if you are pinpoint with your accuracy, even at range, that gun can be devastating.
Oh, Uzi, either close range, the fire rate that this gun offers. In close range, it's unbeatable. But I kind of expected Unite to do more, but later on we'll talk about it. Let's first have a look at the points table, that which team got how many points.
Alrighty, let's have a look and see who's going to be on top. And Tactical Esports are, of course, going to be taking away the chicken dinner. 15 placement points, 6 finish points, which means they end with a total of 21. Team Unite had a wonderful run in this game as well. 8 finish points for them, 20 total on the point standing. Now, Light Esports and Junglee, they are pretty much tied at 18 points apiece, with Junglee just having a few more finish points than Light Esports, and by a few, I mean 4.
Well, Team Jungly has got the highest finish points undoubtedly. On the other hand, since 8 Esports also was playing quite well, Colt 45 Esports was trying to make the rotation from the western side. There was too much traffic. In fact, all the teams that were coming from the southern side had so much trouble when the circle completely shifted towards the northern side. That's when the so much action began, and that's where Team Jungly got so many finishes.
It was pretty much like, they were all of them were heading towards Jungly's direction. So it was like a free-for-all for them. They were
Like
like,
a magnet.
Hey, I see a few vehicles. All right, boys. Ready, lock and load, unleash hell. That is exactly what it did. But again, they attracted so much attention that, there were others nearby, opportunistic parasites. They were like, hey, wait a second, what's happening there? Hitman says, I'm going to flank you while you engage with someone else. And well, I'm going to put a few bullets in. And like you said, completely spoil the game. But of course, if we have a look at the latter half of the table, not a good outing for most of the teams. But, we've talked about the teams. Let's see who came out on top, because we do have the iQOO MVP coming up on our screens. And well, no surprises here. Hacker AD from the center, basically dishing out death in every which direction.
Well, this guy was silent for a reason, because when he was going to strike, it was going to be MVP. Look at the damage, almost close to 1200, 8 finishes. That's an absolute, complete, commendable performance from this guy. I wish he had his teammates to back him up.
Do you realize something? Hacker AD, I mean, of course, he is the iQOO MVP. He's the only one from his team that got any finishes. The team finished with 8 finishes, and well, it's all because of this gentleman. Of course, if we talk about players on an individual level, let's have a look at the top 5 players. Hacker AD is going to be right up there on the tippity top. None of his teammates are going to be there for obvious reasons, but of course, joining him, we have Goku from Unite. We of course have Jungly Bars, Jungly Hathi with those amazing grenade finishes, especially that one which basically he killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, well, you can do it in BGMI. On the moving forward, we have TXT Professor. TXT started really good. The damage he has dished out is 439, 3 finishes. But kind of in the end, Unite player had a good cover XP. Despite that, he exposed himself. He had no reason to expose himself. He can...
I think he was anticipating some throwables coming his way.
Maybe.
Because if you had a look, when Shade was in that position, or Baz, one of the members from Jungly, the moment he took that first initial grenade, he knew there was going to be a follow-up. He moved out of harm's way in the nick of time. But of course, let's have a look and see whether those grenades, whether what I predicted was going to be right. 74 grenades were used. Unfortunately, we did not hit double digits as far as finishes go. 6 grenade finishes coming in this game. And sadly, no airdrops looted.
Well, there was so much action going on. There was
But
no
what
time.
about the AWM?
You will have to wait.
I'm going to have to wait, but of course, we do have a new little bit of a record as the longest finish distance, 232 meters. That means, well, this group definitely has a couple of sharpshooters.
Well, they definitely have sharpshooters, also close range combat, also grenadiers. Also, this group has got
It had
so
everything.
much. It has everything to offer, and let's have a look at the finish damage performance, how it fared off, which team got the highest damage, and almost a balanced performance from all teams.
It is almost balanced. Of course, Tactical are going to be edging out just a little bit because they do have 1953 points of damage, 6 finishes to their name, but Jungly are going to be leading the charge as far as those finishes are concerned with 12 to their name. Like you said, I like the fact that it's evenly spread out.
Yeah. It's the first time we are saying that evenly spread out graph. Otherwise, yesterday and today also we were seeing only 1 or 2 teams having a bar high, very high. Rest of the teams just having 300, 400 damage.
Even damage-wise, I mean, you haven't seen so many teams crossing that 1,000 point mark.
Even other teams also, they were so close to 1,800 damage, 700 damage. A very good lobby, a very good performance from all these teams.
Now, I'm pretty sure looking at this chart, you can already kind of predict what the top 4 squads are going to be. But in case you did not get a close look, well, there you have it on your screens right now. Tactical Esports, of course, getting the chicken dinner. They are going to be walking away in the podium position. 6 finishes to their name, with Team Unite and Light Esports coming in 2nd and 3rd respectively with 8 finishes apiece, and of course Jungly, the hard-hitting animalistic boys, getting a total of 12 finishes. I mean, they went hard.
They went hard. They were so aggressive. I wonder what's going to happen in the next game because the teams, when they'll see the name Jungly in the kill
It's
feed,
going to strike fair.
they are going to think whether we want to take this fight or not. They
I
might shy away
see.
from the fights.
That could be a possibility. Again, it might strike fair in the opponents. That is what, well, you want a drastic name, and when you go up against a bunch of ruffians, a bunch of wild boys, it could get a bit tricky. But of course, Jungly Official getting off to a good start, and well, a few more placement points could be what they might go for in the next game. Now, you do have to keep one thing in mind. Every single team only has two opportunities to make it to round 2. Well, all the teams that you saw battling it out right now, 50% of the work is done, and now they just have one more match. Now, the teams that did good, I think they're going to be a bit comfortable, even if they get a few finishes this round, decent placement points, they are going to make it, but it's always going to be the teams on the latter half that are going to feel that pressure, and well, you know, when an animal is cornered, that is when it's most dangerous.
Exactly, we saw with Team Maya, we also in the
Oh,
last
yes.
match, also last group, the teams that were on the top in the first match ended up at the bottom in the next match. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and you know, I mean, we're talking about all this power. It kind of reminds me of this device that I'm holding in my hand. I mean, that Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 is just intense. But you know what? Let's just have a look at a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
You know, the more I watch this particular video, the more strange things I notice. Now, of course, you all obviously know, and you know that I'm trying to get me one of these phones, but I just realized I need one of those leather jackets as well. That was looking good. I know it's totally random, totally weird, but I'm just telling you what I just thought.
You want everything. You want AWM, you want iQOO, you want leather jacket.
But then the thing is, see, the BGMI gods aren't kind to me. They are kind to you, but I haven't got my wish yet. Maybe in the last game on day 2, we might see some AWM action. Fingers crossed.
Actually, today everyone's wishes are being granted. Floki wanted a middle flight path. I want a southern circle. It's your turn. The AWM is coming.
You think?
Yeah.
You
I'm very sure.
Alrighty. I was going to get a bit upset, but looks like I might just have a little ray of hope still. So let's see if some of your luck is going to brush up on me. But you know, let's forget about all that. Now, I'm going to come back and I'm going to put Bhavna on the spot once again, because again, you have a good tactical, you have a good tactical prowess. You have a good mind for what's going to happen, and you're good at predicting things. I mean, you can predict the flight path. I'm sure you can predict
That's
what's
not
going to
gonna
happen
work.
next. I mean,
That's not working at all. You have to predict this time.
all right, she's going to put me on the spot. See, I think it's going to be a simple match. The circle is going to be dead smack in the center. The flight path is going to be somewhere from Stolber maybe to Primosk. That's what I'm going to say. It's going to bisect it in the half. Let's see if that is going to be the case. But now, before that, let's just come back and talk about a few of our players. Now, we've seen some amazing individual performances today. We've seen some amazing team performances today. In this last game, what is that one little play that kind of stood out for you?
And that was when the teams were rotating from the southern side. There was so much congestion,
Everyone was going together. They were
everyone
all
was
funneled in.
gravitating towards the zone, and that's when the hell broke loose. And Team Jungly, obviously, it was very good. But other teams also that held their ground. Team Tactical was also there. They were little silent. They were taking fights, but they were picking good fights, not all fights, not going everywhere. They decided and prioritized their fights, and that's why they got the chicken dinner.
See, I like that, we have good fights and we have bad fights. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, any fight that you come out on top is going to be a good fight. The more the merrier, like I said earlier. But yeah, for teams like Jungly Official, it was basically open season. That's
Exactly.
what it was, because everyone was coming in from one direction and they
Christmas.
had their pick. There you have a few jingle bells were probably chiming in the background. Looks like the Christmas spirits are going to be helping them around. But now, Game 2, like you said, Jungly Officials, if somebody does go up against them, they might just be a bit intimidated. What about other teams? If you do get a knock on Jungly Official, are you going to go in for the kill? Because, you got to keep one thing in mind. One of the members is already down. So you do have that numerical advantage. Would you go for that final push?
Obviously, because if Jungly gets eliminated early, that is your chance. That is your chance to elevate your position in the leaderboard. That's why I want the teams to pick fights with top teams, Team Jungly, Team Tactical Esports. Try and eliminate in the first position.
It couldn't get more dramatic than that.
Yeah.
And we've already said this quite a few times. She is a bit sadistic. She has a little sadistic streak to it. But again, that is all part and parcel of this game. And it's a lovely fact that, we have this amazing platform, this amazing stage, this grand stage for basically people and talents that are unknown. Like I said, rough diamonds in the wilderness basically come and showcase what they're made of. And, the spotlight is definitely on them. And I must say one thing. I am happy. I am not disappointed at all. I can already tell you right now, a few of these names you are going to be chanting in the months and years to come.
Definitely, all the players, experienced players.
I already
start
have a few
from,
favorites.
I have one, Sid.
There you
Yeah.
go.
This is
You
from
and I, we think alike.
yeah, from Team Evil X. In fact, few more favorites are going to come. We'll see because Team Jungly is performing. Team Tactical Esports. Team. I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Team Last. Hacker AD.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a team performance, because that is pretty much an individual performance over there. 8 finishes
Yeah.
by one person, and that all came again in a short span of time.
Come on,
because
Sid and Hacker AD in same team.
or forget that. Yeah, same team. They'll probably go and dominate everybody and
Yeah.
decimate the opposition. I want them to go up against one another. I want to see some clash. I want to see some sparks fly. I want to see the anvil hit that iron, and I want to see one of them come out on top. And you know what's going to happen if that does happen? It ain't going to be something simple. It's going to be something flashy. They're going to do it in style. But of course, just to remind you what's going to happen now, we are going to have a look at the teams that are going to be battling it out in the last game on day 2. Of course, we have Tactical Esports, Do or Die Esports, the boys from Jungly, Mana Officials, who kinda were drained this game. Sensei Esports are going to be joining us as well. 4 White Sharks, they haven't smelled any blood yet. Maybe they need a bit more water. And of course, Cornflakes, who, boy, they play a dangerous game. And of course, you can't forget Team Toxic Trident.
Well, Conflicts and TTX had a good start, but Team Hail, we have Team I Feel Esports very early elimination.
Oh, I fell for them.
Me too. I think everyone felt for them. Team Gigabyte, Team Kotek, Team Unite, which was pretty united throughout the game. Team Madbags, Team Colt 45 Esports, Team Light Esports, and their star player Hacker AD.
Hacker AD definitely propelled them to greatness. But again, let's see if the rest of the team is going to do something this time around, because if one of their players is so dangerous, imagine how 4 of them are going to fare against this next lobby. Now, in a few minutes, pretty much less than a minute or so, we are going to have the action break out in front of us, reminding you again that this is, of course, the last game of day 2, and each and every team just has 2 chances to make it or break it to the next round. And it does look like a few of these teams are going to make it, but there could be a few upsets still in store at this stage of the day.
Well, there could be few upsets. anything can happen. So many factors are involved: the zone, the flight path, the loot, the positioning, the rotations. Like we saw in the
Better be
previous
making
match,
notes.
like we saw in the previous match, all the players were in the water area in the match number 2 and match number 1 as well. I think
Match 1,
third and
match
fourth.
3 also, we almost had a Normandy invasion of 44 once again, but I like the fact that, the first 4 matches were quite similar. We had zones similar down to the south. This time around, it was a little different, which made it a bit more exciting. No cover in the last few circles in the last game, and, all the vehicles blown up. Sometimes what happens is, if you don't pop the wheels, if you don't pop the tires, you have that little bit of a gap down below, and people took advantage of that. You see a little pixel, you see a foot, put down a few shots, chances are you might just get a finish.
In fact, we saw that situation also when the players were right in front behind the vehicle. The player was looking for a small pixel.
And he found it.
He found it and he eliminated both the players.
In a blink of an eye, he did eliminate
Yeah.
them. But again, I got to say one thing. The thing that stands out for me, I know that we had a lot of amazing action throughout the game. It's just, the narrative was complete where at the end, we finally had Goku literally going Super Saiyan over there. I say literally, but, figuratively going Super Saiyan, getting a kill to the left, getting a finish to the right, and then he goes up against a man who's called Clutch. Now, it takes some cojones to name yourself Clutch because, if you don't deliver, we all know that the viewers, we are an emotional bunch, and we let our emotions pretty well known. We wear them on our sleeves, so he definitely clutched it at the end. But that reaction as well, he saw that little muzzle flash, just trained his attention to that position, let loose his Uzi, and he ran away with the chicken dinner.
I need few classes from him because even with the red dot, I can't knock down the player.
Well, I think the thing is he might have had this wonderful device in his hands that makes everything crystal clear in the background. Of course, I am talking about the iQOO 7 Legend. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let's have another look.
Are you ready for this?
Well, if any of you are going to be joining us late, you did just have a look at this amazing beast in my phone, this amazing monster in my phone, and that monster is, of course, the iQOO 7 Legend. And, I just have one more question for you, Bhavna. When you have a monster inside, do you unleash it?
Yes. All the players are also unleashing it definitely in the game.
I love it.
Yeah, we are sneaking away the phones.
Don't say it out loud.
No one is hearing us.
Well, there are a few people watching. They might be watching anyway. Just to ignore what she said right now, because sooner or later the match is going to be under the way. All the members are already running around. They're going to be on the Spoil Island. But just to remind you about this beast in my hand, let's just have a look at what all it has to offer. Now, of course, we have that Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, which means, you are going to have the best ultra performance you could ask for, and of course with that 66-watt flash charge, not a blink of an eye, but 22 minutes, you go from a 0 to 100 real quick.
And in display monster touch as well, so you're not going to have that problem that my touch is not working.
That's never going to happen. Of course, with a massive screen as well, you're going to have ample of space. You're going to be like, wait a second, I wish I had a few more buttons, a few more triggers in the game because I have so much space pretty much, not being used. But again, that is what it is. When you want to be playing, when you want to be competing at this high level, like I said, this is one of the biggest stages for a majority of the people in this country right now. you want to be using the best devices out there.
Especially the touch, because my friends always complain while dropping from the parachute. The touch lost. We lost the touch. That's
Especially-
why the bad landing.
Especially, when sometimes your thumbs get a bit sweaty and
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't register. Not in this one. I know you think that we might just be saying that. I'm actually telling you from trial that it does not happen. But again, we are just going to be underway with a few matches. And, I was just thinking about it. I mean, I did ask Floki this earlier. Suppose you were in that situation in the last circle, right? It's no man's land. Everything's open. There's burning vehicles all around. It's just you up against an enemy. What is going through your mind at that time? Because your heart is definitely going to be palpitating. Your hands might be shaking just a little bit, not because of fear, but because of adrenaline. What goes through your mind?
First thing I'll do is mute my teammates.
Boom. No backseat driving.
Completely mute my teammates, because I don't want so many calls in my head. I want to make decision on my own. Either I win or lose, doesn't matter. I learn something, but that's a very high pressure situation.
You want to rely on your own instincts
Yeah.
at that time. And like I said, you don't want any of that backseat driving because it can get a bit distracting, because you know what they say, too many cooks spoil the broth. But again, what would I have done in the situation?
Yeah.
Probably would have panicked, but then again, I would not have been caught dead without a bolt action and a massive 8x scope on it. And imagine the final shot coming via a bolt action rifle. Please make it happen. Pavna, come on, use your contacts, make it happen. Let's see some arm action.
It's going to happen in this game. I'm sure.
She's saying it. She's saying that we are going to see an AWM in this action, in this match. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think that my wish is going to be granted, or am I just like the unlucky one over here? But again, we are going to have to wait and find out. Now, before we do start our matchup, let me just remind you of a couple of things. We've had a few records being shattered over here. Yesterday, we did see back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Aztec Esports coming in and wiping out the opposition. Today, we saw a game end with 21
Yes.
finishes.
Team Mayavi. This team was the.
And like you said, they were quiet. They were dormant. They were
Yeah.
quiet in game one.
They were in the bottom 5. They were not even having, I think, I may be wrong. I think they had 0 points or something, or
Pretty much.
very less points, below 4 points in the
fact,
first game.
Team Mayavi was the team that we were talking about that, they did get those early skirmishes, but they weren't really confident in taking those fights. So, they kept falling back, and we had pretty much written them off. Well, I guess you can't really do that. You can't judge a book by its cover because they came swinging in the next game and, well, they pretty much wiped everyone off the face of Erangel. And that has been the trend ever since. I mean, all these games, it's been high-fragging affairs.
Well, about Team Mayavi, we'll put a star over there. Don't try this in the upcoming rounds of the tournament, because maybe you won't qualify. There is
So,
a very high chance.
In that case, then you want to take props from a team that is Atom ES because
Exactly.
they were consistent. Now, of course, you could either have a flashy game at one point and then the next game, things couldn't work out for you. That is one way of getting to the next round. The other way of getting to the next round is being consistent. Not too flashy, picking your fights, like you said.
Yeah.
We have good fights and we have bad fights. You got to learn when to pick and choose your battles. That is something that is very important. And, well, we all could learn a little from Atom ES.
Yeah, they were very consistent. In fact, yesterday also, Team Predators on Hunt was quite consistent. No, they were not. They had a very good first game, and the second game, they were on the bottom 5. In fact, all the 3 teams of the top 3 teams in that lobby ended up being in the bottom 5 in the next game.
They did. And the fact was, the teams that did qualify in those groups, or the teams that will qualify, because we don't know anything about that. I don't know what I just said right now. But again, the thing is, they did rely on the finishes. I mean, they just went all out aggressive, and, it did kind of pan out for them at the end. And now I'm 100% sure that a lot of you are pretty much spamming right now. Start the game. It's getting late. We understand you. I know you want us to stop talking, but I will tell you one thing. I can see the monitor at one end, and, well, like I said, everyone is running around Spawn Island, and right now, a couple of them are practicing their aim because I do see a few M4s being used. Now, this, of course, is just for our eyes.
Well, I want to hear the conversations that are going on the Swan Island before, because everyone is a friend. They are competitors, but a friend also. What is going on?
Well, since we have the option to look at them, let's just show it to you guys as well. It is going to be in the middle of the two of us right now, and just have a look at that. Some of them are just running around, and Hitman, of course, we've all done that. We've all gotten on top of that plane. Few of them are going to be practicing their aim, and well, Crazy Wolf, he's going to be alone. He's just going to psych himself out. But it is going to be awesome, man. Well, Balu over here, ooh, he's got a lot of blood on his clothes. Maybe they haven't still wiped it off from the last game. But again, as you can have a look, everyone is getting ready. No one's really taunting each other with some dance moves or whatever, but I'm pretty sure the mics are going to be open, and I wish we had some hot mics, but that is quite a dicey proposition. But in about 8 seconds, the action is going to be underway. And you can actually believe us this time because the game is going to be live. We are going to be out of your faces right now. And in about a few seconds, the plane is going to take to the skies.
Well, the plane is definitely going to the skies, but where is the flight path going? That is the main question. XP, what do you think?
I think we're up north.
You are already seeing in the monitor.
Oh, you're not supposed to tell them, Bob, now. Well, we are going to be...
cheating.
We are going to be above the equator in this situation. In fact, we are pretty much flying west here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be starting this flight all the way from Yasnaya, Polyana, and, well, we are going to be ending things at George Ball. Now, that means that all the teams that love dropping in these spots, it's not going to be a long jump for them. However, I wonder if someone is going to be brave enough to head all the way down south to the Sosnovka military base.
Well, in the previous match, we saw teams like dropping towards the military base and Novoripnoy. Also, in fact, we saw teams going toward the Primorsk area as well. That's where the vehicles come into the picture. But the team that will drop in before you, if they have a gun in their hands, you're already dead, my friend. Before the game starts, you're already dead.
I mean, at this stage, if you drop late and you already see a few parachutes hitting the ground before you, just divert, just go in a completely different option and just hope against all odds that, they don't get a big caliber weapon and they don't start shooting at you mid-air, because it did look like a couple of them were practicing that. Oh, wait a second, Do or Die are going to be opening things up, and it's going to be a pistol knock that comes in first. Looks like the UMP is going to be used to finish off their opposition.
Well, Team Unite, definitely not a good start for them. On the other hand, Avinash OP is there looting the compounds, the smaller compounds, because when you can't find your favorite drop location, wait, another knock is coming in for the player of DOD, that is Do or Die. Unite Esports is not going easy onto their enemy because Barry has found a VSS, a complete beast gun in the close range or the long range as well. But Crazy, who was going for the revival, has got an M416. Can he knock Barry down? Yes. Why did he go for the shotgun?
Well, it is a little bit of a deja vu moment because these two teams did go up against one another in the last game as well, and Barry is going to be the one who is going to bite the dust this time around. Now, Crazy Wolf did do a little bit of a crazy maneuver, but he is going to get that revive on Balu. That means the Big Bear is going to be back on all fours at this time. Now, Team 12, we do have Kotek. Didn't have a good game last time around. They did unfortunately finish in the 16th position, sans any point, but let's see if they can turn their fortunes around this time. They have let loose a few shots in Cornflake's direction, and by the look of things, Cornflakes are going to be in the back foot, and they are backing away, which means... Wait a second. Looks like 4 white sharks were caught out of the element on dry land, and they have paid a heavy price.
Well, they have paid a heavy price. They have lost, I think, 2 of their players, if I'm not wrong. Let's see what's going to happen for the players of Team 4WS, because Freak, I don't believe he has a very good loot in his hands. On the other hand, Hitman is also just having a level 2 helmet. It's not a place, it's an open area, not a place to be greedy for a one finish. Let's see what's in the mind of 4 White Esports, 4 White Sharks. Freak is trying to reunite with his teammates, and I'm sorry, 1 player was lost, not 2. Don't be angry, 4 White Esports. On me, I saw only 2 players. On the other hand, in Yasna, again, we have 2 teams contesting each other. Sunset Esports, and we have Team TXT.
Now, I mean, even if you lose one member, it does hurt as much as losing 2. So they are definitely going to be feeling the brunt just a little bit. But once again, we are going to be focusing our attention due north. And it is a similar story as it was in the last game. Of course, this does seem to be the preferred drop spot of the 2 teams on our screens right now. Of course, Team Toxic Trident did jump at this spot last time as well. They did have I would say a successful run in the last game. However, they did fall just a little bit too short, but they did manage to make it to the top 4 squads. The question is, can they do it again this time? Because they definitely need to make sure they walk away with either a good high finish to get those placement points, or they've got to go guns blazing and rack up all those finishes for themselves.
But one team that can't afford to lose any more player is Team Unite, because match 1 they had a good performance. If this match they are going to end up being at the bottom 5, things might not turn well for them in the overall ranking, but the things are going good for the team. I feel esports, because there is no contestation in the Georgiopol area. They have to be careful of the team that has dropped in towards the North Georgia, but there is so much time. Maybe the North Georgia team will go for another rotation, or maybe I feel will go away from Georgiopol. Early rotations might come into the picture, but eastern side, that is where I'm concerned most, because there are so many teams on the eastern side of the map. They are going to be coming in. The teams that are in the school area, Pochinki area, might gatekeep them.
You're right, because when the flight path, when we had a look at the flight path, they did, a majority of the teams did jump out early. So of course the eastern aspect of Erangel is going to be chock-a-block. But right now, wait a second, Helion, only one guy can get through the door at a time. Patience is what is needed. Now, Helion didn't have the best of the games last time around. This time they are going to be spread out near the prison region. I beg your pardon, they are down south near Milta. But, of course, they are far, far away from any prying eyes, which means they can loot to their heart's content. And we have seen this, Bhavna, especially with a team like Cornflakes. Utilities, resources, meds, you want to make sure you're packing a lot of them.
Yeah, they were too short on the healings.
Oh my goodness.
I bet this game they are going to pack so many healings and bandages wherever they find. On the other hand, Do or Die is roaming in the open area trying to find a shelter or a home for themselves. They have to be careful of the team that is in the close vicinity. Otherwise, anytime soon shots will be being fired in their direction, and they definitely don't want that. On the other hand, the teams that are coming from the northern side, from the shooting range area, they have open clean field area to enter inside the circle. They are going to feel very lucky. But Do or Die, look at their loot. They need to have a good loot for themselves.
They need to, and it does look like they are going to be driving past a few buildings, but they suddenly realize that, wait a second, the doors are open, no point stopping here, because, there isn't going to be enough loot for them inside. Now, we of course have some traffic. Wait a second, I'm going to hold on to my thought, because it looks like Cornflakes are going to see some enemies driving by, and it was I Feel Esports who are going to be traversing past their opponents. Now, they are going to be lucky to the fact that none of them had their wheels popped off, because that would have been devastating at that stage. But for now, it does seem like they are going to be heading towards the center of the circle. Now, that is going to be helpful later on, but what's not helpful is the fact that Jungly Official are going to try and rain down death on 4 White Sharks.
Well, that Pochinki Hill area that they have control of is offering so much vision that they can easily spot the players, and looks like they might be able to take one of the players down. But no, that didn't happen. But 4 White Sharks has to be very careful of their rotations. Yeah, they are not 4 anymore, they are 3 only. But let's see how far they can go with 3 players. Although they have a very good compound through their name, if the circle favors them, this is a very good compound to take the fights, take the rotations, or just defend it. For defending also, it's a very good compound.
It is indeed. Now, of course, they have lost Zypher early on, but we did see Kunal got up to some sneaky shenanigans in the last game as he held his ground, but right now it does look like Sensei Esports have spotted a few enemies in the distance, and the enemies are going to be the boys from Mad Max. Now, Mad Max, they are going to be traversing in a convoy of vehicles by the look of things, and yes, every single member has his own vehicle, of course. That was a given. That was a given, judging by the name, but they are going to be heading a bit towards the center. Now, the circle is going to change in, and well, talking about Mad Max, they are going to be happy with their decision. Now, if you just have a look at the right side of your screens, we only have a couple of teams that are outside the circle, which hasn't been the case throughout. This time around, if you've noticed, the teams adapted from the last game. That is just amazing. I mean, these guys are adaptive, they're versatile. I mean, I'm going to expect a lot of good things from a lot of these teams.
Well, definitely this time we are not seeing any of the team that is outside of the safe zone. They are outside of the safe zone, but not in the blue zone area. That is a very good thing. They might have studied the games of previous teams that have played yesterday, and they realized this is a very big mistake. On the other hand, I feel esports seems to be thinking something, either to hold the compound or to rotate. Let's see what's gonna happen. On the other hand, so many teams are rotating away from the side of DOD, that is Do or Die Esports. They have to be very careful because 3 squads are present on there.
The thing about Do or Die Esports is that, you know, they definitely are hungry. I mean, that is a given. But they're really impatient as well because they can't seem to, you know, sit at one position for too long. They need to be on the move, and you know what? I'm not blaming him right now. Reflex, he's going to be quick on his reflexes, letting off a few shots in the direction of I Feel Esports. But once again, I feel just driving very lily amongst their opponents, and they managed to survive again. This is like the 3rd time it's happened in this game alone.
But XP, this position, do you think is the best place to hold on to,
I
even
mean,
if the circle goes in their favor?
If someone creeps in, crawls their way close to them, lobs a ton of grenades,
Yeah.
that is going to be a pit of, well, skeletons at the end of this. But again, it is a good position if you are good at spotting. Now, they are going to assume that, you know, all the compounds around them, Shadow, are going to be occupied. That is something they should anticipate. And, well, like you said, it is still favorable for them since they are pretty much dead smack center of the circle. But when that circle, or if that circle shifts away from them and they give the position away, getting out is going to be tricky, and looks like we are going to be off on an expedition as the Vikendi expedition vehicle is going to go out. No, they just had a look and came back inside. So again, they do have the vehicles that is going to work in their favor, but it looks like they aren't going to take that chance. They are already going to move to something a bit more fortified in the form of, let's say, a compound.
Well, they definitely need a compound unless it's a Gatka circle, because there we don't find many compounds. Yes, there is a very big compound, but a team is already holding on to that. On the other hand, if we talk about Mana team, Mana officials, they have to be careful because there is a team Light Esports that is in a very close vicinity, and behind them from the Georgopol Hill area, the team that is rotating from the ruins is going to be team TXT. So 3 teams are already in the close vicinity. They have to be a little careful. On the other hand, already we can see teams have predicted the circle is going to be shifting towards the Gatka. That's why we are seeing so much cluster over there.
Well, as far as action is concerned, we are hitting the 12-minute, 30-second mark, and it is the opposite spectrum to what we saw, opposite end of the spectrum to what we saw in the last game, because as of right now, Shadow, only 3 people have fallen victim. 3 finishes only in this game, which is a major contrast to what we saw earlier. But you know what that means? That means as the zones are going to be shrinking in on themselves, chaos is definitely going to ensure later on, and well, sooner or later someone is going to let slip the dogs of war.
Well, they're definitely going to slip that, but Light Esports seems like they want to be the king of the hills. They are going for the Georgia. What? Mana officials?
Get the drop!
No. It doesn't want an AWM.
I mean, I'm just disappointed right now. They just drove right past it.
Maybe
It would have taken probably a split second. Maybe somebody already took it?
Maybe he is not a good sniper.
Well, maybe there's not an AWM in the drop. It could be anything.
Maybe.
Well, it looks like the airdrops are not going to be looted just yet. Ooh, we have a few supercars joining the fray right now. Not the best terrain to drive them on, but fortunately for them, it's not going to be damaging. But what is damaging is the fact that Team Toxic Trident are taking the fight up Mount Olympus. They have got the better of a member from Light Esports, I believe, as Light Esports are traversing, and well, that is quite a distance. What happened here was Light Esports sent one man up on the mountain for a scouting mission. Unfortunately, that mission was not a success.
Well, that was not a success, but success came from
Don't put
4UC,
bullets in
the
that vehicle.
Priyanshu, because he got one knock. But Pradhan is not that successful. The vehicle is going to blast off, and with that, on the other side, jungly players are also falling down.
I mean, it has to be Mad Max who are going to be driving their vehicles in a mad fashion, just pretty much using the terrain around them as ramps. Well, Nani did just that. Unfortunately, he was spotted by the opposition, and now they're hungry. They know exactly where he is. They know that he is down on his bloody knees. But the question is, do they know that backup is coming in? Now, Starboy could be in trouble. He gets off. He gets a bit too greedy for that finish. In fact, he does get that finish, and wait a second, he is gonna make it out of there in the nick of time as well. That was a risky move, but it definitely paid off for him.
But I have complaints from Viper. He came in, knocked his teammate, got in the buggy, and went off.
I
Viper,
guess
you could have easily knocked him down.
I guess a lot of questions are going to be answered later on, and if you have this thought in your mind, imagine what must be going on between the teammates right about now.
They're fighting amongst each
possibly.
other. The knock player was like, you... Okay,
But that is what you don't want at this stage. That's what basically
Yeah.
separates the greats from the average, because let bygones be bygones. What's happened has happened. Now you focus on to the next fight.
Exactly. Let that happen and be calm and move forward in the game. But Team Tactical, who is trying to move forward in their vehicle, might be at the receiving end of the grenades that are coming from Light Esports. No, they are smart. They are moving away.
Looks like a tactical retreat has been sounded, and it is the right option for them at this moment.
Yeah, but not the right option for do or die, because two of their teammates has already been knocked down by Mana officials. Why solo push is coming in from the players of do or die? Big mistakes are coming in, and now only two players are surviving, and they are so close. One grenade is all that is going to take to knock all the players down, but they realize that, and now they are separating from each other. Ronnie, he's still doesn't have any cover to himself. On the other hand, Avinash has a hay for his cover, but Ronnie goes down
You
with
called
that
it.
grenade.
You called it, and it was the grenade that pretty much devastated them. But I like the fact that Shadow, they are living to the name. They either do it or they die.
Well, for now they are dying.
For now, they are dying, but it looks like it is going to take a little bit of a pause right now, as Mana officials are going to be skedaddling away. This time around, looks like that Mana bar is definitely full, because they do have 3 finishes to their name, and do or die, they were almost reduced to a one-man squad, but looks like Avnish does get his teammate up, and just as I say that, their woes are going to continue. Forget continuing, their woes are done with, because, well, the first team to be eliminated this time around are going to be the boys from Do or Die Esports.
Well, on the other hand, if we talk about 4WS, they are also finding knocks onto the players, but C45, Joker OP. He has a good eyesight, he has a good scope to himself, and he has a Car 98 as well. Are we going to see some headshots? But for now, Mana official are getting eliminated one after another, and the players who are doing that is Light Esports. On the other hand, a fight is breaking between 4 to 5 Sharks and Team Mad Max, and Mana and Max players are falling down.
Well, the 4 white Sharks, who are actually 3 in number right now, do have the upper hand as Mad Max are going to be obliterated, which means they are down to 1 single member. And he is going to be evil. He gets up, he shoots, he misses, and finally he's taken down as Freak is going to get the better of that. There you have it, Mad Max eliminated in the 15th position. And finally, it seems like the Sharks are going to smell some blood, and they do capitalize on that, making sure they end up with 3 finishes to their name. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, we have Tactical Esports. They are playing a little slow this time, and you know what, I am all for it. But at the other end, oh my goodness, this is just awesome. Now, we did bring up this point early on. What does iFeel do? They are still in the same position that we left them, but now they are going to be surrounded by enemies, and if someone gets close enough, they could literally call in for an artillery strike and, well, obliterate them to oblivion.
I'm really concerned about conflicts. 4 grenades or any 2 grenades in their direction, accurate grenades, and the whole squad vibe. I'm sorry, why I'm fumbling? Yeah, squad vibe, because I'm so much concerned about conflicts. They are in a very bad position. On the other hand, another team, Light Esports, is also there. They are grabbing so much attention because of the smokes, because of the fire, the shots they are firing towards the Light Esports. But Tactical Esports is definitely not shying away. They have knocked down one of the player of Sense 8 Esports. Are they going for the finish? Yes, they might be going in, but they are a little stuck with their vehicles. This position is definitely not working for them, but Clutch, being the brave man, is moving forward. But Conflict, very wrong position, even the worst position. But Venom OP tried to take one, but he himself goes down. Thor, run away.
Crore did come in with the vehicle, but he is going to make sure he gets out. Ooh, the buggy is going to spin. He comes on the heavy fire, hits the deck in the nick of time, and now is going to be deploying some smoke grenades to make sure he carries that torch forward. I'm pretty sure he's wishing that he could call for Mjolnir and just fly out of there, but that is not going to be happening this time around. Elsewhere, Sensei Esports, 3 finishes to their name. They do have Reflex down on his knees, but it looks like that isn't going to be the case for too long. Now, we did see Tactical Esports make a bit of a move. However, Sensei Esports have them in their crosses. Question is, are they going to be obliterating them, or are they going to hold on to their trigger discipline? Because, well, the circle is going to shift, and they have a few enemies nearby to deal with. Elsewhere, it looks like Punya is going to get the better of Deadshot at distance.
Well, Punya is definitely going to find one player, but can he get the finish? On the other hand, the players of Hale are also falling down through that DP, but AK single tap shots, beautiful monstracks, beautiful knock onto the players of Team 11. That is going to be Team Gigabyte.
Well, we haven't really seen a lot from Gigabyte, but it looks like they are going to be coming under fire. Not the way they would have wanted to make a debut over here, but Punya is finally going to be taken down as well. Pradhan, of course, is already down on his knees as well. They only have 2 members alive as Team Unite are going to be eliminated in the 11th position. A wonderful grenade thrown here by Clutch. In fact, it could find its mark. It does as Clown is going down. I'm pretty sure he's not laughing right now, as now he's going to focus on Dexter. He's got to be careful because there's another man standing there by Clutch. Is playing a dangerous game, but his teammate is going to be there to back him up as Hitman is going to try to fire as well. Range fires the enemy. In fact, he gets the better of Clutch. Now it is going to be a one-on-one situation as Dexter is running. Can he make it to the zone? Yes, he does. But looks like Tactical Esports are going to put a few bullets in his back, and with that, another one bites the dust. And well, Tactical Esports have 5 finishes to their name with just 1 man standing, and that man is the Kid on our screens right now.
Well, Kid tried to save his teammate. He went inside the blue zone also, but that didn't work. But the gun he's having, the machine gun, he can be really deadly in this game. Still, Tactical is performing really good. On the other hand, Sense 8 Esports have a good compound, but no, it's not inside the zone. You have to leave the compound, my friend, and Team Gigabyte might be waiting for you. No, Gigabyte is also outside the safe zone. On the other hand, Team Cold 45 Second is right at the center of the circle, and they can get a few finishes in their name. Let's see what's gonna happen. Sensei has to go. On the other hand, Team Hale is falling down through the hands of Team C45 as Joker OP is already blasting vehicles of Team Hale, making sure the player doesn't get a revival, and it's so damn difficult for the players to revive his teammate Flash.
Oh, they've set up a blockade in the middle of nowhere as the Colts are going to be punishing Hill as they do go by, but I want to see some action anyway. Everyone's going to be hitting the deck, and there you have a Joker with that spray. Does find the better of Punya once again, who are still in the thick and thin of the action. Have a look at your minimap, boys and girls. It is just a spectrum of colors. It's a kaleidoscope, and talking about kaleidoscope, something did collide over here. It was a grenade that was thrown, and with that, I do believe 2, maybe 3 members of the Colts were pretty much sent into orbit.
Wait a minute. Hale was in a version of being eliminated, and now C45 is in the same situation. Hale, beautiful grenades are coming in, beautiful comeback, even they had no chance of revival. Black goes down, another player gets eliminated, last player standing. Beautiful grenade here. Pujari OP, what's he gonna do? Is he going for the revive? That could be a mistake.
Shadow, keep an eye out on what's behind Haleon, because we still have 1 member from Team Toxic Trident lurking in the distance, and well, he does have a wry smile on his face because he is the jester. He could be problematic for them later on. Wait a second, Monstrax, you might want to reload that weapon of yours because, well, 30 bullets are definitely better than 0. Now, Haleon, we did kind of say that, we pretty much thought that they were done for, but they managed to turn their fortune around, and the Colts 45 Esports are going to be out of this game in the 7th position. They only managed 4 finishes to their name, as it does look like somebody is going to go on a rampage, and Sensei Mighty is the one who is doing all the rampaging. Now, Hacker, we've seen him do some wonderful things in the past. Can he do it again? That's a mighty lob, and it's a mighty knock, and Mighty is going to be taken down.
Well, Mighty is down. Deadshot is picking up the players of Team Hale, knocking down one of the players. 3 players still remaining. Team Light Esports finally making their move. 2 players with 7 finishes. Total domination coming in from this team. On the other hand, Sensei players are a little spread out. Let's see what's going to happen, because Mighty goes down. He has been eliminated. Beautiful position of the players. Ooh, that's a jinx, because Hacker AD just now got knocked down, and there is no chance that he's going to get any revive. But on the other hand, Sense 8 has a good cover.
They have good cover. Of course, this makeshift cover in the form of, rubber and steel is something that is going to help them. Now, you did mention that Hacker was taken down. Deadshot is way too far away to do anything, but have a look at Haleon. Ooh, they are going to be creeping. They are going to make sure they get as close to the enemy as possible. Like tigers in the grass, they are making sure they strike at the right moment. Now, what I think is going to happen is he's going to wait for any sound cue. The moment he hears a footstep, it's going to be rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, and everyone is going to fire at that position. But Haleon, I mean, we had pretty much written them off. They are still going strong as a 3-man squad. And have a look at Jester. No one's noticed him as he's sneaking his way in, as is the Beyond Shoe from Kotick. Now, anything can happen now. Anything can happen now. It's all going to take one little mistake. Could be devastating. Looks like Jester was finally spotted out as the Bianchu gets the better of him.
Well, he has been spotted out, but team that is performing really well with 3-man squad is Sensei Esports. 10 finishes to their name.
Wow.
In fact, they are having a total zone control. The other team that can affect them is going to be Team Hale, but Deadshot is making sure that doesn't happen. But beautiful comeback. Monstrax eliminates Team Light Esports and might go for the revival on their teammates. But on the other hand, Sense 8 Esports has some other things on their minds. Look at Kunal and his teammate. Few grenades in Sense 8 Esports direction, but they have a job to do. They have to enter inside the zone and heal themselves. On the other hand, Kotick has been eliminated by Team Hale. Team Hale is dominating.
Well, 2 of the 4 White Sharks are definitely out of the element, but they are feeling good right now. They do have a few finishes to their name. Of course, Kunal doing a lot of damage over here. Now, the only thing that works against Sensei is the fact that, their position is given away, right? One well-placed grenade could spell trouble for that team, but then again, the next question rises, it's answered. I was going to say that. Do they have grenades? Short answer, yes they do. One of them is going to be flung. Is someone going to go boom? They do take a bit of damage, but Godex now knows exactly where Freak is, and there you have it. Shots are going to be fired. One of them is taken down. A little reciprocation coming in as well, but it's not going to be enough. And finally, the 4 white sharks are going to be sent out to sea, which means now we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be Sense8 Esports, the 3-man squad, up against Halion, another 3-man squad. But have a look at Sense8's finishes. 12, double the number of Halion.
Well, double the number and add the chicken dinner points as well if they get it. Otherwise, also Sense8 is a very good spot. But Team Hale, their position has not been given.
This.
But Sense8 has a good cover to themselves. On the other hand,
I was just going to say that Monstrak is the man with the monster gun, but he is taken down. So that M249 is not going to do something, but Reflex has a Molotov thrown on him. You better duck, you better hit the ground, you better roll over and administer some first aids. That is exactly what he's doing. Have a look at that. The fact that they have 4 boosts is definitely going to be helpful them. It looks like Sense8 are going to spot it out as they are now exchanging fire.
well, they are exchanging fires. Gear OP didn't know the exact position, but what happened, XP?
I mean, what I think is Sense8 definitely should have gotten that last frag. It could go either way, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe Sense8 might have just edged out, but I am not too sure right now. Could you make out what happened at the end? Because in the blink of an eye, gunfire was exchanged.
Yeah.
And everything went black.
I couldn't really make out what happened.
I mean, that is what it is. I mean, towards the end, this game just had us gripped with adrenaline, but a little voice in my head does tell me it was in fact Sense8 which got that chicken dinner, and you know what, well-deserved victory over there. They made sure they had the man advantage right up until the end. I think they were one of the only few teams towards the final few circles that had those mobile fortifications to use. And well, if you missed any of the actions, don't worry, because the highlights are going to be on your screen now.
Well, Team United not heading to a good start. They lost 2 of their players very initial stage of the game, but later on they survived with 2 players. On the other hand, Team Tactical also tried to give their best. They survived for a very long time. That means they have good position points in their hands. Team Gigabyte not at all a good position in the final circle. That's where they had to pay the price. But on the other hand, Do or Die Esports, they were literally dying.
Well, they were doing quite a bit in the previous game as well. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Have a look at that. That one grenade, you called it out over there. Had they been clumped a bit closer, it could have been GG a little bit earlier, but that wasn't the case. Of course, a lot of grenade finishes coming in, a lot of pristine, accurate shots coming in as well. But unfortunately, Shadow, my wish was not granted. No bolt action, but you know what? I am not disappointed, because this was one game that I'm not going to forget.
Well, this was the best game till now, I can say that. On the other hand, Sense8 Esports, this was the time they were not even in the safe zone. They moved inside the zone, held on to their ground, entered in through the zone, cleared their path, and got the chicken dinner. It's also, but on the other hand, Team Hale was also doing very good for themselves. Team Kotek, not a very good performance, I can say that. But on the other hand, 4WS Kunal was also doing a lot for his teammate. This was a moment I feel wasted a lot of time. Instead of holding on to one single position, they could have gone for the flanks, could have used some utilities. That would have proven better.
You've got to basically give the opposition a few more angles to work with, otherwise it's going to be a bit too easy. But this is the moment I was talking about. We all thought that, you know, the Colts are going to get the better of Halion, but oh my god, they stuck to their ground and they pretty much called an artillery strike on their position with grenades going off one after the other. There you have it, and that is how they finally met their maker, going off in a plume of smoke. But now Mighty did a wonderful job as well with his mighty machine gun. Unfortunately, he did succumb to his injuries early on, but well, his teammates made sure that they got the chicken dinner. Wonderful game coming in. Light Esports, they did start the game with a bang. Unfortunately, they didn't really finish with that same intensity.
Well, they didn't finish with the same intensity, but despite that, I think they have somewhere 8 finishes to their name. But Team Hale, they impressed everyone in this particular game. The way they, in fact, Team Hale, if they had few covers for themselves, things could have been better. They
But-
should carry vehicles.
The thing is, what I feel is, if they had some cover in that situation, that is where you would lob the grenades. That is where Cold
Yeah.
45 would have lobbed the grenades and the Molotovs. So, you know, again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, ifs and buts. I mean,
Yeah.
we can speculate all we want, but it was what it was. They were out in the open. They barely had a hay bale for cover. In fact, the minuscule ones were the only things that were available, but they did have that tall savanna grass, and, well, they used it to perfection.
Well, they definitely used it to perfection. In fact, Team Hill really impressed everyone. They impressed me because I was not expecting this level of performance from this team. But let's have a look how many points they have grabbed, because in the end, points matter.
Alrighty, let's have a look. Oh, it's going to be Sensei who, wow, get the massive 30 points for themselves. 15 from finishes, 15 from placements, and Halion, against all odds, they still managed to catapult themselves to the second position with 6 finish points and a total of 18 to their name.
Well, total 18 points, followed by 4 White Sharks. I think with only 2 players, they managed to get so many finishes. That is going to be 14 points total, 4 finish points, and followed by Light Esports with 8 finishes and 14 points total.
I mean, 8 finishes for Light Esports. Now, of course, one man is going to come to mind, and that man is going to be Deadshot. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he has chosen his name well. This time around, however, a better game for Kotek. Remember, last game, they were in the 16th position. Now, they do have a total of 11 points. Question is it going to be enough? Well, we're going to find out in a couple of days, as they did end this game with 3 finish points. Again, if you have a look at the latter half of the table, a lot of teams have quite a few finishes. Unfortunately, you need those placement points as well.
Well, definitely you need a few placement points, but look at Jungly officials. 0 points.
The hard hitting, I think, you know, something just went wrong for them. Again, we were talking about whether it's going to be an intimidating factor or not. Turns out you were right. Teams were not intimidated by them.
They wanted the top spot. They wanted to eliminate the top team. But on the other hand, Tactical Esports is pretty consistent. Last match also, they were having a good outcome. This time also, not bad. 8th position. Consistency is there. They might qualify.
Now, one team which definitely surprised me in Game 1 were the Delicious Cornflakes. Now, they were playing a dangerous game, especially since none of their members had any healings on them. But they let another team come, and it was 4 White Sharks, with Kunal doing a bit of damage at the end. But, I mean, they played a dangerous game. Let's see if they're going to make it to the next round. Now, of course, you do have all the team stats on your screens, but let's have a look and see which individual stood out, as we do have the iQOO MVP on our screens, and it's going to be the mighty man from Sensei, Mighty himself. 5 finishes, 665 points of damage.
Well, definitely no record has been broken, but still, as a team, Sensei was playing. All the finishes have been evenly spread out, and I think 15 finishes? Yeah, 15
yes, ma'am.
finishes. Every player of Sense 8 was giving his best. Mighty is the MVP with the most damage, I guess.
I think the entire team should be in the top 5.
Yeah.
There you have it. Sensei do have 3 out of 4 in the top 5. Of course, Mighty is going to be leading the charge, followed by Gay OP. Then Light Esports makes a little bit of appearance as well, with Deadshot having 4 finishes to his name, and of course Reflex with 4, and Kunal from White Sharks with 4 as well.
Well, definitely Kunal. Last match also he impressed everyone with eliminating one of the players.
The patience that he exhibited.
He didn't even make any sound. He was just waiting. Conflicts are regretting leaving their player behind. They were like, we should have taken them.
I think what happened was he ventured out looking at, you know, if there's another crate nearby, and he was
There
completely...
was another vehicle.
There you go. He was
Yeah.
completely caught off guard. But let's have a look and see all the damage that was done in this game. Finally, Shadow, it's happened. 93 grenades were used, and finally, grenade finishes. We are going to be talking about double digits because, well, 10 of the finishes came via those grenades.
Well, grenades were popping from everywhere in the final circle. As it was an open Gatka circle, it was tend to happen, and that is why so many grenade kills. But unfortunately, none of them from Jungly.
None of them from Jungly. However, this time around, 3 airdrops were looted, but of course the BGMI gods, they don't shine equally on everyone. Nah, I'm just kidding with you. I love the fact that, you know, we did see some sniper action as well, and we saw some amazing sprays from distance. And well, you know, talking about all our match summaries, we do obviously know what's coming up next. It's going to be the finishes up against the damage done by the teams, and one team is definitely going to be standing head and shoulders above everyone else. It is going to be Sensate Esports with 2,526 points of damage and of course 15 finishes to the name.
Well, definitely, I'm loving this lobby. Because look at that, 7 finishes evenly spread
Pretty
out.
similar to game 1.
Exactly. This is a very competitive lobby. I have to say it.
That's a nice word
because
to choose,
because the players also seems
yeah.
quite experienced, although we don't know them. But looks like they have been playing battle royale from a very long time, because this is experience, not engaging in initial fights, dishing out damage like this 700, 600. Almost all the teams having more than 500 damage.
Well, you know, we have had a few Battlegrounds Mobile India events in the past, so of course they've obviously been watching them and everyone has been practicing since then. But of course, let's have a look at the top 4 squads. No surprises there. Sensate Esports, number 1 position, 15 finishes. Helion, boy oh boy did they surprise us. They are going to be in the 2nd position with 6 finishes. 4 White Sharks finally making a splash in the pond with 4 finishes to themselves. But have a look at Light Esports, 8 finishes, out of which 4 came via Deadshot.
4 White Sharks, 4 finishes. But 3rd position.
But 3rd position, alright, we have a little play with numbers over here.
I'm sure they don't want the 4 in the position as well. They want the top spot. But it's
That
okay.
means if we go by that logic, they're never going to be number 1.
1 White Shark?
1 White Shark. They might have to change a few names here and there. But of course, that was the end of the action right now. And I'm sure you all are going to agree that it wasn't disappointing at all.
It was so damn exciting. It was all full of action. In fact, every lobby, match 3 and 4, match 5 and 6. But yes, this lobby impressed me.
But you know what this means? This means that day 2 has come to an end, but we still have 2 more days of intense action in round 1, which means, well, you better mark your calendars. You better make sure you have your time slots free, because the action is going to continue tomorrow. It has been a pleasure and a privilege bringing these games to you. My name is Angad. Joining me is Bhavna. I hope you had a good time. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Are you ready for this? Alright.